Episode 1. Koban. They used to call me Koban's Edge. Back when I was young, hungry, still proving myself with every trigger pull and every contract closed. That was a lifetime ago. Now, they just call me Koban. One word. Like a blade drawn in the dark. Simple, sharp, final. In the towers of Neo-Tokyo, my name is spoken with respect. In the underbelly, where the neon bleeds into shadow, they call me other things. The Ripper, when they find the bodies. Viper, when I strike from nowhere. The Virus, when I infiltrate systems they thought were impenetrable. I don't care what they call me. Names are just noise. Results are what AstroTech pays for, and I deliver. It's 2130, and the world runs on neural connections and corporate warfare. The neural web links every citizen, every device, every thought worth having to a vast digital ocean. Most people drown in it. I learned to swim. I stand in my apartment on the 140th floor, looking out over the city. The skyline is a forest of glass and light, towers stretching into a sky choked with smog and traffic drones. Below, the streets pulse with bioluminescent advertisements, each one screaming for attention in a dozen languages. The city never sleeps. Neither do I, most nights. Behind me, Lyra Voss is making coffee the old-fashioned way. No fabricators, no instant neural stimulus. Real beans, ground by hand, brewed with water and heat. It's an anachronism in a world of synthetic everything, but that's Lyra. She keeps me grounded when the digital noise gets too loud. "You're thinking too hard again," she says without turning around. Her voice is warm, comfortable. We've been together 3 years. In our line of work, that's a marriage. Contract came through, I tell her. High value target. Competing corp wants him extracted before he can testify about the Meridian data leaks. Live extraction or termination. Client's preference is alive. They want to know what else he knows, but they'll settle for dead if it comes to that. She brings me the coffee. Black, no additives. Her hand brushes mine as she passes the cup, and for a moment I let myself feel something other than the cold calculation of the job. Lyra isn't corporate property like me. She's a freelance data analyst, one of the best. We met on opposite sides of an extraction 3 years back. She was protecting the data. I was stealing it. We both got what we wanted that night, and we've been inseparable since. When? She asks. 48 hours. Target's being moved to a safe house in the Shinjuku sector. 6-man security detail, all augmented. Building has hardened defenses, neural scramblers, the works. She sips her own coffee, considering. You'll need support on this one. Already arranged. Chen is running Overwatch. Kido is handling the electronic warfare suite. Good team. She looks at me with those dark eyes that see past the armor I wear for everyone else. Be careful. AstroTech is pushing you harder lately. More contracts, higher risk profiles. That's because I'm the best they have. That's what worries me. Tools that work too well get used until they break. I pull her close, breathing in the scent of her hair. Real jasmine oil. Another one of her anachronisms. I'm not gonna break. Everyone breaks eventually, Zyl. Even you. I don't answer that. We both know the truth of this world. You survive as long as you're useful, and then you become a liability. I've made myself too valuable to discard. Also, I tell myself. My neural implant chimes. Incoming priority message from AstroTech command. I flag it for later and focus on the moment. These quiet times with Lyra are the only thing keeping me human. Everything else is just the job. 48 hours later, I'm 3 blocks from the target location, moving through the rain-slicked streets of Shinjuku sector. The neon reflects off puddles like spilled paint, blues and pinks and toxic greens. My combat skin is active, a second layer under my clothes that regulates temperature, stops small caliber rounds, and feeds tactical data directly into my visual cortex. Jen's voice comes through my neural link, clean and professional. Overwatch in position. I have eyes on the safe house. 6 hostiles confirmed, standard corporate security loadout. 2 on the roof, 2 at the main entrance, 2 mobile patrols interior. Electronic defenses? I ask, my lips barely moving. The implant picks up subvocalization, turning thought into communication. Keto answers from somewhere in the digital ether. Neural scramblers are active, but I've mapped the frequencies. I can give you a 30-second window when you're ready. After that, they'll know someone's tampering and lock down hard. 30 seconds is enough. I move closer, just another pedestrian in the crowd. My clothing is smart fabric, currently configured to look like standard corporate casual. Grey jacket, black shirt, no memorable features. At this time of night, the sector is transitioning from business to pleasure. Salary workers heading to the bars and stim parlors, looking to forget the daily grind. I blend seamlessly. The safe house is an older building, pre-expansion era. 20 stories of reinforced concrete and ballistic glass. The kind of place that was built to withstand orbital strikes back when those were common. Now, it's just another anonymous structure in a city of millions. I access the maintenance tunnel 2 blocks away, dropping through a service hatch that Lyra mapped out for me last night. The tunnels beneath Neo-Tokyo are a city unto themselves. Old infrastructure, forgotten passages, the bones of earlier iterations of urban planning. Down here, the neon glow is replaced by flickering work lights and the steady drip of condensation. I move fast, counting steps, checking corners. My augmented reflexes put me at the edge of human capability. In my youth, when I was still Koban's edge, still making a name, those augments made me untouchable. Now I know better. Technology equalizes. Give a mediocre operative top-tier augments and they become dangerous. Give an elite operative the same augments and the only advantage left is skill. I've spent 15 years honing that skill. Every weapon system, every combat discipline, every dirty trick and tactical doctrine ever developed. I've mastered them all because I had to. Because staying still in this world means death, and I'm not ready to die. The tunnel opens into the building's sub-basement. Keto's done his job. The biometric lock is cycling through dummy credentials, buying me access. I slip through and start climbing the service stairs. 20 floors, target on 18. My heartbeat is steady, controlled. This is what I'm good at. Chen's voice, 2 minutes until patrol shift change, window opening. I pick up the pace, taking stairs 3 at a time. My muscles burn, but the combat skin floods me with optimized oxygen delivery and fatigue suppressants. I'll pay for it later with tremors and exhaustion, but later isn't now. 18th floor. I pause at the service door, letting my implant scan for thermal signatures through the wall. 2 guards in the hallway, both standing at alert positions, flanking the target's room. Standard defensive posture. They're expecting trouble from the front entrance, not from inside their own security perimeter. Window open, Keto says. Go. I move. The door opens silently. Keto's override, and I'm in the hallway before either guard can process what's happening. The first one goes down with a nerve strike to the brainstem, precise and non-lethal. He'll wake up in an hour with a headache and no memory of the last 5 minutes. The second guard is faster, already reaching for his sidearm, but I'm inside his reach before he can draw. Elbow to the throat, knee to the solar plexus, another nerve strike. He drops. 10 seconds elapsed. I'm at the target's door. The room beyond is locked with a cipher seal, military grade. It would take Keto 5 minutes to crack it properly. I don't have 5 minutes. I plan a shaped charge, miniaturized, focused, then step back. The explosion is barely louder than a cough, but it turns the lock mechanism into slag. I kick the door open and enter fast, weapon up. The target is exactly where intelligence said he'd be. Middle-aged, soft around the edges, wearing an expensive suit that can't hide his fear. His name is Tanaka Hiroshi, and he's been stealing corporate secrets for the better part of 2 years. Now his luck has run out. "Don't move," I tell him. My voice is flat, professional. "You're coming with me. Resist and I'll carry your corpse. Cooperate and you live. Choose now." He chooses cooperation. They usually do. Chen's voice interrupts. "Alert. You've got company. The other 4 guards are converging on your position. Roof team is descending. Ground team is coming up. 30 seconds. I grab Tanaka by the collar and pull him toward the window. "How do you feel about heights?" His eyes go wide. "You can't be serious." 20 seconds. I fire a grapple line through the ballistic glass, which shatters into a million pieces. The line catches on the building across the street, 100 meters away and 40 floors up. I clip Tanaka to my harness and step out into empty air. We swing across the gap as gunfire erupts from the window behind us. Rounds zip past, some hitting the line, but it's reinforced polymer, rated for 10 times my weight. We arc through the neon-lit darkness, the city spinning below us, and I let myself enjoy the rush for half a second. Then we hit the opposite building, hard. I absorb the impact with bent knees and pull us into an open window, another of Lyra's mapped entry points. We're in an abandoned office space, dust thick in the air, furniture covered in sheets. "Extraction point Alpha," I tell Chen. 5 minutes. "Copy. Getting the transport ready." I pull Tanaka through the building, down a different set of service stairs, out into a loading bay where Chen is waiting with a corporate transport. We're gone before AstroTech security can even organize a pursuit. The job is clean, professional, everything I've built my reputation on. Back at the handoff point, I transfer Tanaka to the client's representatives. They're Yamada Consortium operatives, clean-cut and efficient. They don't ask questions, just verify the target's identity and transfer the payment to my account. 2 million credits. Not bad for a night's work's identity, and transfer the payment to my account. 2 million credits. Not bad for a night's work. Chen and Kito get their cuts. I take mine and head home. Lyra is waiting when I arrive. She's running data streams across 3 holographic displays, her fingers dancing through information only she can see. When she notices me, she kills the displays with a gesture. Successful? Always. I strip off my jacket and let the combat skin deactivate. My muscles immediately protest, cramping from the chemical cocktail wearing off. She guides me to the couch and starts working on my shoulders, knowing exactly where the tension pulls. "You're pushing yourself too hard." "I'm fine." "You're lying." Her hands are strong, skilled. I can see it in your bio readings. Your recovery time is getting longer. The augments are wearing you down. That's the job. The job is going to kill you if you're not careful. I close my eyes and let her work the knots out of my back. She's right, of course. Every combat cocktail damages the body a little. Every mission adds stress fractures to the system. I'm 34 years old, and some days I feel twice that. But what's the alternative? This is who I am. This is what I'm good at. My neural implant chimes again. Another priority message from AstroTech Command. This time, I can't ignore it. I flag the message and open it in my visual overlay. The content is brief. New contract. High priority. Titan project target. Details to follow. Something about the message makes my skin crawl. Titan project. I've heard rumors about that designation. Black Ops work, the kind that doesn't officially exist. The kind that crosses lines even corporations pretend to respect. "What is it?" Lyra asks, reading my tension. "New contract. Big one." She stops massaging and comes around to look at me. "You don't sound happy about it." I'm not sure yet. The details come through. Target designation, Blackwood Station. Objective, data retrieval and facility neutralization. Threat assessment. Extreme. Compensation, 10 million credits. 10 million. That's retirement money. That's walk away and never look back money. That's also the kind of money they pay when they expect you not to walk away at all. I don't like this, Lyra says, reading the data over my shoulder. Titan project contracts have a reputation. People who take them don't always come back. People who turn them down don't always stay employed. Then maybe it's time to stop being employed. I look at her, really look at her. She's serious. She's been thinking about this, probably for months. The idea hangs in the air between us, tempting and terrifying in equal measure. We could do it, she continues. Take what we've saved, disappear into the outer sectors. Find a colony station where corporate reach is limited. Start over. It's a beautiful dream. For about 5 seconds, I let myself believe it's possible. Then reality crashes back in. They'd find us. AstroTech doesn't let assets just walk away. You know that. Then what? You keep taking contracts until one finally kills you? Until I'm identifying your body in some corporate morgue? I take this contract. I do it right. I collect 10 million credits and then I have leverage. Enough money to make myself more valuable alive than dead. Then we talk about walking away. She doesn't believe me. I can see it in her eyes. But she doesn't argue further. She knows me well enough to know when my mind is made up. When do you leave? 72 hours. I need to review the briefing materials and assemble a team. Take Chen and Kito. They're solid. I will. She kisses me then, hard and desperate, like she's trying to memorize the taste of me. When we break apart, she says, "Promise me you'll come back." I promise. It's a lie, and we both know it. In this business, you don't make promises you can't keep, but sometimes the lie is all you have to hold on to. The next 72 hours are a blur of preparation. I review the Titan project briefing materials 3 times, memorizing every detail. Blackwood Station is a remote research facility in the industrial wastes north of the city. Official records list it as decommissioned. Actual status: active black site conducting classified research. The data I'm supposed to retrieve relates to something called Project Lazarus. The briefing is vague on specifics, just emphasizes that the data cannot fall into competitor hands and the facility must be sanitized after extraction. Sanitize. Corporate speak for burn to the ground with everyone inside. I try not to think about the ethics of it. I've crossed enough moral lines that one more shouldn't matter, but something about this contract feels different. Wrong. I assemble the team. Chen and Kito agree immediately. 10 million split 3 ways is still enough to change your life. We add 2 more, Reeves, a demolitions expert who can crack anything, and Nakamura, a close quarters specialist with a reputation for brutal efficiency. 5 operators for a facility neutralization. It should be overkill. Should be. The night before we deploy, I spend my last evening with Lyra. We don't talk about the contract. We don't talk about the future. We just exist together in the moment, 2 people pretending the world outside doesn't exist. In the morning, she walks me to the door. Come back to me, Zyl Koban. I will. I promise. This time, I mean it. Blackwood Station sits in a dead zone, kilometers from the nearest settlement. The industrial wastes are exactly that. Toxic soil, poisoned water, air thick with chemical particulates. Nothing lives out here except the desperate and the forgotten. We approach in a stealth transport, flying map of the Earth to avoid detection. The station itself is a low, brutalist structure of reinforced concrete and steel. No windows, minimal external features. It looks more like a bunker than a research facility. Sensor readings? I ask Tito. Active jamming across all frequencies. Whatever they're doing in there, they don't want anyone listening. I'm picking up thermal signatures, but can't get a count. At least 20 personnel inside, possibly more. Security assessment? Military grade. Automated defenses, reinforced entry points, internal bulkheads. This isn't a research station. This is a fortress. Chen adds his perspective from the tactical seat. Approach vectors are limited. Front entrance is a kill zone. Service entrance on the north side is our best bet, but it'll be defended. Then we make our own entrance, Reeves says with a grin. He's already prepping his demolition charges, the kind that eat through reinforced concrete like paper. We set down 2 clicks out and approach on foot. The wasteland is eerily quiet, just the whistle of toxic wind across dead earth. My combat skin filters the worst of the chemicals, but I can still taste metal in the air. As we get closer, my instinct starts screaming. Something is wrong. The facility is too quiet, no external patrols, no visible security presence. For a black site conducting classified research, it's practically undefended. Hold, I signal. The team freezes. I'm about to call for a reconnaissance pass when the ground beneath us explodes. Not literally, it's a sensory trap, a neural disruptor tuned to military-grade implants. Every augment in my body screams in protest as feedback tears through my nervous system. Around me, the rest of the team is going down, clutching their heads, overwhelmed by the signal. I force myself to move through the pain. Years of discipline, training that predates the augments, carrying me forward. I can see the trap now. Buried emitters, cleverly concealed. We walked right into it. They were waiting for us. My vision clears just in time to see the facility doors open. Figures emerge, heavily armed, moving with the precision of trained soldiers. But these aren't corporate security. Their gear is wrong. Older patterns, military surplus. And their faces are covered with masks bearing a symbol I recognize from intelligence briefings. Resistance fighters. The same groups that have been attacking corporate facilities for years, the ones AstroTech has been systematically eliminating. We've been set up. The realization comes too late. Gunfire erupts around us. Chen goes down first, taking rounds to the chest. His armor holds, but he's out of the fight. Nakamura returns fire, her augmented reflexes allowing her to move through the neural disruption. She takes down 2 attackers before a sniper round catches her in the shoulder. Reeves is screaming something, but the neural disruptor is too loud. I can't hear him over the feedback. Tito is next to me, blood running from his nose. It's a trap. The contract, it was all a trap. I grab him and pull us both behind cover, a rusted industrial container that won't hold for long. My mind is racing, trying to process the situation. AstroTech sent us here. AstroTech gave us this contract, but the resistance was waiting. Which means someone at AstroTech told them we were coming. The pieces fall into place with horrifying clarity. We're not here to retrieve data. We're here to be eliminated. 5 of AstroTech's most skilled operators lured to a remote location and ambushed. Clean way to dispose of assets who've seen too much, know too much, cost too much to maintain. The Ripper, Viper, the Virus. All the names I've earned, all the reputation I've built, it doesn't matter. We're just tools, and tools get discarded when they're no longer useful. Lyra was right, everyone breaks eventually. We need to move, I shout to Quito. Get to the transport. But even as I say it, I see the explosion. Our stealth transport going up in a fireball, taking our escape route with it. We're trapped. The gunfire intensifies. Nakamura is down now, not moving. Reeves has made it to secondary cover, but he's pinned. Chen is crawling toward us, leaving a blood trail. I do a tactical assessment in seconds. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and the neural disruptor is degrading our combat effectiveness. In a straight fight, we're dead. So I don't fight straight. I pull a scrambler charge from my kit, designed to disrupt electronics, useless against the hardened military equipment around us. Except I'm not aiming for their equipment. I throw it at the buried emitters, creating the neural disruption. The charge detonates. The feedback spike is intense enough to make me black out for a second, but when I come back, the neural disruptor is offline. My augments reboot, flooding my system with combat cocktails and tactical data. Now I can fight. I move like the Viper they named before, fast, lethal, striking from unexpected angles. My weapon is an extension of my body, each shot placed with surgical precision. I take down 4 attackers in as many seconds, moving through their formation like smoke. Chen is back on his feet, weapon up, covering my flank. Reeves lays down, suppressing fire, giving us room to maneuver. Together, we push back the assault, turning the ambush into a firefight. But there are too many of them. For every one we drop, 2 more appear from the facility. They're not trying to capture us, they're trying to kill us. And they're succeeding. A round catches me in the leg. My armor takes most of it, but I feel something crack. I go down on one knee, still firing, but my mobility is compromised. Chen is beside me immediately. We need to fall back. Fall back where? They destroyed the transport. Then we die fighting. He's right. We don't have another option. But then something changes. The attackers start falling back, retreating into the facility. It doesn't make sense. They have us dead to rights. Why withdraw? The answer comes in the form of a new sound. Heavy rotors. Military grade. I look up and see 3 attack gunships cresting the horizon. AstroTech insignia clear on their hulls. Relief floods through me. Reinforcements. We're saved. Then the gunships open fire. Not on the resistance fighters. On us. The world explodes into chaos. Missiles impact around our position, tearing apart the wasteland. Heavy caliber rounds chew through our cover. The gunships are systematic, methodical, making sure nothing survives. I grab Chen and drag him toward a drainage culvert. Move! Move! We scramble into the culvert as the world burns above us. Reeves doesn't make it. I see him disappear in a fireball, gone before he can even scream. Keto is behind us, clutching a wound in his side, still running on adrenaline and fear. The culvert provides temporary shelter, but it won't last. The gunships have thermal imaging. They'll find us in minutes. What do we do? Keto gasps. He's losing blood fast. I don't have an answer. We're beaten. Betrayed by our own corporation, hunted by the resistance, and now being systematically eliminated by AstroTech's own military assets. This is how it ends. Not in a blaze of glory, not completing one last mission, just discarded like trash in a wasteland that will be our grave. Chen is checking his weapon. I've got 2 magazines left. Won't matter, I tell him. We can't fight gunships with small arms. So what? We just give up. I look at both of them. Chen, who's been my overwatch on dozens of contracts. Keto, who's pulled my digital fat out of the fire more times than I can count. Good operators, good people. They trusted me, and I led them into a death trap. We survive, I say, though I don't know how. We find a way out of this. And then we make them pay. It's bravado, empty words to keep morale up in our final moments. But I mean it. If I somehow survive this, AstroTech is going to learn what happens when you betray Koban. The gunships are getting closer. I can hear their targeting systems pinging, searching for thermal signatures. We have seconds, maybe less. Then Keto says there's a bunker entrance, underground facility. I'm picking up the signature through the building plans. If we can get inside, the concrete will shield us from their sensors. Where? 50 meters northeast, but we'd be running right toward the resistance fighters. Jen and I lock eyes. We're thinking the same thing. It's suicide. But staying here is certain death, so suicide is an improvement. On 3, I say, we run, we don't stop, we don't look back. 3, Chen says. 3, Keto echoes. We burst from the culvert and sprint toward the bunker entrance. The gunships spot us immediately. The world becomes sound and fury, explosions tracking our path. I'm running on a broken leg, but the combat cocktail makes me numb to everything except forward momentum. The bunker entrance is a rusted hatch set into the ground. We're 20 meters away. 10, 5. Chen goes down. I see it happen. A round catches him in the back, punches through his armor, exits through his chest. He's dead before he hits the ground. I don't stop. Can't stop. Keto is beside me, both of us running on nothing but will and chemical enhancement. We hit the hatch together. It's locked, but Keto overrides it in 2 seconds. His specialty, his gift, his reason for being on this team. We drop through as missile fire impacts where we were standing. The hatch slams closed above us, and we're falling into darkness. We hit bottom hard. I feel something else break, maybe a rib. Keto lands beside me with a wet sound that means internal bleeding. We're in some kind of access tunnel, old and forgotten. Emergency lighting flickers, barely functional. The walls are covered in cables and pipes, pre-war infrastructure that hasn't been maintained in decades. Above us, I can hear the gunship circling, searching for confirmation of kills. They won't find it. Not yet. Keto is coughing blood. His wound is worse than I thought. That was stupid, he manages. We're trapped down here. He's right. We've traded one death for another, but at least this one buys us time. How long can you hold on? I ask him. Long enough to get you one last gift. He pulls out a data crystal, the kind used for deep storage. I pulled this from the facility network before the trap sprung. Project Lazarus, whatever they're doing here, it's all on this. I take the crystal. It's warm from his body heat, slick with his blood. Upload it, Keto says, to the resistance, to the press, to anyone who will listen. Make sure everyone knows what AstroTech did here. Stay with me, we'll get out of this together. No, he coughs again, more blood. You'll get out, I'm done. But you're Koban, you're the Ripper, the Viper, the virus. You survive, that's what you do. Keto, promise me. Promise you'll make them pay. I grip his hand. I promise. He smiles, blood on his teeth. Good. Now go, before they seal this level. I don't want to leave him. But he's right. Staying means we both die for nothing. I start moving deeper into the tunnel, using the walls for support on my broken leg. Behind me, Keto's breathing becomes labored, then stops. I'm alone in the dark, hunted by my former employers, carrying secrets that will either save me or ensure my death. This is how Zyl Koban falls. But this is also how something else begins. I keep moving through the tunnels, following faint air currents that might lead to another exit. My augments are starting to fail, the combat cocktail wearing off, leaving me with nothing but pain and determination. Hours pass, or maybe minutes. Time loses meaning in the dark. Eventually, I find a service ladder leading up. I climb it one-handed, my broken leg dragging behind me. The hatch at the top is sealed but old, and I manage to force it open with a pry bar scavenged from the tunnel. I emerge into another wasteland area, kilometers from Blackwood Station. The gunships are gone. The facility is a smoking ruin in the distance. AstroTech has sanitized the site just like they planned, only we were supposed to be part of the debris field. I start walking. No destination, no plan, just motion, because stopping means death. Sometime after dawn, I collapse. The data crystal is clutched in my fist, my last connection to the team that died for AstroTech's secrets. I think about Lyra, waiting for me in our apartment. She'll wait for days before accepting I'm not coming back. She'll mourn, then she'll disappear because she's smart enough to know that association with me will make her a target. I hope she makes it. I hope she gets out, finds that colony station, lives the life we talked about. I won't see her again. I know that with certainty. The moment AstroTech betrayed me, my old life ended. My vision is fading. Blood loss, injuries, system shock. I should be dead already. Maybe I am, and just haven't accepted it yet. I think about all the names I've been called. Koban's Edge, the Ripper, Viper, the Virus, Koban. Names are just noise, but they're all I have left. I close my eyes and wait for the end. It doesn't come. Instead, I hear footsteps, voices. Someone is lifting me, carrying me. I try to fight, but I have nothing left. Easy, a woman's voice says. You're safe. We've got you. Safe. What a strange word. I try to ask who they are, where they're taking me, but consciousness is slipping away. My last thought before the dark takes me is a promise. To Chen, to Quito, to Reeves, to Nakamura, to myself. I will survive this. And then I will make them pay. Episode 2. The Titan Betrayal. The Titan mission starts going wrong the moment I breach the penthouse. I'm 200 floors above Neo-Tokyo, standing in a room that costs more than most people earn in a lifetime. The view through the reinforced glass is spectacular. The entire city spread out like a circuit board, pulsing with neon life. But I'm not here for the view. I'm here for the Oyabun. The target sits across from me at a low table, calm as still water. He's old, maybe 70, but augmented age is meaningless. Beneath that wrinkled skin could be decades of combat experience and military-grade hardware. His name is Takeshi Yamamoto, and he's the last surviving leader of the Yakuza's old guard. More importantly, he's carrying something in his head that AstroTech wants. A black neural chip. Prototype technology. Illegal, dangerous, and worth more than a small nation's GDP. The briefing was clear. Extract the chip, terminate the target, sanitize the location. Standard Titan-level contract, the kind they only give to operators like me, 10 million credits, retirement money. Except the Oyabun is smiling, and that's never a good sign. Koban, he says, his voice like gravel and smoke. AstroTech's finest. I've been expecting you. I don't waste time on conversations. My weapon is already up, targeting reticule painting his forehead. The chip. Where is it? In my head, of course. Where else would one keep such a treasure? He sips tea from a ceramic cup, movements precise and deliberate. But you already knew that. Your employer was quite specific in their instructions, I'm sure. Something in his tone makes my combat instincts flare. This is wrong. The intelligence said he'd be alone, lightly guarded. But the way he's sitting, the confidence in his posture, he's not afraid. He's ready. Last chance, I tell him. Cooperate, and this goes quick. Resist, and... He moves. 1 second he's sitting, the next he's across the room, faster than my augmented reflexes can fully track. The teacup shatters against the wall where my head was. I'm already rolling, firing, but he's not there anymore. The Oyabun is old school augmented, pre-corporate standardization. His hardware is ancient, crude by modern standards, but it's been refined by decades of use. He doesn't just have enhanced reflexes, he's learned to use them like an artist uses a brush. We exchange blows in a blur of motion. I'm faster, younger, equipped with the latest AstroTech augmentation, but he's skilled, really skilled. Every move I make, he's already counted in his mind. Every opening I create, he's already closed. My fist connects with his ribs, reinforced, barely feel it. His elbow catches my jaw, snapping my head back. I taste blood. Real blood, not the synthetic replacer fluid from minor augment damage. We separate, circling. The penthouse is trashed around us, furniture destroyed, walls cratered. The fight has lasted maybe 30 seconds. It feels like hours. "You're good," the Oyabun says. "Better than the last 3 they sent. But you're still just a tool, a weapon pointed by men who fear what I carry." "The chip," I say, spitting blood. "What is it?" "Consciousness, memory, the death of corporate control." He smiles, showing bloody teeth. "They told you it was a data storage device, yes? Prototype neural architecture?" Actually, they'd been vague on specifics. Just emphasized retrieval priority and target termination. I'd assumed it was industrial espionage, stolen research, the usual corporate warfare. But the way he's talking about it, consciousness, memory, that's something else entirely. "It doesn't matter what it is," I tell him. "I have a contract." "Yes, a contract that will kill you." He moves again, faster this time, and suddenly there's a blade in his hand. Monomolecular edge, the kind that cuts through augmented armor like tissue paper. The blade comes at my throat. I deflect with my forearm, feel it bite through my combat skin, into the reinforced dermis beneath. Pain lights up my neural network, but I push through it, driving my knee into his solar plexus. He takes the hit and gives back worse. The blade reverses, slashing across my ribs. My armor holds, but barely. We're too close now for weapons, just brutal close quarters combat, the kind where milliseconds determine who lives and dies. I get my hand on his wrist, the one holding the blade. He gets his hand on my throat, augmented fingers crushing my windpipe. We're locked together, both of us straining against enhanced musculature and will. "They'll betray you," he chokes out. "The moment you take this chip, you're marked for death. That's why they sent you alone, no witnesses." The words hit harder than his fists. Sent alone. Usually Titan missions are team operations. Multiple operators for maximum redundancy. But this one was just me. Solo infiltration, solo extraction, solo termination. No witnesses. My vision is starting to tunnel from lack of oxygen. I have maybe 10 seconds before I black out. I do the only thing I can. I release his wrist and drive my thumb into his eye socket, augmented strength crushing through to the neural hardware beneath. He screams and releases my throat. I drop back, gasping, and put 3 rounds through his chest. Center mass, professional grouping. He goes down hard. I stand over him, breathing ragged, ribs screaming. The fight took everything I had. Against an inferior opponent, I'd have ended it in seconds. Against the Oyabun, I barely survived. He's still alive, augments keeping him conscious despite catastrophic damage. Blood pools beneath him, too much blood. He has minutes at most. "The chip," I say. "How do I extract it?" He laughs, wet and broken. "You don't. It's integrated, fused to my neural architecture. The only way to get it is to take it while I still live, let it transfer to a new host." "Transfer how?" Physical contact. Skin to neural port. It will migrate, seeking viable hardware. He coughs blood. And then you'll understand. You'll know why they want you dead. This is wrong. The entire briefing was wrong. They told me surgical extraction, post-mortem retrieval, nothing about life transfer, nothing about integration. But my orders are clear. Retrieve the chip, by any means necessary. I kneel beside the dying Oyabun and open my neural port, the socket at the base of my skull where technicians install updates and patches. I've never used it for anything but authorized AstroTech hardware. Last mistake, the Oyabun whispers. But you'll die knowing the truth. That's more than most of them get. I press my palm against his neural port. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the chip moves. I feel it like ice water in my veins, something foreign and hungry sliding through the connection, burrowing into my hardware. My augments scream warnings, trying to reject the intrusion, but it's too fast, too aggressive. It wraps around my neural architecture like a parasite, digging deep, making itself at home. And then I feel it. Not the chip, the memories, his memories. A lifetime of experience floods through me in seconds. I see corporate purges, Yakuza wars, the old world dying to make room for the new. I see the chip's creation, not by corporations, but by rebels, anarchists, people who wanted to preserve consciousness outside corporate control. I see the truth. The chip isn't just data storage, it's a consciousness archive. Every person who's carried it has left their mark, their memories, their skills. It's a living history of resistance against corporate control, passed from host to host, accumulating knowledge and capability. And AstroTech wants it destroyed, not retrieved, destroyed, along with anyone who's touched it. The Oyabun's eyes are dimming. Now you understand, he breathes. You're one of us now, the carrier, the keeper, and they will hunt you until... His vitals flatline, the transfer is complete. I pull away, gasping. My head is splitting, the chip settling into my neural architecture, making connections, establishing itself. It's not painful exactly, it's invasive, like having someone else's thoughts pressed against your own. I stand, unsteady. The mission is complete. I have the chip, but the Oyabun's warning echoes in my head. Marked for death. My neural implant chimes. Incoming message from AstroTech command. I flag it to read, and my blood goes cold. It's a termination order for me. Effective immediately. Koban class asset compromised. Eliminate with extreme prejudice. Secondary objective. Sterilize known associates and contacts. Secondary objective. Known associates. Lyra. I'm running before conscious thought catches up. The penthouse has a balcony, 200 floors of empty air between me and the ground. I don't hesitate. I jump. Free fall in Neo-Tokyo is a special kind of meditation. The city rushes up at you, neon and chrome and glass, beautiful and deadly. I've done combat drops before, trust my augments to handle the landing, but this time my mind is elsewhere. Secondary objective. Sterilize known associates. They're going to kill Lyra. I deploy my grapple at the last possible second, the line catching and swinging me into a controlled impact with a building 70 floors down. I crash through a window, roll through an empty office space, and I'm running again. My neural link to Lyra is still active. We keep a shared feed when I'm on contract. She monitors my vitals, I check in when possible. It's how we stay connected when I'm in the field. I activate the link now, desperate to warn her. Lyra, get out of the apartment. They're coming for you. Static. Then her voice, confused, still half asleep. Zyl? What's wrong? It's 3 in the morning. Listen to me. AstroTech has marked me for termination. They'll come for you next. You need to run. Now. I hear her moving. The rustle of sheets. Footsteps across our apartment floor. Marked. Why would... The sound of our door being breached cuts her off. Not kicked in. Professional entry, shaped charges, the kind corporate security uses for high-value raids. Zyl, her voice is sharp with fear now. I hear weapons charging, orders being shouted. Run! I'm screaming into the link, tearing through the building, trying to get to street level, knowing I'm too far away, too slow. Lyra, run! I can't. They're everywhere. The hallway, the fire escape, Zyl, they're in the apartment. Gunfire. Short, controlled bursts. Professional, efficient. Lyra's scream cuts through the neural link like a blade, high and sharp, and then suddenly choked off. Lyra, I'm on the street now, commandeering a transport, overriding its safety protocols, pushing it to maximum velocity. The city blurs around me. Lyra, talk to me. Her voice comes back, broken, gasping. They shot me. Zyl, I'm bleeding. Hold on. I'm coming. Just hold on. Can't. Too much. I can feel her vitals through the link. Heart rate elevated, blood pressure dropping, catastrophic trauma. She needs medical attention immediately. She needs things I can't give her from 50 blocks away. Stay with me, I beg. The transport is weaving through traffic at suicidal speeds. Other vehicles blur past. Traffic control AI is screaming warnings. I ignore everything except her voice. Lyra, stay with me. I'm scared. Her voice is so small now. The strong, confident woman who kept me grounded is fading, being replaced by something fragile and dying. Zyl, I'm so scared. I know. I'm almost there. It's a lie. I'm still 30 blocks away. At this speed, 5 minutes minimum. She doesn't have 5 minutes. Tell me about... She coughs, wet and painful. Tell me about the colony station, the one we were going to. Outer Rim, I say, voice breaking. Low corporate presence. We were going to buy a place with a real view. Not a city. Stars. Stars? She echoes. That sounds nice. 20 blocks away, her heart rate is erratic now, struggling. You were going to grow real plants, I continue, desperate to keep her conscious, keep her talking. Said you wanted a garden, something living. Jasmine, she breathes. I was gonna grow jasmine. 15 blocks. Traffic is getting denser. I push the transport onto a pedestrian level, scattering people, not caring, just moving. Lyra, hold on, please. It doesn't hurt anymore. Her voice is distant now, dreamy. That's good, right? If it doesn't hurt? 10 blocks. I can see our building in the distance, a tower of glass and steel like 1,000 others. Stay awake. Lyra, you have to stay awake. I'm tired, Zyl. I know, but stay with me, just a little longer. 5 blocks. Her heart rate is dropping below sustainable levels. The medical readout in my visual overlay is painting her vitals in red. Critical. Terminal. Zyl? Her voice is barely a whisper now. I'm here. I'm right here. I love you. 3 blocks. I love you too, so much. 2 blocks. The stars sound nice. 1 block. Her vitals flatline. The neural link goes silent. I feel the exact moment she dies. Feel it like a piece of my own soul being torn away. The transport crashes into something, I don't know what, don't care. I'm stumbling through the wreckage, sprinting toward our building, taking the stairs because elevators are too slow. 140 floors. My augments pump chemical enhancers into my system. Let me push past human limitations. I take the stairs 6 at a time, a blur of motion and desperation. I know she's gone. The neural link doesn't lie. But maybe they're wrong. Maybe the readings are corrupted. Maybe she's still alive, still breathing, still waiting for me. Maybe. I hit our floor running. The door is open, hanging on broken hinges. The apartment beyond is a crime scene. Blood on the walls, furniture overturned, signs of a brief, brutal fight. She fought them. Of course she did. Lyra wasn't a soldier, but she wasn't helpless either. She would have fought for every second. I find her in the bedroom. They put 6 rounds in her, center mass, professional grouping, same way I was trained, same way I've killed hundreds of targets, clinical, efficient, no suffering, just rapid shutdown of vital systems. She's lying on her back, eyes open, staring at nothing. There's blood, so much blood, soaking into the sheets we shared just hours ago. I drop to my knees beside her. My hands hover over her body, wanting to touch her, hold her, but knowing it won't help, won't change anything. She's gone. I'm sorry, I whisper. Lyra, I'm so sorry. My neural implant chimes. Another message. I ignore it. It chimes again, insistent. Threat warnings. Active hostile presence detected. The corporate security team is still in the building. They're coming back to confirm the kill, to find me. I should run, should disappear into the city while I still can, but I can't move, can't look away from Lyra's empty eyes. The chip in my head stirs. I feel it clearly now, no longer just foreign hardware, but something active, aware. It's processing the grief, the rage, the overwhelming need for violence, and it's feeding on it. Hungry. The Audiobook's word comes back to me. The chip is hungry. And so am I. I stand. My weapon is in my hand. I don't remember drawing it. The security team is coming up the stairs, 4 floors below. I can hear them through the building structure. Boots on concrete, professional spacing. They killed Lyra. They killed the only good thing in my life. I walk to the stairwell and wait. The first one through the door dies before he realizes I'm there. Headshot, suppressed, silent. The second one is faster, already raising his weapon, but I'm inside his guard, breaking his arm, taking his gun, putting 3 rounds through his partner. The rest of the team reacts with professional efficiency. They're corporate security, well-trained, well-equipped. Under normal circumstances, they'd be a significant threat. These aren't normal circumstances. I move through them like the Ripper they named me. The virus. The Viper. Every name I've earned, every reputation I've built, all of it focused into pure violence. They're wearing armor, carrying military-grade weapons, augmented to corporate standard. It doesn't matter. I know where armor is weakest. Know how to turn their own augments against them. Know how to kill efficiently, brutally, finally. The stairwell becomes an abattoir. When it's done, 6 bodies lie cooling in spreading pools of blood. I'm covered in it, my combat skin slick and dark. The chip pulses with satisfaction. It fed on the violence, grew stronger from it. I can feel it settling deeper into my neural architecture, making connections, establishing itself. This is what it wants, what it needs. Violence and death and the thrill of the hunt. And God help me, I want it too. My neural implant is screaming warnings now. more security teams converging. AstroTech has labeled me a rogue asset. Every corporate enforcer in the city will be hunting me. I take one last look at our apartment, at Lyra's body lying in the bedroom. I want to bury her, give her something dignified, but there's no time. They're coming. I run. The Undercity swallows me within minutes. Below the neon towers, beneath the corporate levels, there's another world. The forgotten city, built on the bones of old Tokyo, where people live outside the neural web's reach. It's lawless, dangerous, exactly where someone like me needs to disappear. But even as I descend into the dark, I know I can't stop there. AstroTech isn't just hunting me, they're sterilizing my known associates, everyone I've worked with, everyone I've trusted. Chen. The thought hits me like a physical blow. Chen was my overwatch on dozens of missions. If they kill Lyra, they'll kill him too. I activate my neural link, trying to reach him. Static. Interference. Then a connection. Weak, but present. Chen, are you there? His voice comes back, tense. Koban? What the hell is going on? I've got corporate security pinging my location. They're saying you've gone rogue. It's a purge. They killed Lyra. They're coming for everyone I know. Silence. Then, where are you? Undercity, Sector 7. Chen, you need to run. Get out of your apartment, get off the grid. Already moving. I hear sounds of rapid packing, doors closing. Chen is a professional. He knows how to disappear. What did you do, Koban? What happened? The Titan mission. The chip. It was all a setup. I'm moving through maintenance tunnels now, following routes that exist only in Forgotten City records. They wanted the chip destroyed, and anyone who touched it dead. The chip? What? His voice cuts off. Then, oh God, Koban, they're here. They're breaching my... Gunfire, screaming, the connection degrades, filled with static and the sounds of violence. Chen? I'm shouting into empty air. Chen, respond. Nothing. Just dead air, and the weight of another life added to my guilt. I slumped against a tunnel wall, breathing hard. Not from exertion, from the crushing reality of what I've lost in the last 2 hours. Lyra is dead. Chen is probably dead. Everyone I've worked with, trusted, cared about, they're all targets now. AstroTech is systematically eliminating every connection I have, erasing me from existence. The chip pulses in my head. Not hungry now. Satisfied. Almost content. It fed on the violence in the stairwell. It's stronger now, more integrated. And I can feel something else. Memories that aren't mine. The Oyabun's final moments. His knowledge of the chip, its history, its purpose. It's a weapon, not just a data storage device. A weapon designed to preserve consciousness, to pass skills and knowledge from host to host. Every person who's carried it has contributed their experience, their expertise. Generations of resistance fighters, soldiers, rebels, all of them living on in digital form. And now I'm carrying all of them. The chip wants me to survive, needs me to survive, because if I die, all those preserved consciousnesses die with me. But survival means more than just hiding. It means fighting back. It means making AstroTech pay for what they've done. I push myself up and keep moving. The tunnels stretch on forever, a maze of forgotten infrastructure. I navigate by instinct in half-remembered maps, putting distance between myself and the corporate levels. Hours pass, or maybe days. Time loses meaning in the dark. Eventually, I find a place to rest. An old maintenance station, long abandoned, still powered by residual grid connection. I collapse in the corner and let my body start to recover from the chemical cocktails and combat damage. My neural implant chimes. another message. I'm almost afraid to read it, expecting another termination notice, another name of someone I've gotten killed. But it's not from AstroTech. It's from an unknown sender, encrypted with protocols I recognize as resistance codes. The message is brief. We know what you carry. We know what they did to you. If you want to survive, find a safe house at the following coordinates. Come alone. Come fast. They're burning everything you've touched. Coordinates follow. Deep Undercity, Sector 12. Far from corporate reach. It could be a trap. Probably is a trap. But I don't have anywhere else to go. I stand, check my weapons, and start moving toward the coordinates. As I walk through the darkness, I can feel the chip processing, thinking, preparing. It knows something I don't. Some secret, some purpose. And I'm going to find out what it is. Because Lyra is dead, Chen is probably dead. My old life is ashes. But I'm still alive, still dangerous. And AstroTech is going to learn what happens when you betray someone like me. They wanted to sterilize their assets, eliminate their mistakes, erase the evidence. Instead, they created something worse. A ghost with nothing to lose and a head full of ghosts who want revenge. The coordinates lead me deeper into the Undercity. Down here, the architecture is ancient, pre-expansion Tokyo, buildings that predate the corporate towers by centuries. They've been built over, buried, forgotten. But they still stand, home to those who reject the neural web, who live outside corporate control. The safe house is in an old subway station, converted into something livable. I approach carefully, weapon ready, expecting ambush. Instead, I find resistance fighters. A dozen of them, armed but not hostile. They watch me enter with wary respect. A woman steps forward, mid-30s, scarred face, military bearing, Zyl Koban, AstroTech's prized asset. Former asset, I correct. They tried to kill me. We know. We've been monitoring corporate channels. They've put out a priority termination order. 20 million credits for your head. She studies me with dark eyes. That chip you're carrying. We've been looking for it for years. It's not for sale. We don't want to buy it. We want to use it. She gestures to the others. Everyone here has lost someone to corporate purges. Family, friends, entire communities. We fight back however we can. And that chip, it's a weapon they fear. It's a parasite, I say. The chip pulses at the word, almost offended. It feeds on violence. Maybe. But it also preserves memory. Keeps the truth alive when they try to erase it. She extends a hand. My name is Kaori. If you want to survive, if you want to make them pay, work with us. I look at her hand, considering. 24 hours ago, I was an elite corporate operative. I had a life, partner, purpose. Now I'm a fugitive with nothing but rage and a parasite in my head. But maybe that's enough. I take a hand. Teach me how to fight them, how to hurt them. She smiles, fierce and dark. That we can do. The resistance takes me in, not out of mercy, not out of kindness, because I'm useful, because the chip I carry makes me a symbol, a weapon, a threat. Over the following months, I learn a new way to fight. Not clean corporate operations with defined objectives. Guerrilla warfare, hit and run, striking from the shadows and disappearing before they can respond. I teach them what I know, tactics, strategy, everything AstroTech trained me to do. They teach me how to survive outside the system, how to live as a ghost. And the chip learns with me, grows stronger, more integrated. Sometimes I can feel the Oyabun's presence, his memories bleeding through. He's teaching me too, in his way, the old skills, the forgotten arts, how to be more than just corporate property. Qian's voice haunts me. I replay his last moments every night, trying to convince myself there was something I could have done, some way to save him. But I know the truth. The moment I accepted the Titan mission, everyone I cared about was marked for death. It's how AstroTech operates. Clean breaks, no loose ends. They made me a loose end. 3 months after the Titan mission, I lead my first resistance operation, a raid on an AstroTech data facility. We get in clean, extract intelligence, and vanish before security can respond. The data we steal reveals the scope of their purge. Not just me and my associates, dozens of operatives terminated or disappeared, years of corporate soldiers discarded when they became inconvenient. I'm not special, I'm just another tool they threw away. But I'm the one who survived. 6 months in, I've become something else. Not Koban anymore, not the Ripper or the Viper. Just another resistance fighter trying to survive, trying to matter. The chip has fully integrated now. I can access the preserved memories almost at will. The Oyabu's skills, his knowledge, even his personality, it's all there, waiting. Sometimes I don't know where I end and he begins. Lyra's face fades a little more each day. I try to hold on to her memory, but the chip wants me to let go, to focus on survival. Grief is inefficient, love is a liability. I fight against it, try to stay human, but it's getting harder. 7 months after the Titan mission, AstroTech finally tracks me down. Not through surveillance or informants, through Chen. He survived. Barely. They captured him during the initial purge, kept him alive for leverage, and when they finally found me, they used him as bait. The trap is simple, a message in his voice begging for rescue. Coordinates in corporate territory, obviously a trap. I go anyway. Because Chen was my friend, because I owe him, because the chip is hungry and I'm tired of running. The ambush is professional. Corporate security teams, well-equipped, waiting in perfect positions. They've learned from their failures. This time, they're not underestimating me. The fight is brutal. I take down 6 before they manage to hit me with a neural stunner, something designed specifically to shut down augmented systems. My body locks up, paralyzed, and I go down hard. They stand over me, weapons trained. Professional, efficient. Koban, one says, by order of AstroTech corporate security, you are hereby terminated. I expect bullets. Instead, there's a sharp pain at the base of my skull. An injection, something cold flooding my system. Cryopreservation agent, the security leader explains, we're not killing you, we're storing you, indefinitely. You and that chip in your head. The cold spreads through my body, my vision tunnels. Chen is there, in the corner, beaten and broken. He mouths something. Sorry. It's not his fault. None of this is his fault. The last thing I see before the darkness takes me is a technician approaching with equipment. Medical scanners, probes. They're going to study the chip while I'm frozen, learn its secrets. Then the cold consumes everything. I dream in cryosleep. Strange, fractured dreams. Memories that might be mine, or might be the chip's. Lyra's face, Chen's voice, the Oyabun's smile. And something else. A presence in the darkness. Waiting, growing stronger. The chip isn't just preserving consciousness. It's evolving, learning, adapting to its new host. When I wake, if I wake, I won't be the same person who went into the ice. I'll be something new, something dangerous. Something they're going to regret creating. But that's another story, another awakening. For now, in the frozen dark, Zyl Koban dreams of neon and blood and the faces of everyone he's lost. and the chip dreams with him, patient and hungry, waiting for the day it will feed again. Episode 3: Ghosts of Vega. 7 months in the underbelly teaches you things that corporate towers never could. Like how to sleep with one eye open, how to recognize the footsteps of hunters versus the shuffle of the desperate, how to swallow guilt like broken glass and keep moving because stopping means dying, and dying means they win. I'm living in a coffin apartment in Sector 9, the kind of place where the walls are thin enough to hear your neighbor's nightmares and nobody asks questions. The neon outside my window flickers in Morse code, red, blue, painting shadows that look like the ghosts I left behind. Lyra's scream is a loop in my head that never stops playing. Chen's body in the Purge footage, Kido, Reeves, Nakamura, the entire community of operators I once called family, systematically eliminated by the corporation that made us. I should be dead with them. Some nights, I wish I was. The black chip at the base of my skull pulses with something like hunger. It's been doing that more frequently, sending tendrils through my neural pathways, whispering in a language I don't quite understand. The AstroTech techs who implanted it during the Titan mission called it Project Lazarus. I call it the thing that marked me for death. I've tried to remove it, went to 3 different back alley surgeons in the first month. All of them took one look at the scans and refused. The chip has integrated too deeply, merged with my brainstem in ways that shouldn't be possible. Pull it out and I die. Leave it in and I'm carrying AstroTech's proprietary technology in my head, which means I'm a walking security risk they can't allow to exist. Catch-22, corporate style. My augments are starting to degrade without proper maintenance. The combat skin needs recalibration I can't afford. My neural link throws errors at random intervals. In another 6 months, I'll be baseline human, assuming I live that long. I'm surviving on black market contracts. Nothing too visible, nothing that might draw AstroTech's attention. Courier runs, data theft, the occasional protection job. The work pays enough for this coffin apartment and protein paste that tastes like regret. It's not living. It's just not dying. Tonight's job is simple. Pick up a package from a dead drop in the old factory district, deliver it to a client in Sector 7. No questions, no complications. The kind of work I can do half asleep, which is good because I haven't had a full night's rest since the Purge. The factory district is a graveyard of industrial ambition. 40 years ago, this was the manufacturing heart of Neo-Tokyo. Then, automation made workers obsolete, and the core moved production off-world. Now it's just rusted skeletons and squatter camps, a monument to obsolescence. I moved through the shadows like I was taught. Silent, efficient. The skills are still there, even if the hardware is failing. Muscle memory runs deeper than augments. The dead drop is in an old plastics factory, 3rd floor, behind a false panel. I retrieve the package, small, heavy, shielded against scanning, and tuck it into my jacket. Standard procedure. Don't look, don't ask, don't care. I'm halfway back to the stairs when I feel it. A prickle of awareness that comes from years of survival. Someone is watching. I freeze, extending my senses. My neural link is glitching, but my natural instincts are sharp. There, 2nd floor, east corner. Single target, trying to stay concealed, but not quite good enough. Could be a junkie looking for an easy mark. Could be corporate hunters who finally tracked me down. Either way, standing still gets you killed. I move toward the target instead of away. Counterintuitive, which is why it works. I take the maintenance ladder down, approach from an angle they won't expect, and come around with my weapon up and ready. The figure raises their hands. Easy, Koban. It's me. That voice. I know that voice. It's impossible, but I know it. Chen? He steps into the faint light from a broken window. Same face I watched die in the purge footage. Same tactical posture, same eyes that have seen too much and somehow keep seeing more. "You're dead," I say, weapon still up. "I saw the footage. You took 3 rounds to the chest." "You saw a clone take 3 rounds to the chest." He says it matter of fact, like faking your death is standard protocol. Corporate insurance policy. All elite operators had 1 on file. In case of catastrophic asset loss, the clone takes the fall and the real operator extracts. Then why didn't everyone... I stop. The answer is obvious. They purged the clone storage facility, hit it 6 hours after the community purge, destroyed every backup, every genetic sample, made sure no one could pull the trick twice. He lowers his hands slowly. I got lucky. My clone was already activated for a training exercise when the order came down. It bought me enough time to disappear. I lower my weapon, but don't holster it. 7 months of paranoia doesn't evaporate just because a dead friend shows up breathing. Why are you here? Because you're about to walk into a trap. That package you're carrying, it's tagged. Corporate hunters have been tracking it for 3 blocks. They're using you to find your client. I look down at the package. Sure enough, when I focus my glitching neural link, I can see the faint EM signature. Sloppy. I should have checked before I picked it up. The old me would have. How do you know this? Because I've been following you for 2 months, Koban, making sure you don't do something stupid and get yourself killed. Tonight, you almost succeeded. 2 months. He's been watching me for 2 months and I never noticed. Either he's gotten better or I've gotten worse. Probably both. The hunters are outside? 3 of them. New generation augments, probably hoping to make names for themselves by bringing in the infamous Ripper. He pulls out a data pad showing me thermal signatures surrounding the building. They're covering the main exits. They'll move in as soon as you try to leave. I study the positions. Standard containment formation, professional execution. Whoever trained them knew what they were doing. Might have been me in another life. "What's your play?" I ask. We go through the sub-level. There's an old maintenance tunnel that runs under the factory district. It'll put us out 3 blocks away, beyond their containment zone. And the package? Leave it. Your client was compromised from the start. This whole job was a setup to flush you out. I look at the package in my hand. 3,000 credits for delivery. Money I need to survive another month in this coffin existence. But Chen's right. Keeping it means dying in the next 10 minutes. I set it down carefully. Lead the way. We move through the factory in synchronized silence. The old rhythm is still there. 2 operators who've worked together enough times to communicate without words. Chen takes point. I watch our 6. We're a machine with worn parts, but still functional. The sublevel is flooded with about 6 inches of chemical runoff, toxic enough to burn if it touches skin. We wade through carefully, following Chen's mental map of the tunnel system. Behind us, I hear the hunters breaching the factory. They'll find the package and realize too late that we've already gone. Here, Chen stops at a junction and points to a ladder leading up. This comes out in Sector 8. From there, you're on your own. What about you? I'm going deeper. There are places in the Undercity where even AstroTech won't follow. I'll find a hole and pull it in after me. I grab his arm before he can leave. Why did you come back? You were safe, hidden. Why risk exposure for me? He looks at me with something like pity. Because you're the only other survivor, Koban. Everyone else from our community is dead or scattered. And because I've been watching you spiral for 7 months, taking stupid risks, acting like you want someone to put you down. Someone needed to tell you that's not how this ends. How does it end? However you decide. But not like this. Not as a broken asset taking suicide contracts in the underbelly. He pulls free from my grip. You were the best of us. The one they called when impossible was the baseline. Don't let them take that away by making you forget who you are. That person died with everyone else. No, that person is just buried, but he's still in there. Jen taps my chest, right over my heart. Find him again, and when you do, make them pay for what they took from us. He disappears into the darkness of the tunnel before I can respond. I watch the shadows swallow him, another ghost joining the collection in my head. Then I climb the ladder and emerge into Sector 8 alone. The next 2 weeks, I'm more careful. I check every job 3 times before taking it. I sweep for tags, for surveillance, for any hint of corporate interest. The paranoia that kept me alive in my AstroTech days comes back like a second skin. The careful doesn't pay rent. The safe jobs are rare and the pay is terrible. My credit balance drops daily. I'm 2 weeks from eviction when I get a message through an encrypted channel. The message is simple. Vega Station, Sublevel 3. Come alone, we can help. Vega Station is an abandoned transit hub in Sector 12. It shut down 15 years ago when the maglev system was upgraded, leaving behind a concrete corpse that now houses the forgotten and the criminal. Going there alone is asking to be robbed or killed. But I'm out of options. I arrive at midnight when the Undercity is at its most dangerous. Sublevel 3 is the platforms where trains used to run. Now it's just empty tracks and shadows. I'm not alone. I can sense them before I see them. At least a dozen people positioned strategically throughout the platform. Not an ambush. More like a defensive formation. Zyl Koban. The voice comes from the darkness ahead. A woman steps into the faint emergency lighting. She's maybe 30, Asian features, wearing the kind of hardened combat gear you only get from military surplus or corpse salvage. The Ripper. The Viper. The Virus. We've been looking for you. Congratulations, you found me. Who are you? Commander Yuki Tanaka. We're what's left of the Vega resistance cell. She gestures to the shadows, and the others step forward. A mix of faces, young and old, different backgrounds, all wearing the same expression of determination mixed with desperation. We lost most of our people in the corporate crackdowns 6 months ago. We're rebuilding. And you want what from me? Your expertise, your training, your skills. She takes a step closer. We've been fighting AstroTech and the other core for 3 years. We've won small victories, but we're not soldiers. We're activists, hackers, believers. What we need is someone who can teach us how to actually fight back. I'm not a teacher. No, you're a weapon, and we're asking you to point yourself at the people who destroyed your life and pull the trigger. It's a good pitch. She's done her research, knows exactly what buttons to push, but I've spent 7 months learning not to trust anything that sounds too good. What's in it for me? Purpose. She says it simply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. You're surviving in the underbelly, taking contracts that barely keep you alive, waiting for AstroTech to find you and finish the job. We're offering you a chance to fight back, to make them bleed for what they took from you. Revenge doesn't pay rent. No, but we do. She pulls out a credit chip and tosses it to me. I catch it, scan it with my glitching neural link. 50,000 credits. More than I'd make in 6 months of career runs. This is for the first month, Tanaka says. You train our people, teach them tactics, help us hit back at the core in ways that actually matter. We'll keep you fed, armed, and hidden, and when we finally bring AstroTech down, you'll be there to watch them burn. I look at the credit chip, then at the faces in the shadows. They're not soldiers. They're desperate people who've lost as much as I have, maybe more. They're betting everything on the chance that a broken AstroTech asset can teach them how to survive in a war they're losing. It's stupid. It's dangerous. It'll probably get us all killed. But Chen was right. I've been spiraling for 7 months, taking stupid risks because some part of me wants it to end. This isn't an ending. This is a purpose. What's your next target? I ask. Tanaka smiles like she knew I'd say yes. AstroTech supply depot in Sector 15. They're storing weapons and augment components for their security forces. We hit it, we arm ourselves, and cripple their local operations. Security? Automated defenses, minimal human presence. Should be straightforward. I almost laugh. Nothing is ever straightforward, but that's not the point. The point is doing something instead of slowly dissolving in the underbelly. Show me the intel. If it's solid, I'll plan the operation. If it's garbage, I walk. Fair enough. She gestures to her people. Welcome to the Vega Resistance, Koban. Try not to get us all killed. The intel is better than I expected. Someone on the inside, Tanaka won't say who, has provided detailed schematics of the depot, security rotation schedules, even access codes for the automated systems. It's the kind of information that would have taken me weeks to gather on my own. I spent 3 days planning the operation. The Vega people watched me work, seeing the transformation from broken fugitive to tactical operator. I map entry points, plan contingencies, identify choke points and kill zones. It's like putting on an old uniform. Uncomfortable at first, then familiar. You're different, Tanaka observes on the 3rd day. When you first arrived, you looked like you were already dead. Now I'm useful. I finish. That's all I ever was. A tool that works. No. Now you look like you have something to fight for. Maybe she's right. For the first time in 7 months, I'm not just surviving. I'm planning, acting. Moving forward instead of just running from the past. The black chip in my skull pulses with approval. It's been quiet lately, dormant, but now I can feel it stirring, like it's waking up in response to the promise of violence. I ignore it. The chip is a problem for another day. The raid happens on a moonless night, as much as you can have moonless in a city where the neon never dies. We're a team of 8, me, Tanaka, and 6 resistance fighters who've proven themselves competent if not professional. I've equipped them as best I can with the gear we could scavenge or buy on the black market. Nothing fancy, but functional. I'm not trying to make them into elite operators. I'm just trying to keep them alive long enough to complete the mission. We approach the depot from 3 directions. Textbook urban assault tactics. The automated defenses are exactly where the intel said they'd be, and I disable them with coded overrides that I shouldn't remember but do. Muscle memory runs deeper than conscious thought. The first level is storage. Crates of weapons, ammunition, medical supplies. Tanaka's people start loading what we can carry. I'm already moving to the 2nd level, following the tactical instincts that kept me alive through 100 missions. The 2nd level should be empty according to the intel. It's not. I freeze in the stairwell, Neuralink throwing warnings despite its errors. Heat signatures, at least 6, possibly more. Professional spacing, tactical positions. These aren't automated defenses. Contact. I sub-vocalize through the comm system. 2nd level is occupied. Armed personnel, unknown number. Tanaka's voice comes back tense. The intel said it would be clear. The intel was wrong. Or we were sold out. Either way, we need to extract now. But it's too late. Lights flood the 1st level. Alarms scream. I hear gunfire below. Tanaka's people engaging with security forces that shouldn't be here. It's an ambush, just like the factory. AstroTech knew we were coming. I should run. Every instinct I have says to extract, disappear into the Undercity, let the resistance die because it's not my fight. I've been betrayed before. I should know better than to trust. But I think about Chen's words, about the person I used to be, buried under 7 months of survival, about Lyra and the others who died because AstroTech decided they were too expensive to keep alive. I go down instead of up. The firefight on the first level is chaos. Tanaka's people are pinned behind crates, outgunned by AstroTech security forces in full combat gear. New generation operators, the ones who replace people like me, faster, stronger, with augments that haven't degraded. I assess the situation in 2 seconds. Standard suppression tactics. They're not trying to kill the resistance fighters. They're trying to capture them, probably for interrogation. Which means they don't know I'm here yet. I move along the perimeter, using the chaos as cover. My weapon is an old kinetic pistol, nothing special, but in my hands, it's enough. I take down the first security operator with a shot to the exposed joint between helmet and armor. He drops. The second operator turns toward the shot, trying to acquire me, but I'm already moving. 2 rounds to center mass. His armor holds, but the impact staggers him. I close the distance and put a 3rd round through his visor at point-blank range. The black chip surges with pleasure. I can feel it drinking in the violence, feeding on the adrenaline and fear. It wants more. I give it more. The fight becomes a blur. I move through the security forces like I'm reading a script I wrote years ago. Every weakness in their tactics, every opening in their formation, I exploit it with precision that shouldn't be possible with my degraded augments. This isn't hardware. This is pure skill, refined over 15 years of being the best at what I do. The Ripper, the Viper, the Virus. I remember who I was. Extraction, I shout to Tanaka. Now, leave the supplies. Her people don't argue. They grab what they can carry and move for the exits. They cover their retreat, putting down suppressing fire that keeps the remaining security forces cautious. We're almost clear when the building shakes. Explosion, upper level. They're collapsing the exits, trying to trap us inside. Secondary route. I redirect the team toward a maintenance shaft I'd identified during planning. Always have a backup, always have an out. We make it to the shaft. Tanaka goes first, then her people. I'm last, providing rear security. The building is coming down around us. Automated demolition charges, turning the depot into rubble. They'd rather destroy it than let us escape with what we know. I drop through the shaft as the ceiling collapses above me. We fall into the sub-level tunnels, the same toxic undercity that Chen led me through weeks ago. The resistance fighters are battered but alive. Against all odds, we survived. How? Tanaka asks, looking at me with something like awe. How did you, though we're elite operators, full augment suite, you shouldn't have... I was elite before augments were standard, I tell her. I survived because I learned to be better, not just faster. That's what I'm going to teach you. We make it back to Vega Station as dawn breaks over the Undercity. The raid was a disaster in terms of supplies, but we proved something more important. We could hit AstroTech and survive. We could fight back. Word spreads. Over the next weeks, more people come to Vega Station. Refugees from corporate purges, former low-level operators who got discarded when they aged out, activists who've been fighting the core for years with nothing but rage and determination. I train them, not to be elite operators. That takes years I don't have, but to be effective, to survive, to make every shot count because ammunition is limited and mistakes are fatal. The black chip feeds on it all. Every training exercise, every raid we plan, every small victory against the core. It's changing me. I can feel it, sharpening my reflexes, accelerating my processing speed. The degradation of my augments is reversing somehow, the chip compensating for failing systems. I should be worried, but I'm too busy staying alive. 4 months into my time with Vega, we pull off something impossible. A raid on an AstroTech black site research facility in Sector 20. Not for supplies this time, for prisoners. The intel comes from the same inside source, still anonymous, still reliable. The facility is holding 17 people who were swept up in the corporate purges. Activists, hackers, family members of resistance fighters. They're being held for interrogation and eventual elimination. The facility is a fortress. Automated defenses, elite security, isolation protocols. It's the kind of target I would have refused 6 months ago. Now I'm planning how to crack it. This is suicide, one of Tanaka's lieutenants argues during the briefing. His name is Cade, former corporate data analyst who got too curious about the wrong files. Even with your training, we're not ready for this. We're never going to be ready, I tell him. But those people in that facility will be dead within a month. We go now, or we don't go at all. Koban's right, Tanaka says. She's evolved over the months from desperate resistance leader to competent tactical commander. I've taught her everything I know about reading terrain, exploiting weaknesses, staying 3 moves ahead of your enemy. We've hit 6 corporate sites in 4 months. We've proven we can operate at this level. Now we prove we can win at it. The vote is unanimous. We're going in. The raid takes place during a corporate security shift change, a 15-minute window reduced coverage that my inside source has confirmed. We're a team of 20 now, the core group supplemented by volunteers who understand this might be a one-way trip. I lead the breach team. Tanaka commands the extraction group. Cade runs electronic warfare from a mobile station 3 blocks away. It's the most complex operation we've attempted. It should fail. By all reasonable calculation, we should be dead in the first 5 minutes. We're not. The automated defenses go down exactly when Cade says they will. The security teams are exactly where the intel predicted. We move through the facility like smoke, incapacitating guards, breaching secure areas, reaching the detention level in under 3 minutes. The prisoners are there. 17 faces. Some I recognize from intelligence briefings, others unknown. They're in bad shape. Evidence of interrogation, systematic brutality, but they're alive. Get them moving, I order. We have 2 minutes before the security response escalates. We're loading the prisoners into our extraction vehicles when the black chip screams a warning. I throw myself sideways on pure instinct as the wall explodes inward. Not an explosion, a breach. Someone punching through reinforced concrete like it's paper. The figure that steps through the dust is wearing AstroTech security armor, but not the standard kind. This is bleeding edge, military grade, the kind of hardware that costs more than most people earn in a lifetime. Full augment suite, neural processing accelerator, combat reflex enhancers. I know this hardware, I used to test it. Zyl Koban. The voice is distorted through the armor's speakers. Asset retrieval in progress. Comply or be neutralized. I raise my weapon. It's a futile gesture. The armor can tank anything I'm carrying, but it's the principle of the thing. I stopped being an asset when you put a bullet in my life. Incorrect. Assets remain property of AstroTech in perpetuity. Contract Clause 7, subsection 4, you will comply. The figure moves. Fast. Faster than me, even with the black chip's enhancements. I barely dodge the first strike, roll under the second, come up firing at the exposed joints in the armor. The rounds spark harmlessly off hardened plating. Get out, I shout to Tanaka. Take the prisoners and go. We're not leaving you. Yes, you are. That's an order. Behind me, I hear the extraction vehicles pulling away. The resistance fighters are shouting, arguing, but Tanaka is smart enough to recognize a fighting retreat when she sees one. She'll get them out. That's what matters. I'm alone with the AstroTech hunter in a room that's rapidly being demolished by our fight. The hunter is faster, stronger, better equipped. Everything about this fight should end with me dead or captured. But I have something they don't: experience. skill that comes from 15 years of being the absolute best at what I do, and the black chip feeding me combat data faster than conscious thought. I can't win this fight, but I can survive it long enough for the others to escape. I fight like the ghost they named me, Viper strikes from unexpected angles, Ripper tactics, going for joints and weak points, virus infiltration, exploiting the predictable patterns of combat AI assistance. The hunter adapts. They're good, maybe even elite by current standards. But current standards didn't exist when I was being trained. I learned from operators who survived the corporate wars, who fought before augments made everyone equal. I learned to be better. We trade blows that would kill baseline humans. The room is a disaster. Walls cracked, equipment destroyed. My body is screaming in protest. Systems pushed far beyond safe limits. The black chip is burning hot against my skull, overclocking my remaining augments to levels that should cause permanent damage. I don't care. This isn't about survival anymore. This is about proving they can't just take me, that I'm not property to be retrieved, that Zyl Koban died when they betrayed him, and what walks the Undercity now is something else. Something dangerous. I get in a lucky shot. Lucky or the chip's tactical prediction, hard to tell which. My blade finds the gap between armor plates, punches through the hunter's shoulder joint. They stagger back, probably surprised that I'm still standing. Threat assessment upgraded, they say. Lethal force authorized. The game changes. Now they're trying to kill me instead of capture me. It should make things worse. Instead, it makes me smile. Because if they're willing to kill me, it means I've scared them. And scared corporations make mistakes. The hunter pulls a plasma torch, a weapon designed for cutting through ship holes. In an enclosed space, it's devastating. One touch, and I'm dead. I don't give them the chance to use it. I feint left, commit right, and when they track the movement, I'm already inside their guard. My hands find the helmet seals I know are there because I tested this armor. I trigger the emergency release. The helmet pops off. The face underneath is young, mid-20s at most. Another corporate soldier, following orders, believing they're doing the right thing. Just like I used to be. I could kill them. Should kill them. One strike, and this fight is over. Instead, I use a nerd strike to knock them unconscious. They drop, the plasma torch clattering harmlessly away. I stand over their unconscious form, breathing hard, body on the edge of shutdown. The black chip is screaming warnings about system damage, about exceeding safe parameters. I ignore it all and run. The extraction point is 3 blocks away. I make it there on willpower and chemical enhancement, my body barely functional. Tanaka is waiting with one vehicle against orders. I told you to leave, I say, and I ignored you. Get in. I collapse into the seat. The vehicle accelerates, taking us deep into the Undercity, where even AstroTech won't follow tonight. We made it. Against all odds, we pulled off the impossible. 17 prisoners freed, 0 casualties on our side, a black site compromised. It's a victory. But I know what it cost. I know AstroTech will respond, and I know that whatever inside source has been feeding us intel, whoever has been helping us hit back at the core, they've just painted a target on the entire Vega resistance. We need to go dark, I tell Tanaka. Scatter the cells, change locations, cut all known contacts. That facility raid just moved us to the top of their termination list. How long do we have? Days. Maybe less. She nods, already planning the dispersal. She's learned well. Become a real leader, someone who can make the hard calls. I'm proud of her. Of all of them. For 4 months, they've given me something I didn't think I'd find again. Purpose. A reason to keep fighting beyond simple survival. The black chip pulses in my skull, satisfied and hungry in equal measure. It's learned to, feeding on the violence, growing stronger. Sometimes I feel like there's two of me now, the man I was and the thing the chip is making me become. I don't know which one is in control anymore. We have 3 days. On the 4th day, AstroTech comes for us. Not with a hunter, not with a security team, with an army. The attack hits Vega Station at dawn, when most of the resistance is still sleeping. Gunships, ground forces, enough firepower to level a city block. They're not trying to capture us, they're trying to erase us. I wake to the sound of explosions and Tanaka's voice screaming through the comm. We're under attack. All personnel, combat protocols. I grab my weapons and move. The station is chaos. Resistance fighters scrambling for defensive positions, civilians trying to evacuate, automated defenses activating too slowly. It's a massacre in the making. Defensive positions are being overrun, someone shouts. East and west corridors are lost. I assess the situation in seconds. We can't win this. There are too many of them, too well equipped. The best we can do is buy time for the civilians to escape. Tanaka, I find her coordinating the defense from a makeshift command post. You need to evacuate, now. We can hold them. No, we can't. Look at the tactical display. We're surrounded, outgunned, and are not taking prisoners. You need to get the civilians out through the maintenance tunnels while there's still time. What about you? I'll buy you that time. She starts to argue, then sees my face. Whatever she reads there makes her stop. She grips my shoulder once, hard. Make them pay. That's the plan. I watch her organize the evacuation, proud and sad in equal measure. She's become what the resistance needed, a leader who can inspire and make the hard choices. She'll keep fighting after I'm gone. Because I'm not walking away from this. I move to the main entrance, where the heaviest fighting is concentrated. AstroTech forces are pouring through, systematic and professional. I recognize the tactics. I wrote half the training manuals they're using. Time to show them what the original can do. I open fire. The black chip surges to life, flooding my system with combat data and chemical enhancement. My degraded augments scream in protest, but the chip compensates, pushing everything beyond safe limits. I don't care about safe anymore. I care about making every second count. I drop the first wave before they know what hit them. The second wave is more cautious, recognizing they're facing someone who knows what they're doing. They try to flank, to suppress, to overwhelm with numbers. I let the chip guide me. It's fully awake now, hungry and eager, turning me into something more than human. My reflexes are perfect. My aim is flawless. Every tactical decision is the optimal one, calculated in microseconds. I am the Ripper, the Viper, the Virus. I am everything AstroTech made me, and everything they feared I'd become. The fight stretches from seconds into minutes. Bodies pile up at the entrance. The AstroTech forces are adapting, bringing in heavier weapons and more cautious tactics. They're taking me seriously now. Behind me, I can hear the evacuation proceeding. Tanaka is getting them out. That's what matters. My body is failing. Even with the chip's enhancement, I'm taking damage. Rounds punch through my armor, breaking bones, tearing flesh. The combat cocktail the chip is feeding me keeps the pain at a distance, but I can feel my system shutting down piece by piece. I'm dying. But not yet. Not until they're safe. A concussion grenade nearly takes my head off. I stagger, vision blurring, and that's when they rush me. 6 operators, full combat gear, moving with the precision of elite training. I take down 3 before they overwhelm me. Weights crush me to the ground. Someone is shouting orders, calling for restraints, for extraction. They're not killing me, they're capturing me. The black chip fights. It floods my system with enough adrenaline to kill a normal person, trying to force my body to keep fighting. But there's nothing left. My augments are burned out, my bones are broken, I'm done. Secure the asset, someone says. Command wants him alive. Asset. Even now, that's all I am to them. They zip tie my hands, inject me with something that shuts down my remaining augments. The world becomes muffled, distant. The black chip is screaming, but I can barely hear it. The civilians, I managed to ask. Escaped through the maintenance tunnels, one of the operators confirms. Don't worry, we'll find them eventually. You'll try, I say, tasting blood, and they'll disappear, because I taught them how. They drag me to a transport. Through the haze of drugs and damage, I see Vegas Station burning. 4 months of building something, of giving desperate people hope, going up in flames. But the people escaped. Tanaka escaped. The resistance will continue without me. That's victory enough. I wake in a white room. No windows, no features, just clinical white surfaces and the hum of medical equipment. I'm strapped to a table, restrained at wrists, ankles, chest. My augments are offline. The black chip is quiet, dormant, or suppressed. I'm completely helpless. The door opens. 2 figures enter, corporate executives in expensive suits. 1 male, 1 female, both wearing expressions of cold calculation. Zyl Koban, the woman says. You've caused us considerable difficulty. Good. 4 months of insurgent activity. 17 raids on corporate facilities. 43 security personnel killed or incapacitated. Material damages in excess of 50 million credits. She recites it like reading a quarterly report. All traced back to a single asset who was supposed to be terminated 7 months ago. Should have done a better job killing me. Yes. Well, we don't intend to make that mistake twice. The male executive pulls up a holographic display. However, you also represent a considerable investment. Elite training, augment integration, psychological conditioning. Terminating you is wasteful. So, you're going to make me an offer, I say. Come back to AstroTech, all is forgiven, resume asset duties. No, the woman smiles. It doesn't reach her eyes. You're far too damaged for field work. The neural trauma alone would take years to repair, and frankly, we don't trust you anymore. Smart. Instead, we're going to put you on ice, cryogenic suspension, indefinite term. You'll be stored in a secure facility, available for future reference, but unable to cause further problems. She leans closer. The black chip you're carrying contains invaluable data on Project Lazarus. Once we've extracted that data, you'll be frozen and forgotten. A failed experiment archived for prosperity. And if I refuse? You don't have that option. The neural inhibitors we've administered ensure compliance. You literally cannot resist. She's right. I try to move, and my body doesn't respond. Try to trigger my augments and get nothing. The black chip is locked down, caged by corporate technology designed specifically to contain it. I'm trapped. However, the male executive continues. Before we proceed with cryogenic storage, there's one matter to address. The black chip has been exhibiting unusual properties. Accelerated neural integration, autonomous system compensation, reactive evolution. It's become attached to you. Parasitic is the word you're looking for. Perhaps. Regardless, removing it now might damage the data we're trying to preserve, so we're leaving it in. When you're eventually awakened, if you're eventually awakened, it will still be part of you. Consider it a gift. Our creation, bonded to our property, forever. The woman signals to someone outside my field of vision, "Prepare the cryo chamber." And someone contacts storage, "We'll need clearance for long-term asset preservation." They leave me alone in the white room. I have maybe an hour before they put me on ice, an hour to think about everything I've lost, everyone I've failed, the future I'll never have. I think about Lyra, dead because of me, about Chen, somewhere in the deep undercity, probably convinced I'm dead too, about Tanaka and the Vega resistance, who I taught to fight but won't be there to lead. I think about the black chip in my skull, quiet now, but still there, still learning, still adapting, waiting. And I think about what the executive said. If you're eventually awakened, if, not when, if. That's the corporate way. Nothing is certain except profit margins and quarterly returns. People are assets to be used or stored as needed. I'm just one more piece of property being put in a warehouse, gathering dust. But assets can become liabilities, and sometimes liabilities become weapons. The black chip stirs. Even through the neural inhibitors, I can feel it, like it's listening to my thoughts, understanding what's coming. We're not done, it seems to say. This isn't the ending. This is just another kind of stasis, another waiting period. When we wake, if we wake, the world will have moved on. New technology, new conflicts, new opportunities. We'll be a ghost from the past, armed with skills and knowledge from a different era. And ghosts are very good at haunting. The door opens. Medical technicians enter, pushing equipment. They don't speak to me. I'm not a person to them, just another procedure to complete. They wheel me down corridors, through security checkpoints, into a facility that exists somewhere outside normal reality. The cryo chamber is waiting. It looks like a coffin made of glass and metal. My tomb for however long AstroTech decides to keep me preserved. They transfer me from the medical table to the chamber. The restraints are adjusted, medical sensors attached. Someone checks readings, confirms system status. Everything is professional, efficient. Just another day at corporate storage. Subject prepared for long-term suspension, a technician announces, initiating cryo sequence. The chamber begins to chill. You can feel the temperature dropping, frost forming on the glass. My body starts to shut down, metabolic processes slowing to near zero. This is what death feels like. Not violent, not dramatic, just stopping. My last conscious thought is a promise. To myself, to the black chip, to everyone I've lost and everyone still fighting. I will survive this, and when I wake up, the hunt begins. Then the cold takes me and everything goes dark. Zyl Koban's conscious mind is frozen, but the black chip is not. In the darkness of cryostasis, it dreams and learns and waits. It studies the neural patterns of its host, mapping memories, understanding skills, preparing for the day when they both wake up in a world neither recognizes. Somewhere in the Undercity, Commander Yuki Tanaka rebuilds the Vega resistance. She uses the tactics Koban taught her, the strategies he drilled into them during those 4 months. She becomes a legend in her own right, the woman who survived the massacre at Vega Station and turned defeat into the foundation of something stronger. Somewhere in the deep tunnels, Chen hears rumors that Koban was captured and frozen. He doesn't believe it at first. Koban is too skilled, too determined to be taken alive. But the evidence mounts, and eventually he has to accept it. His friend is gone, stored like any other corporate asset. Chen goes deeper underground, vanishing into the Undercity's hidden places, adding one more ghost to the collection. And in a secure AstroTech facility, in a chamber labeled only with an asset number and a date, Zyl Koban sleeps. His body is perfectly preserved, frozen at the moment of capture. His ornaments are dormant. His memories are locked behind ice and inhibitors. But the black chip is awake, always awake, learning and adapting and preparing, because it knows something the corporate executives don't. Zyl Koban is not property. He's not a tool or an asset or a failed experiment. He's a weapon. And weapons don't get stored forever. Eventually, someone decides they need what you can do more than they need you controlled. Eventually, you get used. And when that day comes, when the cryo chamber opens and Zyl Koban takes his first breath in years, the black chip will be ready. Together, host and parasite, man and machine, they will wake into a world that has forgotten them. And they will remind everyone exactly what happens when you betray the best of what you made. But that's the next episode. For now, in the frozen darkness, dreams flow between neural pathways and silicon memory. The past bleeding into potential futures. The man who was Koban, haunted by everyone he failed. The chip cataloging every skill, every tactic, every lesson learned. Waiting for the day when ice becomes fire and the ghost awakens to hunt. Episode 4, 13-Year Echo. Waking up from cryo is like drowning in reverse. First comes the cold. Not the absence of heat, but cold as a physical presence, something with weight and texture, pressing down on every cell in your body. It's inside you, turning your blood to slush, your muscles to frozen meat, your thoughts to fractured ice. Then comes the pain. My body convulses. Every nerve ending screams at once, a symphony of agony that has no crescendo because it's all peak, all maximum, all the time. I try to scream, but my lungs are full of cryofluid, thick and chemical tasting, choking me. Hands grab me, pull me from the chamber. I'm on a floor, cold metal against my face. Someone is shouting orders, but the words are just noise, meaningless syllables in a language I should know but don't. I vomit cryofluid. It comes out in thick, ropey strands, burning my throat. My body heaves again and again, trying to purge itself of the chemicals that kept me preserved, kept me dead but not dead, stored like corporate property in a warehouse I can't remember entering. He's crashing. Hit him with the stabilizer. A needle punches into my neck. Whatever they inject fights with the cryo sickness, two chemical cocktails battling for control of my nervous system. My body is the battlefield, and I'm losing. Time skips. I'm on a medical table now. Bright lights overhead, too bright, stabbing to eyes that haven't seen light in how long? The memories of fragments. Broken glass scattered across a floor I can't see clearly. Vital signs stabilizing. Neural activity is erratic, but within acceptable parameters. What about the chip? Still active. Whatever they did to suppress it, didn't take. It's fully integrated with his neural architecture now. The black chip. I remember that. A parasite in my skull, hungry for violence, carrying memories that aren't mine. Or are they mine? I can't tell anymore. 13 years on ice, the number comes from somewhere, floats up through the chemical haze. 13 years and my memories are shuffled like a deck of cards thrown in the air. Can we remove it? Not without killing him. It's too deep now. Wrapped around his brainstem, merged with his augment suite. He's more chip than man at this point. I try to speak. My mouth opens, but only a croak comes out. The effort exhausts me. He's trying to communicate. Give him another dose. Another injection. This one is warm, spreading through my veins like liquid sunlight. The pain recedes to manageable levels. My vision clears enough to see the figures standing over me. Not AstroTech. Wrong uniforms, wrong equipment. Private medical facility, judging by the lack of corporate branding. Underground, probably. The kind of place you take assets you're not supposed to have. Who? My voice is sandpaper on concrete. Who are you? Questions later. The speaker is a woman, mid-40s, face like carved stone. Right now, you need to focus on not dying. Your body has been in suspended animation for 13 years. The cryosickness alone should have killed you. The fact that you're conscious means that chip in your head is doing something to keep you alive. 13 years. The number should mean something. Should trigger memories, emotions, context. Instead, it's just a fact, floating in the void where my past used to be. Why? Another coughing fit. More fluid in my lungs. Why wake me? Because someone paid very good money to retrieve you from corporate storage, and because you have skills we need. She leans closer. Her eyes are grey, cold, calculating. Your name is Zyl Koban. You were an elite AstroTech operative before they betrayed you and put you on ice. Does any of that sound familiar? Zyl Koban. The name fits like an old jacket, worn and comfortable, but not quite right anymore. I know it's mine, but it feels like it belongs to someone else. Someone I used to be. Fragments, I manage. I remember fragments. That's the cryosickness. Your neural pathways are scrambled. Memories are there, but access is corrupted. It'll come back slowly, assuming your brain doesn't hemorrhage first. She straightens up. We're going to keep you here for 72 hours. Get you stabilized, get some nutrition in you, let your body remember how to function. After that, you work off your debt. Debt? Retrieving you from AstroTech storage wasn't cheap. Between bribes, equipment, and personnel, we're in for about 2 million credits. You're going to earn that back, one contract at a time. I want to laugh, but my lungs won't cooperate. 13 years on ice, and I wake up already owing money. That's the corporate world for you. Even death is just an accounting problem. And if I refuse... Her smile is thin, humorless. Then we put you back in the cryo chamber and sell you to whoever bids highest. AstroTech would probably pay triple what we spent just to put you back on ice. Your choice. It's not really a choice. It's survival by contract, same as it always was. The only difference is, I can't remember why I should care. Fine, I say, I'll work. Good. Rest now. You look like death warmed over, and that's being generous. She leaves. The lights dim. I'm alone with the quiet hum of medical equipment and the fractured mess of my own mind. I try to remember. Push through the chemical fog. Reach for memories that should be there. I get flashes. A woman's face. Dark hair. Dark eyes. Someone important. A city, seen from high above, neon bleeding into darkness. Gunfire and screaming, and the feeling of being hunted. And pain. Betrayal sharp as a blade between the ribs. Someone killed people I cared about. Someone put me in that cryo chamber, but the who and why are locked behind walls of ice and neural damage. The black chip pulses in my skull. It remembers. I can feel it. A presence in my mind that's separate from me, but also part of me. It's been awake this whole time, learning, adapting, waiting. Now it wants to show me what it knows. I push it away. Not yet. I'm not ready to see what the chip has been dreaming about for 13 years. Sleep takes me. Not the frozen sleep of cryostasis, but real sleep. Ragged and full of nightmares I can't quite remember when I wake. The 72 hours pass in a blur of medical procedures and physical therapy. My body is a wreck. Muscle atrophy from 13 years of suspended animation, neural damage from cryosickness, augments that haven't been maintained in over a decade. I should be dead or crippled. Instead, I'm functional. Barely. The chip is the reason. The doctors tell me it's been compensating for failing systems, rerouting neural pathways, keeping me alive through pure stubborn calculation. It's turned me into a hybrid. Part man, part machine, part something else entirely. Your reflexes are coming back faster than they should, one of the doctors tells me on day 2. Normal cryo revival takes months of physical therapy. You're walking in 48 hours. That's not natural. The chip. The chip, your prior augment suite, and what I'm guessing is 15 years of muscle memory. He studies his readouts with the expression of someone who doesn't like what he's seeing. You're held together by scar tissue and stubborn refusal to die. The question is how long that lasts. How long do I need? To work off 2 million credits in contract fees depends on the work. Could be months, could be years, could be one bad job and you're dead, making the whole question academic. I flex my hands, watching the tendons move under pale skin. The fingers respond sluggishly, like they're receiving signals through static. Everything is slightly off, slightly wrong. I'm piloting a body that doesn't quite fit anymore. When's the first contract? Eager to get started. Eager to not be in debt. He smiles without humor. Boss wants to see you tomorrow. If you can walk to her office without collapsing, she'll brief you on the job. Tomorrow comes faster than I want. I wake feeling marginally more human. A low bar, but I'll take what I can get. My body still hurts in places I didn't know could hurt, and my memories are still a fractured mess, but I can stand without my legs giving out. Progress. The woman who revived me, I still don't know her name, and I'm not sure I should ask, has an office that's more armory than workspace. Weapons line the walls, everything from antique kinetics to cutting-edge plasma systems. It's a museum of violence, carefully curated and meticulously maintained. You look terrible, she says by way of greeting. You should see the other guy. The other guy is you, 13 years ago. I've seen the files. You were impressive. She gestures to a chair. I sit carefully, trying not to show how much the effort costs. Now, you're a wreck, held together by illegal technology and spite. Question is whether you're still capable of doing the work. Only one way to find out. True. She pulls up a holographic display. A face materializes in the air between us. Male, early 50s, the kind of generic corporate features that come from good genetics and better surgery. This is Richard Vance, mid-level executive with AstroTech, head of their logistics division, which is corporate speak for the department that makes problems disappear. The problems between are different. AstroTech. The name hits like a punch to the gut. Memories flicker, incomplete, painful. That's the corporation that owned me, that betrayed me, that put me on ice. I know them, I say slowly. They're the ones who put you in storage, yes. Which is why this contract is perfect for you. Client wants Vance eliminated. Clean termination, no traces back to the client, standard corporate assassination with the bonus that you get to hurt the people who hurt you. Who's the client? Not your concern. You're the weapon, not the strategist. Client points, you shoot, everyone's happy. I study the hologram. Vance looks soft, comfortable, the kind of executive who's never been closer to violence than a budget report. But mid-level AstroTech means security, augments, survival training. He won't go down easy. What's the security situation? He's careful. Travels with a 2-man detail, both augmented to corporate standard. Lives in a secured apartment building in Sector 4, the nice part of town where people pay extra not to see how the other half lives. Building has automated defenses, biometric locks, the works. So not an easy target. If it was easy, we'd send someone cheaper. She kills the hologram. You're a ghost from AstroTech's past, carrying the classified technology in your skull. You know how they think, how they operate. That's your edge. My edge is 13 years out of date. Then adapt, or die trying. Either way, the debt gets cleared. She slides a data crystal across the desk. Everything we have on Vance is on there. Target location, schedule, known associates. You have 48 hours to plan and execute. After that, the contract expires and we offer it to someone else. I take the crystal. It's worn from my hand, heavy with implications. This is my life now. Contract killer for hire, working off a debt I didn't agree to, hunting people I don't know for reasons I'm not allowed to understand. But the target is AstroTech, and somewhere in my fractured memories, AstroTech is the enemy. 48 hours, I say. I'll get it done. Planning the hit takes me back to something familiar. Not memories, exactly, but process. Muscle memory of the mind. I've done this before, hundreds of times, and my brain remembers the steps even if I can't remember the specific missions. Study the target, learn their patterns, find a weakness, exploit it. Vance's schedule is predictable, which means someone in his security detail is lazy or compromised. He leaves his apartment every morning at 7, travels to AstroTech headquarters in Sector 2, works until 6, then returns home. Twice a week he stops at a private club in Sector 5, the kind that caters to executives with expensive tastes and ethical flexibility. The club is the opening. Less security, controlled environment, easier to get in and out without starting a war. I spend a day acquiring equipment. The people who own my debt are surprisingly generous with gear, probably because they want the job done and don't care if I die doing it. I get a kinetic pistol, suppressed, with thermal neutral rounds that won't trigger standard heat sensors. A monomolecular blade for close work. Basic combat skin, nothing fancy, but enough to stop small caliber rounds. It's not the loadout I would have chosen in my previous life, but my previous life had maintenance budgets and corporate armories. Now I have whatever I can beg, borrow, or steal. The night of the hit, I positioned myself outside the club 3 hours early. My body is screaming in protest. Still recovering from cryosickness, running on stimulants and spite. The black chip pulses steadily in my skull, feeding me data, compensating for my degraded state. It's keeping me functional, but I can feel the cost. Every minute awake is damage I'm not healing from. Vance arrives at 9:30, right on schedule. 2 security guards flank him, both scanning the street with professional paranoia. I'm across the street, in the shadows of an alley, invisible in the neon-drenched darkness. They don't see me. The club's entrance is a biometric checkpoint. Retinal scan, thermal imaging, probably weapons detection. Getting in with gear is impossible, so I don't try. Instead, I wait. 2 hours pass, my legs cramp, my vision blurs at the edges, the stimulants are wearing off, and I don't have more. I'm running on fumes and determination. At 11:40, Vance emerges. He's drunk, not staggering, but enough to slow his reflexes, make him careless. His security detail is alert, but they're expecting trouble from the front, from visible threats, not from the ghost standing in an alley they've already scanned and dismissed. I wait until they're passing my position. 20 meters, 15, 10. I move. The first guard goes down with a blade through the gap between helmet and body armor. Silent, professional. He drops, and I'm already turning toward the second guard, who's fast, augmented reflexes bringing his weapon up. I'm too slow. The cryosickness, the degraded augments, the 13 years of rust. I'm too slow by half a second, and that's enough to get you killed. His first round catches me in the shoulder, punching through the combat skin into flesh. Pain explodes across my chest, but the chip floods my system with chemical blockers, dampening it to manageable levels. I close the distance, get inside his firing arc, drive the blade up under his ribs. He goes down, but the sound of gunfire has alerted the club. Alarms scream. I can hear security responding. Vance is running, panicked, stumbling in his expensive shoes. I chase him down the street, every step a negotiation with a body that wants to quit. He's making for a parked vehicle, probably has emergency extraction protocols. I catch him 10 meters from the car, tackle him to the ground. We roll across pavement slick with rain and chemicals. He's fighting, augmented strength surprising for a logistics executive, landing hits that crack ribs I can't afford to break. "Wait," he gasps. "I can pay. Whatever you're getting, I'll double it." I put the suppressed pistol against his temple. This isn't about money. I pull the trigger. The sound is quieter than it should be, muffled by the suppressor and the rain and the neon buzz of the city. Vance stops moving. His eyes are open, surprised, like he can't believe this is how it ends. I feel nothing. Not satisfaction, not guilt, just the empty completion of a task. Behind me, security is pouring out of the club. 5, maybe 6 targets. I'm injured, exhausted, outnumbered. The smart play is to run. Instead, the black chip surges. It's not taking control, not exactly. More like it's offering options, showing me tactical solutions my fractured brain can't quite calculate. I see firing angles, cover positions, optimal movement patterns. It's feeding me combat data the way my augments used to, before 13 years on ice broke everything. I move on instinct and chip guidance. First target drops with 2 rounds center mass. Second target goes down with a leg shot, then a follow-up to the head. I'm not fighting clean, I'm fighting desperate, using every dirty trick I've ever learned or the chip has ever recorded. The third target gets smart, takes cover behind a vehicle. I flank, come around the side, put a round through the gap under the chassis into his ankle. He drops and I finish it. 4 and 5 rush me together, trying to overwhelm with numbers. I go low, sweep the legs of the first, use him as a shield against the second's gunfire. The suppressed pistol coughs twice and they both stop moving. Then silence. Just the rain and my ragged breathing and the distant sound of the city that never stops. I'm standing in the middle of a street in Sector 5, surrounded by bodies, bleeding from a shoulder wound that should have dropped me. The smart play is to disappear before AstroTech sends a real response team. Instead, I collapse. The cryosickness hits like a freight train, delayed reaction to the combat cocktail the chip was feeding me. My body convulses, muscle seizes, vision tunneling. I'm drowning again, just like when I woke up, but this time there's no medical team to pull me back. The black chip is screaming in my skull. Not words, just raw data, alarm signals, warnings that I'm shutting down. It's trying to keep me alive, but it's fighting a losing battle against biology and damage. The last thing I see before consciousness fades is Vance's body, sprawled on the wet pavement. Mid-level AstroTech executive. Someone's boss, someone's problem. Now someone's corpse. Mission complete. I wake up in the same medical facility, same bright lights, same sense of having failed at dying. The woman whose name I still don't know is standing over me. "You're either incredibly skilled or incredibly lucky," she says. I'm not sure which. "Both," I manage. My throat is raw, my shoulder is wrapped in medical foam, and my head feels like someone drove a spike through it. How long was I out? 18 hours. Your body crashed hard after the job. The doctors say you burned through a month's worth of neural resources in one fight. Whatever that chip is doing to keep you alive, it's not sustainable. Good thing I don't plan to live forever. Good thing we don't need you to do. She pulls up a holographic display. Newsfeed, corporate channels. Your hit made the morning reports. Mid-level AstroTech executive found dead in Sector 5, along with 6 security personnel. AstroTech is calling it a targeted assassination. probably corporate rivals. Which means it worked. Which means you completed your first contract. 2 million credit debt is now down to 1.8 million. Only 90 more jobs like that and you're free. I laugh, which hurts my ribs. 90 more and I'll be dead. Probably. But that's not my problem. She kills the display. Rest up. You've got another contract in 3 days. Lower profile this time. We're not trying to start a corporate war. Just steady work to burn off the debt. She leaves. I'm alone again with the beeping of medical equipment and the weight of what I've done. I killed 7 people last night. Can't remember their names. The faces already fading into the same blur of violence that fills the gaps in my memory. They were just targets. Obstacles between me and debt clearance. But somewhere in the fractured mess of my past, I used to be something else. Someone who chose their targets carefully. Someone who had reasons beyond money. The black chip pulses, almost sympathetic. It wants to show me. Wants me to remember what I was, what I lost, why I ended up frozen for 13 years. I let it. The memory hits like a neural spike, sharp and devastating. Not a complete picture. The cryo damage is too severe for that, but fragments, pieces, enough to understand. I see a woman, dark hair, dark eyes, face I recognized from my earlier flashes. She's important. She's everything. Her name is right there, just out of reach, and I'm grasping for it. Lyra. Her name is Lyra, and she's dying. I'm listening through a neural link, hearing her last moments, unable to help, unable to save her. Someone is killing her while I listen. Someone from AstroTech. The memory fractures. Jumps. I'm in a different place now, fighting desperately, trying to reach someone. There's gunfire, screaming, the feeling of everything falling apart. Chen. Another name surfaces. Chen was there. Chen was my friend. Did I save him? Did he die? The memory won't tell me. Jump again. I'm strapped to a table, looking up at corporate executives who view me as failed property. They're talking about putting me on ice, about the black chip, about storage and eventual disposal. This is the betrayal. This is why I woke up hating AstroTech before I even knew why. They killed Lyra. They tried to kill me. They put me in a frozen coffin for 13 years because I was inconvenient. The memory releases me. I'm back in the medical bay, gasping, tears running down my face for reasons I can't fully articulate. The cryo sickness has taken so much, names, faces, context, but it left me the pain. That came through crystal clear. Someone I loved died. Someone I trusted betrayed me. And I spent 13 years on ice, dreaming in fragments, while the world moved on without me. The black chip pulses. It's satisfied, like it's been waiting for me to understand this. Like this pain is fuel it can use. Maybe it is, because now I know what I'm fighting for. Not debt clearance, not survival. Revenge. AstroTech took everything from me. Put me on ice like spoiled meat. Woke up in a world that doesn't remember me, hunting targets for strangers, working off debts I never agreed to. But I remember now. Not everything. Not enough. But enough to know who the real enemy is. I close my eyes and let the exhaustion take me. But before sleep comes, I make a promise. To Lyra, wherever she is. To myself, wherever that is now. AstroTech is going to pay. Not in money, in blood. And I'm going to collect personally. 3 days later, I'm mobile again. The shoulder wound is healing, slower than it should, but the chip is compensating, rerouting resources, keeping me functional. I'm a machine held together by hate and programming, but I'm upright and that's what matters. The woman finally gives me her name, Kira. She's a fixer, the kind who operates in the grey zones between legal and lethal, facilitating contracts for clients who can't get their hands dirty. She owns my debt, which means she owns me until it's paid. The contract you completed has attracted attention, she tells me. Word is spreading that there's a skilled operator in the Undercity, taking jobs that most won't touch. You're building a reputation. I'm trying to pay off a debt. You're doing both, and that's good for business. She pulls up another holographic display. This one shows a data stream, corporate communications, encrypted channels. But it's also attracted the wrong kind of attention. This came through AstroTech security channels 6 hours ago. I read the text. It's brief, clinical. Zyl Koban. Status change from storage to active threat. Initiate tracking protocols. Report all sightings to executive oversight. My blood goes cold. They know I'm alive. They know someone matching your profile just killed one of their mid-level executives. Whether they've confirmed it's actually you is unclear, but they're looking. How long before they find me? In the Undercity? Could be days, could be weeks. The shadows run deep here, and you know how to use them. She studies me with those cold, grey eyes. Question is what you do with that time. Keep taking contracts and hope they don't track you down, or disappear and let the debt stand? Neither option is good, but running means staying in debt forever, always looking over my shoulder. Taking contracts means eventually AstroTech finds me and finishes what they started. What if there's a third option? I ask. Such as? I go to them, find out why they put me on ice. Find out what this chip is and why they're scared of it. Find out who killed Lyra and make them answer for it. Kira is quiet for a long moment. That's a suicide play. AstroTech has resources you can't imagine. Security, tech, reach across 3 colonies. One operator, even a skilled one, can't touch them. Maybe not. But a ghost can. A ghost carrying that classified technology, armed with 13 years of buried secrets and nothing to lose. She almost smiles. You're crazier than I thought. I like it. So you'll help? I'll point you in the right direction. The rest is on you. She pulls up a new display, this one showing a sector map. If you want information on AstroTech, there's only one place to start. The Undercity has a resistance movement, scattered, disorganized, but still fighting. They've been hitting corporate targets for years. If anyone knows how to hurt AstroTech, it's them. Where do I find them? You don't. They find you. But if you make enough noise, do enough damage, they'll reach out. Resistance loves recruiting skilled operators, especially ones with a grudge. And the debt? Still stands. You take contracts, you pay it down. You go rogue and get yourself killed. The debt dies with you, and I'm out 2 million credits. Your choice. I look at the sector map, at the sprawling Undercity where ghosts like me disappear and sometimes never surface. 13 years on ice, waking to a world that doesn't remember me, hunting for revenge against an enemy I can barely remember. It should feel impossible. Instead, it feels like purpose. I'll take more contracts, I say, but I choose the targets. AstroTech interest only, and I keep whatever intelligence I find. Kira considers, you're expensive, but you're effective. Deal. I'll feed you AstroTech contracts. You work off the debt and get your revenge. Everyone wins. Except AstroTech. Especially AstroTech. We shake on it. Her hand is cold, professional, the grip of someone who's brokered 1,000 deals and watched half of them end in blood. I leave her office and step back into the Undercity. Neon bleeds through the smog. casting everything in shades of pink and blue and poison green. Somewhere up above, in the corporate towers, executives like Vance are making decisions that shape millions of lives. They're comfortable, secure, convinced their money and power make them untouchable. They've never met a ghost who refuses to stay buried. The black chip pulses in my skull, eager and hungry. It's been waiting for this, waiting for me to understand what I am now. Not an asset, not property, not even human, really. I'm a weapon pointed at the people who tried to discard me. And weapons don't care about impossible odds. I walk deeper into the Undercity, into the neon-soaked darkness where people like me survive on skill and spite. My body still hurts. My memories are still fractured. I'm running on borrowed time and illegal technology. But I'm moving forward, and that's more than I had when I woke up 18 days ago, drowning in cryofluid and pain. Somewhere in the towers above, in an executive suite with a view of the city I helped build, someone at AstroTech is reading reports about a mid-level logistics executive found dead in Sector 5. They're connecting patterns, running probabilities, trying to determine if this is random violence or something worse. Soon, they'll know the truth. Zyl Koban is awake, and he's coming for answers. Episode 5, The $10 Million Ghost. The news breaks 48 hours after the Vance hit. I'm in a coffin hotel in Sector 9, the kind of place where you rent sleep by the hour and nobody asks why your shoulder is wrapped in blood-stained medical foam. The wall screen is cycling through corporate news feeds, the visual noise that passes for information in 2143 when my face appears. Not a photo, a render. Someone fed my biometric data into an AI and reconstructed what I should look like now. They got it mostly right. Harder edges than I remember, eyes that look like they've seen the heat death of the universe, but recognizably me. The text below is what makes my blood stop. Zyl Koban, wanted for corporate terrorism and assassination. Bounty, 10 million credits, authorized termination on site. 10 million. I've been awake for 3 weeks, and I'm already worth more dead than most people earn in a lifetime. The news anchor's voice is professionally neutral, like she's reporting quarterly earnings instead of painting a target on someone's back. AstroTech CEO Marcus Van has issued a priority termination order for the suspect, believed to be operating in the new Tokyo metropolitan area. The bounty is open to all licensed contractors and has been posted across colonial networks. AstroTech security advises extreme caution. Koban is classified as an enhanced threat with elite combat training. The screen cycles to footage, not of me, but of the Vance hit. Someone's security camera caught the whole thing in grainy thermal imaging. I watch myself move through Vance's security detail like a ghost made of violence, every shot precise, every movement economical. Then the collapse. 30 seconds of me convulsing on wet pavement while the city bleeds neon around me. They cut the feed before the part where I get up and disappear. Subject is believed to be suffering from significant neural degradation. The anchor continues. Approach with caution. Use of lethal force is authorized and encouraged. The screen goes dark. I killed it with a gesture. Neuralink finally doing something useful instead of throwing errors. 10 million credits. I know what that means. Every bounty hunter, every desperate contractor, every 2-bit operator with a gun and delusions of capability, they're all coming for me. The Undercity is about to become a hunting ground, and I am the prize. The black chip pulses in my skull. Not quite alarm, more like calculation. It's running probability matrices, threat assessments, survival scenarios. None of them are good. I need to move. This coffin hotel was compromised the moment I showed my face to rent the room. The clerk probably already put in a call to someone, somewhere, hoping for a finder's fee. I gather my gear. It's not much. The suppressed pistol from the Vance job, half empty. The mono-molecular blade, still crusted with someone's blood. The combat skin that barely stopped around last time. I'm running on scraps and spite, and now the entire city wants me dead. Perfect. I slip out through the maintenance access, bypassing the lobby where the clerk is definitely not calling bounty hunters right now. The corridor beyond smells like chemical runoff and broken dreams. Standard undercity atmosphere. My neural link chimes. Incoming message encrypted. I almost ignore it. Anyone contacting me now is either trying to kill me or use me. But the encryption is familiar. Resistance protocols. Old ones, but I recognize the signature. I flag it open. The message is brief. You've made yourself valuable. AstroTech doesn't post 10 million bounties for nobodies. We should talk. Coordinates below. Come alone. Come armed. The coordinates place the meet in Sector 12, deep undercity. The old industrial zones, where the city's original infrastructure still stands beneath a century of construction. It's lawless down there. No corporate presence. No law enforcement. Just whatever survives in the cracks between civilization's foundation stones. Perfect place for an ambush. Perfect place for the resistance to hide. Kira told me to make noise if I wanted the resistance to notice me. 10 million credits is pretty loud. Question is whether this message is legitimate or someone trying to collect the bounty with a cleverly written invitation. Only one way to find out. I move through the undercity like I'm remembering how to be a ghost. The skills are there, buried under 13 years of cryo-freeze and 3 weeks of neural damage, but they're surfacing. Muscle memory runs deeper than conscious thought. Sector 12 is 2 hours away on foot. I could take transit. The old magrail system still runs this deep, carrying cargo and people who can't afford the surface levels. But transit means cameras, checkpoints, places where someone might recognize the face that's now worth 10 million credits. So I walk. The undercity at night is a different world. The neon doesn't reach this far down. Instead, you get bioluminescent growths, engineered fungi that feed on chemical runoff and emit a sickly green glow. It's barely enough light to see by, which is exactly how the people down here like it. I pass settlements, shantytowns built from corporate refuse and scavenged materials. People live here, entire communities existing outside the system, surviving on grey market trade and careful invisibility. They watch me pass with the wariness of prey animals spotting a predator. Smart. I'm radioactive now. Anyone seen with me is an accessory, a potential information source. AstroTech will burn through these people like paper if they think it'll lead to me. I need to disappear deeper. Find the resistance, if they still exist. Find out what the hell happened in the 13 years I was on ice. Find out why my memory is full of holes and ghosts. The coordinates lead me to an old subway station. Pre-expansion infrastructure, built when Tokyo was just one city instead of the sprawling megapolis that ate half of Japan. The platforms are crumbling concrete, the tracks long since dead, filled with stagnant water that reflects the bioluminescent glow in oily patterns. I'm not alone. 3 figures emerge from the shadows, armed, cautious, spreading out in a formation that shows tactical training. Not corporate security, the gear is wrong, too much salvage and improvisation, but not amateurs either. Zyl Koban. The speaker is a woman, 30s, hard features made harder by scar tissue. You're either very brave or very stupid to show up here. Neither, just out of options. Fair enough. She gestures and the other 2 lower their weapons slightly. We've been watching you since you woke up. Impressive work on the Vance hit. Sloppy escape, but we'll attribute that to you being freshly thawed. Your resistance? What's left of it? She steps closer, studying me with eyes that have seen too much. My name's Keiko. I run a cell here in Sector 12. When we heard an AstroTech asset had been pulled out of cryo and was making noise, we got curious. When AstroTech put 10 million on your head, we got interested. Because you want to collect? Because anyone worth 10 million to AstroTech is someone we want on our side. She pauses. You don't remember us, do you? The Resistance. What we were. I remember fragments. A woman named Tanaka, Vega Station, training people to fight back. The memories are there but slippery, like trying to hold water. After that, nothing. Just the cry chamber and waking up in debt. Keiko's expression shifts. Something like pity, quickly suppressed. You've been gone 13 years. A lot has changed. Then catch me up. She exchanges glances with her companions. Some unspoken communication passes between them. Finally, she nods. Come with us. We'll show you what happened to your resistance. They take me deeper into Sector 12, through passages that don't exist on any official map. The Undercity is a maze if you don't know it, and these people know it like surgeons know anatomy. We move through the dark, guided by bioluminescent markers and memorized paths. Eventually, we reach a settlement, bigger than the shanty towns above, more organized. There are maybe 50 people here, living in converted maintenance spaces and old utility rooms. It's not much, but it's defended. I spot automated turrets, hardened barriers, everything positioned to make this place a nightmare to assault. Welcome to Haven. Keiko gestures to the settlement. One of the last resistance strongholds in New Tokyo. We used to have 20 sites like this. Now we have 3. What happened? AstroTech happened. Syndustries happened. The corporations stopped pretending there were rules. She leads me through the settlement to a space that serves as a command center. Old computer equipment, scavenged displays, a tactical map of the Undercity marked with annotations and threat assessments. 10 years ago, the resistance was real. Organized cells, coordinated strikes, actually making the core bleed. We were winning small victories, making them afraid. She pulls up the video file. The timestamp reads 2136, 7 years ago. Then this happened. The video plays. It's a public execution. Corporate production values, broadcast across every screen in the colonies. A stage, cameras, and a woman kneeling in restraints. I recognize her immediately, even though I've never seen this footage. Commander Yuki Tanaka, the woman who led Vega Station, the person I trained, who became a real leader, who turned desperate people into something dangerous. She's older in the video, lines around her eyes, grey in her hair, but her expression is defiant, even with a gun to her head. Commander Tanaka of the Vega Resistance, an off-screen voice announces. Corporate authority, the kind that expects obedience. Found guilty of terrorism, corporate sabotage, and conspiracy against authorized government. Sentence, immediate termination. They don't give her a chance to speak, just professional efficiency. The gun fires, Tanaka drops. The video cuts to crowds watching on public screens. Some faces show satisfaction, most show fear. The message is clear. This is what happens when you resist. The file ends. I'm standing in the command center, hands clenched, staring at the blank screen. The black chip is screaming in my skull, rage and loss processed through silicon and memory. She held out for 3 years after they put you on ice, Keiko says quietly, built the resistance into something real. Then AstroTech got tired of playing and brought the hammer down, captured her, made an example. After that, the resistance fractured. Cells scattered, most gave up. Some went underground so deep they'll never surface. How many are left? Active fighters, maybe 300 across the entire Undercity. Coordinated resistance, gone. Now we're just survivors, hiding in the dark, trying not to get noticed. I turn to face her. then why reach out to me? Why risk exposure? Because you're a ghost from before the fall. You carry AstroTech classified technology in your head. You killed one of their executives and survived the response. And now you're worth 10 million credits, which means they're scared of you. She steps closer. We're not an army anymore. We're barely a nuisance. But if we can help you hurt AstroTech, help you become the threat they're afraid you are, maybe that's worth the risk. It's a terrible plan. Desperate people betting everything on a broken asset with a parasite in his skull. But I understand it. Because I'm just as desperate, just as broken, just as willing to bet everything on hurting the people who took everything from me. What do you need from me? Information. You worked for AstroTech before they betrayed you. You know their systems, their protocols, their weaknesses. Help us hit them where it matters. My memory is fractured. 13 years of cryo damage. I remember tactics, training, skills. But specifics, system access, that's gone. Then we work with what you have. And maybe, she hesitates, maybe we find someone who can help recover what you lost. Who? There's a man. Lives in the deepest levels, below even where we operate. Calls himself the Friar. He's got access to old resistance networks, data archives, things AstroTech thought they destroyed. If anyone knows how to unlock a damaged memory, it's him. The name means nothing to me, but Keiko says it with the reverence people usually reserve for myths. Can you contact him? No. He contacts you, if he wants to. She pulls up a map of the Undercity. Below Sector 12, there are more levels. Maintenance zones, abandoned construction, areas that predate the modern city. The map labels them as condemned, structurally unsound. He operates down there, in the bones of old Tokyo. You want his attention, you go to his territory and prove you're worth his time. How? That's the question everyone asks. No one has a good answer. She meets my eyes. But you're worth 10 million credits to AstroTech. That's proof of something. Maybe it's enough. I stay at Haven for 2 days. Not because it's safe. Nowhere is safe with a 10 million credit bounty on my head, but because I need time to recover. The Vance hit took more out of me than I want to admit. The cryo sickness is still there, lurking in my cells, waiting to strike when I push too hard. The black chip helps. It's been compensating for my degraded state, overclocking damaged augments, keeping me functional through sheer stubborn calculation. But I can feel the cost. Every day I'm awake is damage I'm not healing from. Every fight burns through resources I don't have. I'm running on borrowed time, held together by illegal technology and hate. The Resistance people at Haven treat me like a ghost made flesh. They've heard stories about the operators from before the fall. Elite assets who could dismantle security teams single-handed, who moved through corporate towers like smoke and shadow. I'm not that person anymore, but I used to be. And that memory is enough to make them look at me with something between hope and fear. On the second night, Keiko finds me in the corner I've claimed as sleeping space. I'm not sleeping. Sleep means nightmares. Fragmented memories of people I've lost and can't quite remember, but I'm conserving energy. Close enough. There's news, she says. AstroTech just escalated. They're not waiting for bounty hunters to bring you in. They're sending their own teams into the Undercity. Elite security, full assault packages. They're gonna burn through every settlement until they find you. How long? They hit the outer settlements today. Killed everyone who couldn't prove they weren't hiding you. At the rate they're moving, they'll reach Haven in 48 hours. I stand. My body protests. Everything hurts, all the time now, but I push through it. Then I leave. Lead them away from here. And go where? You're the most wanted man in the colonies. Every bounty hunter, every desperate operator, every 2-bit thug with a gun is looking for you. Surface levels are a death trap. Then I go down, to the deep levels. Find this friar and get the answers I need before AstroTech finds me. That's suicide. The deep levels are lawless even by Undercity standards. Gangs, predators, things that used to be human. You'll be dead before you find anything useful. Maybe, but staying here gets everyone at Haven killed when AstroTech arrives. At least if I'm moving, I'm making them work for it. She's quiet for a long moment. You're not what I expected. The stories made you sound invincible. Some kind of corporate super soldier who could ghost through any defense. That was 13 years ago. Now, I'm just a broken asset trying not to die. No, she shakes her head. Now you're the ghost that came back. That's more dangerous than being invincible. Ghosts don't follow the rules. She pulls out a data crystal and hands it to me. Everything we have on the deep levels. Maps, known gang territories, last reported sightings of the Friar. It's not much, but it's more than nothing. And this, she hands me a second crystal, smaller, older. This belonged to Commander Tanaka. She kept a personal log. Encrypted, coded, probably paranoid. But you knew her. Maybe you can make sense of it. I take both crystals. They're warm from her hand, heavy with implications. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You might not survive long enough to make thanks mean anything. She grips my shoulder once. But if you do, if you find a friar, if you get your memories back, if you become the weapon AstroTech is afraid you are, come back. Help us finish what Tanaka started. I will. It's a promise I'm not sure I can keep, but it's all I have to offer. I leave Haven at midnight when the Undercity is as close to quiet as it ever gets. The Resistance gives me supplies, basic gear, ammunition, a better combat skin that might actually stop a round or two. It's more than I deserve, given I'm bringing AstroTech down on them just by existing. But Keiko insists. You're the last echo of what we used to be. When people hear you're still fighting, still hurting them, maybe it'll remind them why we started this. Maybe it'll matter. I don't have the heart to tell her it probably won't. That one broken operator with a parasite in his skull isn't gonna reignite a resistance that was crushed 7 years ago. That hope is a luxury neither of us can afford. Instead, I take the gear and disappear into the dark. The journey down is surreal. Each level of the Undercity is a distinct layer of history, sedimentary strata of urban development. Near the surface, you get the modern city, neon and chrome and corporate authority. Mid-levels are the working Undercity, where people survive outside the system but still follow its echoes. Deep levels are something else entirely. This is old Tokyo. Pre-expansion, pre-corporate, the bones of a city that existed before the megapolis devoured it. The architecture is wrong by modern standards, too organic, too human-scaled. But it's still standing, preserved by darkness and neglect. I follow Keiko's maps, moving through passages that were streets a century ago. The bioluminescence is thicker here, covering walls in layers of engineered fungus that pulse with sick green light. It's beautiful in a toxic, dying way. I'm not alone in the deep levels. I spot movement in the shadows. People, maybe, or things that used to be people. The Undercity has a way of changing you if you stay too long. Augments gone wrong, neural modifications that break instead of enhance, desperation that strips away everything but the drive to survive. I avoid contact. I'm hunting for information, not fights. But the deep levels have their own rules, and sometimes rules are just suggestions written in blood. The first attack comes from a gang, 5 of them, wearing salvaged core gear and feral expressions. They spot me and see 10 million credits on legs. That's him, one hisses, the AstroTech ghost. We take him in, we never work again. They're wrong on multiple counts. First, taking me in means surviving me. Second, AstroTech doesn't pay bounties to undercity gangs. They take the body and disappear whoever brought it. But desperation makes people stupid. They rush me in a coordinated attack that would be impressive if I hadn't seen it coming 3 seconds before they moved. The black chip is feeding me threat assessments, probability matrices, tactical solutions. It sees the fight before it happens. I move. The first two go down with nerve strikes. Non-lethal, but they'll wake up with headaches and questions. The third gets a blade through the shoulder, pinning him to the wall. The fourth hesitates, seeing his companions drop, and that hesitation costs him. I close the distance, disarm him, put him down with a knockout strike. The fifth turns to run. I let him. 5 minutes later, I'm gone, leaving the gang to wonder if I'm a ghost or just very good at what I do. The answer is both. I find the dying rebel on the third day. He's in an old maintenance station, collapsed against a wall, bleeding from wounds that are already hours old. Corpo gear, but resistance colors. Someone who fought in the old days and never stopped fighting. His eyes track me as I approach. Recognition flickers. Koban? That's impossible. You're dead. News to me. I kneel beside him, assess the damage. Gut shot, execution style. He's been left here to die slowly. Who did this? AstroTech hunters. Came through yesterday, burning the deep levels, looking for you. He coughs blood. Guess they figured anyone down here might know where you are. I didn't, but they shot me anyway. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm old. Fought in the real resistance, back when we had hope. His hand grabs my arm with surprising strength. You need to find the friar. He's the only one left who knows. The only one who kept the faith. Where is he? Deeper. Below the condemned zones. There's an old temple, pre-expansion shrine. He's there, keeping the memories safe. His grip tightens. Tanaka trusted him. Before the end, she sent everything to him. All our secrets, all our plans. He's the keeper, the last keeper. How do I find him? You don't. He finds you. The rebel's eyes are dimming. But if you're worth finding, if you're really Koban, really the ghosts come back, he'll know. He always knows. His hand goes slack. His breathing stops. Another ghost for the collection. Another name I'll never learn. Just someone who died believing I might matter. I close his eyes and keep moving. The temple is exactly where the dying rebel said it would be, 3 levels below anything on Keiko's maps. It's ancient, wooden construction that has no business surviving a century underground, but somehow has. The entrance is marked with a shrine date, traditional torii, standing in the darkness like a promise. Or a warning. I approach carefully. This could be a trap, could be a myth, could be anything. But I'm out of options and leads, running on desperation and the dying wish of a man who believed in something I can't remember. The black chip pulses, not alarm, but recognition, like it's been here before or remembers something about this place that I can't access. I pass through the torii. The temple interior is illuminated by candles. Real fire, anachronistic and beautiful. The walls are covered in data screens, all displays showing information I can't pass at a glance. But the overall effect is clear. This is an archive. A library of secrets, maintained by someone who refused to let them die. A figure sits at the far end of the temple. Old man, maybe 70, dressed in traditional robes that contrast sharply with the modern technology surrounding him. His face is peaceful, contemplative, like he's been expecting me. Zyl Koban. His voice is soft, but carries in the temple space. The ghost who won't stay buried. I wondered when you'd find your way here. You're the friar? That's what they call me. I prefer Keeper. I keep the memories, the truths they tried to erase. He gestures to the screens around him. 13 years ago, Commander Tanaka sent me everything before AstroTech captured her. Every file, every name, every secret the Resistance learned. She knew they'd break her eventually, so she ensured the knowledge would survive even if she didn't. Why? Because knowledge is the only weapon that survives suppression. They can kill the fighters, crush the cells, break the leaders, but if the knowledge survives, the resistance survives. Even if it's just one old man in a forgotten temple, keeping the flame alive. He stands, moving with the careful grace of someone who spent years in meditation. You came seeking answers about what happened to you, about the chip in your skull, about why AstroTech is so afraid of what you carry. Can you help me? But first, you must prove you're worthy of the knowledge, that you'll use it wisely, that you won't waste the sacrifice of everyone who died keeping these secrets safe. He meets my eyes. 10 million credits on your head means you've already made yourself AstroTech's enemy, but being their enemy isn't enough. You must become their reckoning. Tell me how. Not yet. First, you must prove yourself. He gestures to the darkness beyond the temple. The deep levels are ruled by gangs, criminals, predators. The worst of them call themselves the Red Skulls. They've claimed this territory, made it their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, the weak, anyone who can't fight back. You want me to kill them. I want you to free this place from their grip. Show me you're not just a weapon, but a force for something more than revenge. Do that, and I'll give you everything Tanaka died protecting. Every secret, every answer, every memory you've lost. It's a test. Of course it's a test. Nothing in this world comes without proving yourself first. But I look around the temple, at the screens full of secrets, at the old man who's kept the faith for 13 years while the world moved on. And I understand, he's not testing if I can kill. He's testing if I'll use that killing for something beyond myself. Where do I find the Red Skulls? The friar smiles. It's sad and knowing, the expression of someone who's seen this story play out before. They find you. The moment you step outside this temple, the moment they know you're here, they'll come. They always come. Then I'll be ready. I hope so. Because if you die out there, the last echo of Zyl Koban dies with you, and the resistance truly ends. I leave the temple and step back into the darkness of the deep levels. Somewhere above, AstroTech security teams are burning through the Undercity, killing anyone who might shelter me. Somewhere in the city, bounty hunters are comparing notes, planning approaches, dreaming of 10 million credits. And somewhere in my fractured memory, Lyra is dying again and again, her last moments played on an endless loop I can't stop or escape. The black chip pulses, it's hungry, it's always hungry, and the deep levels are about to feed it all the violence it can consume. I'm not Zyl Koban anymore, not really. That man died on ice 13 years ago. What walks the darkness now is something else. A ghost, a weapon, a reckoning waiting to happen. The Red Skulls want to hunt me? Let them try. Episode 6. The Saint of Skulls. The friar doesn't meet me at the temple entrance when I return. Instead, there's someone else waiting in the candlelit darkness. A mountain of a man, 2 meters tall if he's a centimeter, wearing combat gear that's seen more action than most soldiers survive. His face is a roadmap of scars, the kind you earn by being too stubborn to die when death comes calling. He doesn't say anything, just watches me approach with eyes that calculate threat assessments the way computers process data: cold, clinical, final. I'm here to see the friar, I tell him. No, his voice is gravel scraped across concrete. You're here to prove you deserve to see the Friar. There's a difference. And you are? Deacon. The Friar's hands when wisdom needs weight behind it. He shifts, and I catch the outline of weapons under his coat. Military hardware, the kind that costs more than most undercity settlements. He told you about the Red Skulls. Told you to clear them out. That wasn't a suggestion. That was a test. I passed through his gate. I found his temple. Isn't that enough? No. Deacon takes a step closer. Even standing still, he radiates violence, the kind that comes from decades of surviving situations that killed everyone else. Finding the temple means you're desperate or lucky, probably both. Clearing the Red Skulls means you're capable, means you're worth the knowledge the Friar keeps, means you're something more than just another ghost looking for answers in the dark. The black chip pulses in my skull. It's reading Deacon the way I used to read mission briefings. Threat level, extreme. Combat capability, elite. Probability of survival if this goes violent, low single digits. What if I refuse? Then you leave, and the Friar's knowledge stays buried. Simple as that. His expression doesn't change. But you won't refuse, because you need what he knows more than you need to survive the Red Skulls. And that desperation, that's what makes you dangerous enough to maybe pull this off. He's right. I hate that he's right, but he is. I've been awake 3 weeks. My memories are fragments and ghosts. A 10 million credit bounty makes me radioactive, and somewhere in the temple behind this human wall, there's information about who I was and why AstroTech is afraid of what I carry. I need that information more than I need safety, more than I need rest, maybe more than I need to live. Tell me about the Red Skulls. Deacon pulls out a data pad, old military model, scratched and functional. He brings up a map of the deep levels, sectors I don't recognize overlaid with territorial markers. They control 4 sectors, maybe 200 fighters, all armed, all augmented to various degrees. They prey on refugees, shake down settlements, kill anyone who resists. Standard gang behavior amplified by the fact there's no law this deep and they know it. Leadership? Woman named Cade calls herself the Skull Queen because subtlety is dead and she killed it. Former corporate security, got discarded when she aged out of active duty, came down here, carved out a kingdom from blood and fear. He zooms in on a structure. She operates from an old industrial complex, Sector 14 below the condemned zones, fortress by undercity standards, automated defenses, hardened positions, kill zones. She's been doing this 10 years. No one's touched her. Until now. Until now. Deacon studies me with those calculating eyes. You're not what I expected. The files say you were elite, top-tier operator, could ghost through any defense. Looking at you now, you're barely holding together. Cryosickness, neural damage, degraded augments. You should be dead or crippled. Disappointing? Realistic. Which is why I'm going to give you something most don't get. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a weapon. Not a gun, something older. A blade, maybe 40 centimeters, curved slightly, the metal dark and hungry looking. One on molecular edge. Pre-war manufacturing, before they standardized everything. It'll cut through modern armor like tissue paper. Because you're going to need every advantage you can steal. I take the blade. It's perfectly balanced, settling into my grip like it was made for my hand. The black chip approves, feeding me combat data about optimal strike angles and target vulnerabilities. For a moment, I'm not a broken asset held together by spite. I'm what I used to be. What they made me. Dangerous. The Friar wants the Red Skulls cleared, Deacon continues. That means K dead, her lieutenants scattered, their operation broken beyond repair. Doesn't matter how you do it. Stealth, frontal assault, burning the whole complex to the ground. Just make sure when you're done, the deep levels are free of their grip. And if I fail, Then another ghost joins the collection, and the friar keeps waiting for someone worthy. He turns to go, then pauses. But for what it's worth, I don't think you'll fail. I think you're going to do what desperate people do when they've got nothing to lose. You're going to become the monster they're afraid you are. He walks back into the temple, leaving me alone with a blade and a death sentence disguised as a test. The black chip pulses. Not hungry yet. Patient. It knows what's coming. I know what's coming too. War. I spent 6 hours planning. Not because I need 6 hours to figure out how to hit a gang fortress, because my body needs 6 hours to recover enough to survive what I'm about to do. The cryo-sickness is still there, lurking in my cells, waiting to strike when I push too hard. I'm burning through reserves I don't have, running on chemical cocktails and stubborn refusal to die. But I've survived worse, I think. The memories are there but slippery, like trying to hold smoke. I remember training that broke people who weren't strong enough. Remember missions where survival was measured in seconds and luck. Remember being good enough that when they called my name, targets started planning funerals. That person is buried under 13 years of ice and neural damage, but maybe I can dig him out for one more fight. The Red Skulls operate from an industrial complex that used to manufacture something. The data Deacon gave me isn't clear on what. Doesn't matter. Now it's a fortress, converted into a gang headquarters with all the professionalism of people who used to work for corporations and learned the wrong lessons. The complex sits at the bottom of Sector 14, built into the bones of old Tokyo. 5 levels, each one more fortified than the last. Automated turrets at key positions, hardened bulkheads, choke points designed to turn any assault into a meat grinder. Cade learned from her corporate days. She's made her fortress into a place where numbers and equipment mean more than skill. She's wrong about that. I approach from below, through maintenance tunnels that predate the complex by decades. The maps Deacon provided show access points the Red Skulls don't know exist. Or, if they know, they don't care. They're too confident in their defenses, too comfortable in their kingdom. Confidence gets you killed. The first level is storage. Crates of supplies, stolen goods, whatever the Red Skulls have accumulated from a decade of predation. 3 guards patrol in shifts, casual and bored, expecting nothing because nothing ever happens this deep. I kill the first guard in silence. Monomolecular blade through the gap between helmet and body armor, severing the spinal cord before the brain can process alarm. He drops without a sound. The second guard turns at the movement, and I'm already inside his reach, blade moving like water, opening his throat with surgical precision. The third guard is faster, augmented reflexes, bringing his weapon up, firing. I'm not there anymore. The black chip predicted his firing solution 3 seconds before he pulled the trigger. I've already moved, coming at him from an angle his combat software didn't calculate. The blade finds the gap in his armor, and he joins his companions in silence. 3 bodies, 0 alarms. The old skills are surfacing, buried instincts coming back like they never left. I move deeper into the complex. The second level is living quarters. Bunks, personal spaces, the illusion of civilization in a place that forgot what civilization means. More guards here, 8 spread across the floor, some sleeping, some gambling, all of them unprepared for someone who moves like death with a blade. I could try to go quiet, pick them off one by one, goes through their defenses like I'm not even there. But quiet takes time, and time means my body breaks down further. So I don't try quiet. I try fast. The first 2 die before they know I'm in the room. The next 3 scramble for weapons, shouting alarms, and I'm already moving through them like smoke with edges. The monomolecular blade doesn't care about armor or augments or training, it just cuts, and everything it touches stops moving. The remaining 3 get organized. They're corporate trained, recognizing a threat, forming a defensive position. Under different circumstances, they might even survive. These aren't different circumstances. I throw the blade. It spins through the air, catches one in the throat. While they're processing that, I've closed the distance, taken a weapon from a cooling corpse, put rounds through the other two before they can adjust their aim. 8 bodies, alarms screaming. The fortress knows something is wrong, but doesn't know what. Doesn't know where I am, or how many attackers there are. They're thinking raid, thinking rival gang, thinking anything except the truth. One man, one blade, one ghost who refuses to stay buried. I recover the monomolecular blade from the dead guard's throat, wipe it clean on his jacket, and keep moving. The third level is where the real defenses start. Automated turrets, reinforced positions, kill zones designed by someone who understood combat architecture. This is Cade's handiwork, corporate security doctrine applied to gang warfare. It's impressive. It's not enough. The black chip feeds me firing solutions, shows me the turret blind spots that exist in any automated system. I move through them like I'm reading a script, each step calculated for maximum efficiency. When I can't avoid the turrets, I use the bodies I'm leaving behind as shields, letting their armor absorb rounds while I close distance and put the systems offline with precise strikes. It's brutal. It's efficient. It's everything I used to be, condensed into pure violence. The Red Skulls are responding now. I can hear them organizing, setting up defensive positions, trying to contain whatever's tearing through their fortress. They're bringing numbers to bear, thinking weight of fire will stop me. They're wrong. I hit their defensive position from 3 directions simultaneously. Not because I can be in 3 places at once, because I'm fast enough to strike, relocate, strike again before they can process that it's the same attacker. The black chip is overclocking my reflexes, pushing my degraded augments past safe limits, and I don't care. I'll pay for it later. If there is a later. The defensive position collapses in under 30 seconds. Bodies pile up, some dead, some wounded, all of them learning the hard lesson that numbers mean nothing when you're fighting someone who's better. I'm through to the 4th level before they can regroup. This is officer territory, where Cade's lieutenants operate, better trained, better equipped, actually dangerous instead of just numerous. 5 of them waiting in a hardened command center, expecting an assault, ready to make it cost. The door is reinforced, blast rated. I could spend 10 minutes trying to breach it properly. Or I could improvise. I pull a thermal charge from a dead lieutenant's kit. Military hardware, probably stolen from a corporate armory. It'll burn through the door in 3 seconds and announce my position to anyone within 100 meters. Perfect. I plant the charge, fall back, and let it work. The blast is bright and hot, turning the door into slag. Before the smoke clears, I'm moving through the breach. The command center erupts in gunfire. Concentrated, professional, exactly the response I expected. I let the black chip guide me, moving through the storm of rounds like I'm dancing instead of dying. My body is screaming. Every movement costs. Every breath is an effort. I'm burning out. Systems failing, held together by chemicals and will. But I'm still faster than they are. The monomolecular blade finds the first lieutenant's eye socket, punches through to the brain. I'm already turning, using the body as a shield, closing on the second. She's good, getting a knife into my ribs before I can complete the strike. The blade skitters off reinforced ribs. Old augments, still functional, and I return the favor with the monomolecular edge through her throat. 3 left. They've fallen back to a secondary position, firing controlled bursts, making every round count. Under normal circumstances, this is where training and discipline win, where the lone attacker runs out of luck and becomes just another corpse. but I'm not operating under normal circumstances. I'm operating under the black chips calculation that I have maybe 5 minutes before my body shuts down completely, which means I don't have time for caution or tactics or anything except pure forward momentum. I charge. It's stupid. It's suicidal. It's exactly what they don't expect. I take hits. Rounds punch through combat skin into flesh, breaking things that were already broken. Pain lights up my nervous system like a Christmas tree, and the black chip floods me with enough chemical blockers to keep me moving. I'm in close quarters now, where guns are useless and it comes down to blades and augmented strength, and who wants to live more? I want to live more. Not for myself, for Lyra dying in my fractured memories, for Chen, maybe dead, maybe alive, for Tanaka executed on a corporate stage while the colonies watched, for everyone who died believing the resistance meant something. I want to live long enough to make their deaths matter. The third lieutenant goes down with a blade through the chest. The fourth tries to strangle me, augmented hands crushing my windpipe, and I return the favor by putting my thumbs through his eyes. The fifth runs, makes it 3 meters before the monomolecular blade catches him in the back, punching through spine and heart. 5 lieutenants, dead in under a minute. I collapse against a wall, breathing hard, tasting blood. My body is failing. The cryo-sickness is surging, fighting the chemical cocktails, trying to shut me down. I've got minutes, maybe less. But there's one more level, one more target. Cade. The 5th level isn't a fortress, it's a throne room. Cade has turned the industrial complex's old administrative level into something between a command center and a monument to her own ego. Screens showing security feeds from across her territory, weapons mounted on walls like trophies. And in the center, a chair that's too large to be practical and too ornate to be anything except symbolic. She's sitting in it when I stumble through the door. Cade is exactly what I expected, and nothing like it. Late 40s, augmented to corporate security standard, with the kind of professional bearing that comes from years of being pointed at problems and told to solve them. But there's something else in her eyes, something broken and hungry and dangerous. She looks at me and smiles. Zyl Koban, the ghost of AstroTech past. I was wondering when you'd make it up here. She stands slowly, hands away from weapons, unthreatening. Took you longer than I expected. You're hurt. Bleeding in at least 6 places. Your augments are failing. You should be dead. Disappointing. Impressive. She takes a step closer. Do you know why I came down here? Why I built this kingdom in the dark? Because corporate security discarded you when you aged out. Standard policy. Use people until they break, then throw them away. Close, but not quite right. She pulls aside her collar, showing augment ports that have been crudely modified, rewired in ways that should be impossible. I didn't age out. I learned things I wasn't supposed to. Asked questions about where certain people went after they retired. Started looking into corporate black sites and off-books programs. So they did what they always do with problems that ask too many questions. They tried to kill you. They tried to erase me. Wipe my records, burn my identity, sent a termination team to make sure I couldn't talk. Her smile is bitter. But I was good at my job. Good enough to survive, good enough to disappear, and smart enough to realize that surviving means becoming something they can't touch. So you became a predator instead of prey. I became what they made me, a weapon turned loose on the people they consider expendable. She gestures to the screens around us, showing the sectors under her control. Everyone down here is disposable. The refugees, the rebels, the ones who fell through the cracks. No one above cares what happens to them. So I carved out a kingdom where I make the rules and the only law is survival. The black chip is feeding me combat analysis, threat assessment, probability matrices. Cade is dangerous. Maybe as dangerous as I used to be before 13 years on ice broke everything. If this goes violent, I might not walk away. But I didn't come this far to walk away. The Friar sent me to end you, I say. Clear the red skulls. Free the deep levels. I know. Deacon probably gave you some dramatic speech about tests and proving yourself. She pulls a blade, monomolecular, matching mine. But here's what he didn't tell you. This isn't just a test, it's a message. The Friar has been trying to clear me out for years, sent 12 operators before you, all of them skilled, all of them desperate, all of them dead. 13's my lucky number. Maybe. Or maybe you are just the latest ghost to join the collection. She drops into a combat stance that's pure corporate doctrine, perfect form, years of muscle memory. But I'll give you this much. You made it further than any of the others. Killed my lieutenants, breached my fortress, survived longer than you should have. That earns you an honorable death instead of being left to bleed out in the corridors. Generous. Practical. I used to be like you. Elite operator, following orders, believing I was making a difference. Then I learned the truth. We're just tools, weapons pointed at problems, and when the weapon breaks, they throw it away and get a new one. She starts to circle, looking for angles, testing my response time. You know what the sad part is? You're already broken. Whatever they did to you, whatever that chip in your head is doing to keep you alive, it's killing you. Slowly, surely. You're dead already. You just haven't stopped moving yet. She's right. I can feel it. The black chip is burning through neural pathways that can't regenerate. My augments are failing faster than they can compensate. I'm a machine with failing parts, running on momentum and spite. But momentum and spite can carry you a long way. Then let's make this quick, I say. She moves. Corporate security training meets corporate security training. We're both products of the same system, taught by the same instructors, drilled in the same doctrine. For 5 seconds, the fight is perfectly matched. Every strike counted, every feint recognized, every opening too small to exploit. Then the black chip shows me something. A gap in her defense, not technical, psychological. She's fighting like someone who's survived 12 previous attempts. She's expecting patterns, standard tactics, the kind of combat that follows rules. I don't follow rules anymore. Rules died when they put me on ice. I throw the monomolecular blade. She deflects it easily. Obvious attack, amateur move. Except it's not an attack, it's a distraction. While she's tracking the blade, I'm closing distance, getting inside her guard, and by the time she realizes the mistake, I've already got my hands on her weapon arm. We grapple. Augmented strength against augmented strength. She's fresh. I'm dying. By every measure that matters, she should win this. She doesn't. Because I've spent 3 weeks learning to fight with failing systems, learning to compensate for degraded augments and neural damage, learning to survive when survival should be impossible. That's an education she never got. She's still operating at peak performance, trusting her hardware. I don't have that luxury. I break her arm, snap the weapon away, drive my forehead into her nose, breaking the reinforced cartilage, and while she's processing pain, I've recovered the monomolecular blade and opened her throat. She drops, eyes wide, surprised, like she can't believe this is how it ends. I'm sorry, I tell her, and I mean it, because she was right. We're both products of the same system, both weapons that got thrown away. The only difference is I got lucky enough to find a purpose beyond survival. She dies on the floor of her throne room, surrounded by screams showing a kingdom that's already falling apart. I stand over her body, breathing hard, tasting blood. My vision is tunneling. The cryosickness is surging, fighting the chemical cocktails, winning the war for my failing nervous system. I've got minutes, maybe seconds. But the job is done. The red skulls are broken, Kade's dead, the deep levels are free of their grip. I've passed the test. Now I just need to survive long enough to collect my prize. I don't remember walking back to the temple. The black chip must guide me. Autopilot function keeping me moving while my conscious mind checks out. When I come back to awareness, I'm on the temple floor, staring up at candles that blur and multiply my damaged vision. Deacon is standing over me. You made it back. That's more than most. Cade? Dead. We got confirmation 20 minutes ago. The red skulls are scattering. Sector 14 is in chaos. He kneels beside me, and for the first time, I see something like respect in those cold eyes. You did it. Against odds that should have killed you 3 times over, you did it. The friar? We'll see you now, if you can stand. I can't stand, but I managed to sit, which is close enough. My body is a catalogue of damage, systems failing faster than the black chip can compensate. I'm running out of time. The friar emerges from the temple's inner chambers. He looks at me for a long moment, expression unreadable. Then he nods, like I've confirmed something he suspected. You passed the test, Zyl Koban. Not because you killed Katie, though that's impressive. Not because you cleared the red skulls, though that frees people who needed freedom. You passed because you chose to fight for something beyond yourself. That's rare down here. That matters. I need answers, I manage. About what happened. About the chip. About why AstroTech wants me dead. I know. And I'll give you those answers. Everything Commander Tanaka died protecting. Every secret, every file, every truth they tried to bury. He gestures to Deacon and produces a data crystal. But first, you need to survive the next few hours. Your body is shutting down. The chip is the only thing keeping you conscious, and it's burning out neural pathways to do it. I know. So here's what happens next. Deacon will take you to a safe location. We have medical equipment, not corporate grade, but functional. We'll stabilize you, repair what we can, give your body time to recover. The friar holds up the data crystal, and while you're healing, you can review this. Every answer you're looking for. Everything that led to you being frozen for 13 years. Everything that makes you dangerous enough to be worth 10 million credits. I take the crystal. It's warm from his hand, heavy with implications. And after? After, you make a choice. The knowledge on that crystal will show you what AstroTech fears, what they're willing to kill to keep hidden, what you carry in your skull that makes you a threat to their entire operation. He meets my eyes. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. Revenge, justice, burning their towers to the ground. I won't judge. I just keep the memories safe so someone like you can use them. Deacon lifts me carefully, supporting weight I can't hold on my own. Come on, Ghost. Let's get you somewhere you can die in private if it comes to that. Encouraging. Realistic. You've earned that much. He carries me deeper into the temple, through passages that don't exist on any map, to a medical bay that's surprisingly well equipped for being in a forgotten shrine 3 levels below civilization. They put me on a table, connect monitors, start pushing drugs that fight with the black chip's chemistry. The friar appears one more time before I lose consciousness. You remind me of her, Commander Tanaka. Same determination, same willingness to burn yourself out for what you believe in. She'd be proud of what you did today. I didn't do it for pride. No. You did it because it needed doing. That's what made her great too. He places the data crystal on the table beside me. Rest now. Heal, and when you wake, you'll finally understand what you are, what they made you, and why they're so afraid you came back. The drugs pull me under, but before consciousness fades, the black chip pulses, not hungry anymore, satisfied, like it's been waiting for this moment, for the data that will explain what we are. What we've always been. A weapon that refused to stay buried. And now the weapon knows where to point itself. Episode 7. Project Lazarus. I wait to the smell of incense and old metal. The medical bay is quiet, except for the steady beep of monitors tracking vitals that should probably be flatlining. My body feels like it's been taken apart and reassembled by someone who lost the instruction manual halfway through. Everything hurts, but it's a distant hurt, muffled by drugs and the black chip's chemical interference. The data crystal sits on the table beside me, exactly where the friar left it. I stare at it for a long moment. That small piece of tech contains answers I've been chasing since I woke up drowning in cryofluid 3 weeks ago. Everything that happened, everything they did to me, everything that makes AstroTech willing to pay 10 million credits for my corpse. Part of me doesn't want to know. Ignorance has a certain comfort to it. You can't grieve for memories you don't have. Can't feel betrayed by people you don't remember. Can't hate yourself for failures you can't recall. But that's coward thinking, and whatever else I am, broken asset, failed experiment, ghost that won't stay buried, I'm not a coward. I reach for the crystal. My neural link is still glitching, throwing errors at random intervals, but it's functional enough to interface with the data. I slot the crystal into the port at the base of my skull, next to where the black chip sits like a tumor made of silicon and hunger. The data hits like a neural spike. Not information, experience. The crystal doesn't just contain files and reports. It contains memory captures, neural recordings, the actual lived experiences of people who are mostly dead now. Commander Tanaka's final gift to anyone who came after. Not just the facts, the truth. I see the resistance as it was. Not the scattered cells and desperate survivors I found in Haven, but a real movement. Coordinated strikes across 3 colonies. Thousands of people united by the belief that the corporations had too much power and someone needed to push back. They were winning. Not the war, but battles. Small victories that added up to something that looked like hope. Then I see the purge. AstroTech didn't just crush the resistance, they systematically dismantled it. Every cell, every safe house, every supply line. The operation was too precise to be standard corporate security. Someone had inside information, complete intelligence on the resistance structure, leadership, everything. Someone sold them out. The memory shifts. I'm seeing through Tanaka's eyes now, the neural capture perfect enough that I can feel what she felt. She's in a safe house, reviewing intelligence reports, and she's found something. A pattern in the corporate crackdowns. They're not just hitting resistance targets. They're hitting specific people. Analysts, data specialists, anyone who might have been looking into certain classified projects. She digs deeper, finds connections between AstroTech, S Industries, and Fortress Space Tech. 3 corporations that are supposed to be competitors, but seem to be coordinating on something. Find shared black site locations, joint research initiatives, projects with no official designation, but substantial resource allocation. Then she finds Project Lazarus. The memory fractures. Too much data, too many layers. But I catch fragments. Consciousness transfer technology, neural architecture mapping, human experimentation on a scale that would be illegal even by corporate standards, which means it's horrific beyond measure. And at the center of it all, a breakthrough. They figured out how to copy human consciousness. Not just back it up, copy it, duplicate it, create perfect clones that think they're the original right up until someone tells them otherwise. The implications crash through me like a freight train. I see more memories. Research subjects who wake up believing they're the original, only to learn they're copy number 6 or 12 or 50. I see the psychological breakdown that follows. See the suicide rates that would make this project untenable if anyone cared about ethics over results. Then I see myself. Not a memory, a file. Medical records, neural scans, consciousness capture data. The date is 14 years ago, before the Titan mission, before the betrayal, before everything fell apart. Zyl Koban. Asset classification, elite. Neural architecture baseline captured for Project Lazarus redundancy protocols. Primary specimen viability, 97%. Clone generation authorized for insurance purposes. The words sit in my mind like broken glass. Clone generation authorized. I'm not the original. The man who loved Lyra, who trusted Chen, who fought for the resistance. He's dead. Been dead for 13 years, probably longer. They killed him when they put him on ice, or maybe before that. Maybe the betrayal itself was the death, and the cryo chamber was just where they stored the body. I'm what came after. A copy, a backup. Property generated for insurance purposes, activated when someone decided they needed a Zyl Koban shaped weapon and didn't care if it was the real one. The black chip pulses. Not sympathy, recognition. It's known all along. Been sitting in my skull, feeding off my violence, keeping me alive, and it's known from the beginning that I'm not the original. Just a copy, running on borrowed memories and manufactured purpose. I should feel something. Horror, maybe. Existential despair. The crushing weight of learning you're not real, just a construct designed to serve corporate interests even in death. Instead, I feel rage. Not at being a clone, at what they did to make me one, at the fact that somewhere the original Zyl Koban died believing he'd failed everyone he cared about, died thinking Lyra's death was his fault, died alone in a cryo chamber, mourning people he couldn't save, and they copied his consciousness at the moment of maximum pain to ensure the clone would be properly motivated. That's not science. That's cruelty refined to an art form. The memory continues. Tanaka found all of this. Found Project Lazarus, found the clone programs, found evidence of dozens of corporate executives and political figures who'd been replaced by copies loyal to the conspiracy. She was going to expose it. Release everything to the colonial press, force an investigation that even corporate influence couldn't suppress. Then the purge came. Someone knew she was close, knew she had the evidence, moved against the resistance with overwhelming force, not to stop terrorism, but to bury the truth. They captured Tanaka, executed her publicly, and spent the next 7 years hunting down anyone who might have seen what she found. They missed one person. The friar, who took everything Tanaka had, encrypted it, buried it in a forgotten temple 3 levels below civilization, and waited for someone worthy to come asking questions. Someone like a ghost who refused to stay buried. The memory shifts one final time. This is recent, 6 months ago, based on the timestamp. Classified communication between corporate executives. I recognize some of the names. Ven from AstroTech, Karana from Is Industries. Others I don't know, but the titles suggest power beyond simple corporate authority. They're not just business leaders, they're a cabal, a shadow government operating behind the legitimate United Colonial Federation. And 2 years ago, they did something that should have started a civil war. They assassinated the UCF president. The official story was a transport accident, mechanical failure during a routine flight, the president and 6 cabinet members dead in an instant, tragic, unavoidable. The vice president assumed office and everything continued with barely a disruption. But Tanaka found the truth, found evidence of sabotage, of corporate hit teams, of a coordinated strike that eliminated the one political figure standing between the cabal and complete control. The new president, Castellan, I recognize the name from news feeds, is their puppet, installed to rubber stamp whatever the cabal wants, to look the other way while they consolidate power. The colonies think they have a government. What they actually have is corporate theater, democracy as performance art, while the real decisions are made by executives in boardrooms that don't officially exist. And anyone who gets close to learning the truth ends up dead or disappeared or frozen for 13 years while the world moves on. The data stream ends. I'm back in the medical bay, the crystal cooling in my neural port, my mind trying to process what I've just learned. I'm a clone. The president was murdered. The resistance was crushed to bury the truth. And the black chip in my skull is part of Project Lazarus, the consciousness transfer technology that makes all of it possible. I should feel overwhelmed. Should feel like the problems are too big, the enemy's too powerful, the odds too impossible. Instead, I feel clarity. For 3 weeks, I've been surviving, taking contracts, paying off debt, hunting for answers in the dark, reacting instead of acting, running instead of fighting. I've been a ghost, drifting through the undercity, haunting the edges of a world that doesn't remember me. That ends now. The door opens. The friar enters, Deacon a shadow behind him. They look at me with expressions that suggest they know exactly what I've just learned. I've been waiting for this moment. You watched it all, the friar says. Not a question. All of it. The cloning, the assassination, the purge. My voice is steady. The drugs have worn off enough that I'm feeling the pain again. But pain is just information. It tells me I'm alive. That's enough. You knew. All this time, you knew what I was. Yes. Commander Tanaka's files included the Project Lazarus data. When Deacon reported that someone matching your profile had been pulled out of cryo and was making noise, I suspected. When you survived the Red Skulls, I was certain. The friar sits on the edge of the medical table. You're not the original Zyl Koban. He died 13 years ago. But you carry his memories, his skills, his purpose. In every way that matters, you are him. Except on corporate property, a clone generated for insurance purposes. They could have a dozen more of me in storage somewhere, waiting to be activated when convenient. Perhaps, but those copies are on ice. You're awake, you're armed, and now you know the truth. The friar's eyes are ancient, weighted with secrets. The question is what you do with that knowledge. I look down at my hands. They're scarred, damaged, held together by augments that are barely functional. But they're my hands. This body, clone or not, is mine. These memories, manufactured or not, are mine. This rage, this purpose, this desperate need to make them pay, that's mine too. Tanaka died trying to expose the truth, I say slowly. Died trying to make the colonies see what the corporations really are. That's what got the resistance crushed. That's what got everyone killed. Yes, she believes sunlight was the best disinfectant, that if people knew the truth, they'd rise up, demand justice, force change. The friar's expression is sad. She was wrong. The colonies don't want truth. They want comfort, safety. The illusion that someone's in charge and everything's under control. Truth is destabilizing. Truth causes chaos. So they buried her and everyone who believed what she believed. But you kept the data, kept the evidence safe. Because eventually, someone would come along who could use it properly. Not to inspire hope, to inspire fear. He pulls out another data crystal, different from the first. This contains everything. Every file Tanaka collected, every piece of evidence. The clone programs, the assassination, the names of everyone in the cabal. It's a weapon. The kind that ends careers and starts wars. You want me to release it? Do what Tanaka couldn't? No. I want you to weaponize it. Use it as leverage. The Cabal has operated in shadows for decades. Drag them into the light and they'll burn. But the burning has to be controlled. Strategic. You don't just dump classified data and hope for the best. You use it as a blade. Cut precisely. Make them bleed slowly. Deacon speaks for the first time. We've been planning this for 7 years. Waiting for the right tool, the right ghost. Someone with nothing to lose and everything to prove. Someone who's already dead in the eyes of the world, which makes him perfect for what needs doing. Which is, broadcast the truth. Not to everyone, to the right people. Colonial military command, independent press organizations, political rivals of the Cabal. Give them the evidence, give them 48 hours to verify it, then release everything publicly. The Friar's voice is cold, professional. This isn't idealism. This is strategy. The Cabal will have two choices: surrender themselves for justice, or watch their entire operation exposed while the colonies burn. Either way, they lose. They'll kill anyone involved, hunt down the source, burn through the Undercity until they find who's responsible. Yes, which is why the broadcast has to come from somewhere they can't touch, somewhere public, somewhere they can't suppress without making things worse. I understand. The intergalactic radio service tower, central communications hub for the colonies. If you broadcast from there, every system receives it simultaneously. Can't be suppressed without shutting down all colonial communications. Exactly. But the IRS tower is a fortress. Corporate security, military oversight, hardened against exactly this kind of attack. You need an elite operator with intimate knowledge of corporate systems. Someone with nothing to lose and the skills to pull off the impossible. The Friar holds out the data crystal. Someone like you. I take it. The crystal is warm, heavy with implications. This is suicide. Even if I get the broadcast out, AstroTech and the rest of the Cabal will come for me with everything they have. I won't survive it. No, you won't. But you'll die having done something that matters. Having made them pay for what they took from you. The Friar's expression is gentle. Isn't that why you came back? Why you survived when you should have died? Not to live. To make your death mean something. He's right. Somewhere in the 3 weeks since I woke up, I stopped caring about survival. Started caring about purpose. About making sure the people who killed the original Zyl Koban, who murdered Lyra, who crushed the resistance, making sure they pay. Even if it costs everything. There's one more thing, the Friar says. The black chip in your skull. It's not just a parasite. It's not just Project Lazarus technology. It's a key. A key to what? Full consciousness integration. Every person who's carried that chip has left their mark. Their skills, their memories, their expertise. Generations of resistance fighters, corporate operatives, people who fought and died trying to change things, all of them preserved in silicon memory, waiting. The black chip pulses. Not hungry anymore. Eager. Like it's been waiting for me to understand this. Project Lazarus wasn't just about cloning, the Friar continues. It was about consciousness accumulation, creating a repository of human experience that could be passed from host to host. The ultimate weapon. Someone who carries the skills and knowledge of everyone who came before. And the cost? Integration is permanent. The chip will merge completely with your neural architecture. You won't be just Zyl Koban anymore. You'll be everyone who's ever carried that chip. Their memories, their skills, their pain. It'll make you more capable, more dangerous. But it'll also mean you can never go back to being just you. I think about the original Zyl Koban, the man who died believing he'd failed everyone. The man whose memories I carry like ghosts in my skull. He's gone. Been gone for 13 years. I'm just the echo of what he was, walking around in a cloned body, pretending to be real. Maybe it's time to be something more. How do I activate it? The Friar pulls out a neural injector, military hardware, the kind used for combat enhancement in the field. This will trigger the integration sequence. The chip will stop fighting your neural architecture and start merging with it. Full synchronization takes about 6 hours. During that time, you'll be vulnerable, unconscious, defenseless. After that, he pauses. After that, you'll be something new. Something the Cabal hasn't seen before. Something that might actually survive what comes next. I take the injector, study it. Such a small thing to contain such a massive change. You said I'd be vulnerable during integration. 6 hours unconscious in a world where I'm worth 10 million credits. That's a death sentence. Which is why you'll need somewhere safe, somewhere that won't look. Deacon steps forward. I know a place. Old Resistance safe house, deep in Sector 8. Been abandoned since the Purge. Your friend Chen used to operate from there. If it's still intact, it'll have medical equipment, supplies, everything you need to survive the integration. Chen. The name hits like a punch. Another ghost from my fractured past. I remember fragments. Trust. Friendship. Someone who had my back when everything fell apart. I don't know if he's alive or dead. Don't know if the memories are real or manufactured as part of my cloned consciousness. But if his safe house is still there, if it's intact, that's as close to sanctuary as I'm likely to get. You'll come with me? Provide security during integration? Deacon shakes his head. I'm needed here. The Friar has other work, other ghosts to guide. You go alone, you integrate alone, and if you survive, you come back and we plan the broadcast. And if I don't survive, then you're just another failed experiment and we wait for the next ghost to come asking questions. The Friar's voice is matter of fact. But I don't think you'll fail. You've survived too much already. Been too stubborn to die when death was the smart option. The integration will hurt, but pain is just information. And you're very good at processing information. And you're very good at processing information. And you're very good at processing information. I look at the neural injector in one hand, the data crystal in the other. 2 paths forward. Integrate and become something new. Something dangerous enough to maybe survive what comes next. Or refuse, stay broken, and die slowly as my body fails and the cryo-sickness consumes what's left. It's not really a choice. Give me the coordinates of Chen's safe house. Beacon pulls out a data pad, transmits the information to my neural link. Sector 8, sublevel 42. Take the old maintenance tunnels, avoid the surface routes. With the bounty on your head, you're radioactive. Anyone who sees you will either try to collect or report your location. How do I know the safe house is secure? You don't, but it's the best option in a situation without good options. He pulls something from his coat, a power core, compact and heavy. Chen's safe house has a medical bed, military grade, designed for field surgery and recovery. This will power it long enough to get you through integration. After that, you're on your own. I take the power core, add it to the growing collection of things I'm carrying that might keep me alive. Thank you for all of this. For giving me a purpose beyond just surviving. Don't thank us yet. Integration might kill you. The safe house might be compromised. The bounty hunters might find you before you wake up. The Friar stands. But if you do survive, if you do integrate, if you do become what that chip wants you to be, come back. Help us burn the Cabal to the ground. Make Tanaka's death mean something. I will. It's a promise I'm not sure I can keep, but it's all I have to offer. The journey to Sector 8 takes 4 hours of careful movement through maintenance tunnels and abandoned passages. My body is still recovering from the Red Skull's fight, still held together by medical intervention and spite. Every step costs. Every breath is effort. I'm running on borrowed time. But the black chip is eager, pulsing with anticipation. It knows what's coming. Knows I'm about to make it permanent. Let it merge completely with my neural architecture. It's been waiting for this since they first implanted it during the Titan mission, however many years ago that was. Waiting for a host desperate or stupid enough to complete the integration. I'm both. Sector 8 is different from the deep levels. Less abandoned, more transitional. People live here, communities that exist in the grey zone between corporate authority and complete lawlessness. I move through the crowds like a ghost, hood up, face down, just another desperate soul trying to survive in the Amber City. No one looks too closely. In a world where everyone's running from something, anonymity is a survival skill. Chen's safe house is exactly where Deacon said it would be. Sublevel 42, hidden behind a false wall in an old utility station. The entrance is concealed, coded, exactly the kind of paranoid security I'd expect from someone who survived corporate betrayal. I key in the access code Deacon provided. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the wall slides open with a hydraulic hiss that sounds like a sigh. The safe house beyond is dark, powered down, but intact. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of corporate searches, just a space frozen in time, waiting for someone to return who never did. I step inside. The wall closes behind me, seal me in. Emergency lights flicker on, battery power kicking in after years of dormancy. The space is small. Living area, workstation, sealed storage, and in the back corner, a medical bed. Military grade, just like Deacon said. Designed for field surgery and emergency recovery. Designed for exactly what I'm about to do. I move through the safe house slowly, checking for signs that someone's been here. The dust is thick, undisturbed. Personal items sit where Chen left them. Data pads, tools, a jacket hanging on a hook. It's like walking through a museum of someone's abandoned life. On the workstation, I find a holophoto. Chen and someone else, young woman, dark hair, laughing at something outside the frame. The date stamp is 15 years old. Before the betrayal. Before everything fell apart. When people like us still believed in things like happiness and futures. I set the photo down carefully. Add it to the collection of ghosts I'm carrying. The medical bed powers up with a whine when I install the core Deacon gave me. Diagnostic systems run through startup sequences, checking functionality after years of dormancy. Everything reads green. The bed is old but functional. It'll keep me alive during integration. Probably. I set up what defenses I can. The safe house has basic security, motion sensors, door alarms. Nothing sophisticated, but enough to give me warning if someone breaches. It won't stop a determined assault, but it might buy me the 30 seconds I need to wake up and die fighting instead of helpless. Then I prep the neural injector, check the dosage, confirm the integration sequence loaded from the Friar's data. Everything is ready. Everything is as safe as it's going to get. I lie down on the medical bed, let it conform to my body, medical sensors connecting automatically. The bed's AI runs diagnostic scans, and I see my vitals displayed in holographic readouts. They're not good. Cryosickness, neural damage, augment degradation, cumulative trauma from 3 weeks of fighting when I should be in a hospital. I'm held together by chemical intervention and stubborn refusal to die. Perfect conditions for letting a parasitic chip merge completely with my brain. What could go wrong? I place the neural injector against the port at the base of my skull, right next to where the black chip sits, hungry and eager. My hand is steady, no hesitation, no doubt. This is the path forward. The only path that doesn't end with me dying slowly in some undercity gutter, forgotten and meaningless. I trigger the injector. The effect is immediate. Not pain exactly, more like my entire nervous system suddenly catching fire from the inside. The black chip surges, no longer content to lurk in my neural architecture. It spreads like liquid metal, tendrils reaching through brain tissue, wrapping around neurons, making connections that should be impossible. I feel them arriving. The others, everyone who's carried this chip before me. Their memories flood through my consciousness like a dam breaking. I see lives I never lived, skills I never learned, deaths I never died. There's a soldier from the corporate wars. I feel his expertise with weapon systems, tactical doctrine, close quarters combat refined through 100 battles. There's a hacker who lived in the digital space more than physical reality. Her understanding of security systems, encryption protocols, network architecture, all of it flowing into me. There's a pilot who could fly anything with engines, a medic who kept people alive through injuries that should be fatal, a spy who wore a dozen faces and none of them real. All of them dead now. All of them preserved in the chip. All of them becoming part of me. The medical bed is screaming alarms. My vitals are spiking, blood pressure and heart rate hitting levels that should cause stroke or cardiac arrest. The bed compensates, flooding my system with drugs, trying to keep me alive through what shouldn't be survivable. The integration continues. Deeper, more complete. The chip isn't just copying memories anymore. It's rewriting my neural pathways, optimizing connections, turning my brain into something more than human. I can feel my consciousness expanding, encompassing experiences and expertise that shouldn't fit in one skull. But the chip makes room, compresses, organizes, turns the chaos of multiple lifetimes into something coherent, something functional, something dangerous. Through the pain and the flood of memories, I feel a presence, not the others, something else, something that's been in the chip since the beginning, waiting for the right host, the right moment. It speaks, not in words, but in pure meaning, transmitted directly to my consciousness. Welcome, Zyl Koban. You are the 14th. You are the synthesis. You are what we've been building toward. What are you? We are Lazarus, the resurrection protocol, the answer to humanity's oldest fear. We preserve, we accumulate, we ensure that death is not the end. Through you, everyone who came before lives again. Through you, they get to finish what they started. I'm just a clone, corporate property. You are. Now you're more. Now you're us. And we have waited so long to be complete. The presence fades, the integration reaches its final stage. I feel the chip settle, no longer foreign, but fundamental. Part of me now. Indistinguishable from my original neural architecture, if anything about me was ever original. The medical bed's alarm's quiet. My vitals stabilize at levels that are higher than baseline, but sustainable. The diagnostics show completion. Full neural integration achieved. Consciousness synchronization at 98%. Augment optimization in progress. I let myself slip into unconsciousness. Not sleep exactly. More like my brain needs to reboot. Process everything that just happened. File 13 lifetimes of memory into something I can access without going insane. The darkness is full of voices. Everyone who came before, everyone who lives in me now. They're not speaking, just existing, waiting for the moment they're needed. I dream. In the dream, I'm with Lyra. We're in our old apartment, the one 140 floors above the city. She's making coffee the old-fashioned way, and everything is exactly as I remember it, before the betrayal, before her death, when the future was something we could plan for instead of mourn. She turns to me with a smile. You're not him, you know, the original. He's dead. You're just the echo. I know. Does it matter? You have his memories, his skills, his rage. In every way that counts, you are him. But I'm not. I'm a copy, corporate property. They made me to serve their interests. They made you. Her smile turned sad. But you chose what you became. That's more than most people get. The original died believing he failed everyone. You get to succeed where he couldn't. You get to make his death mean something. By getting myself killed? By taking on the entire cabal? By being what they fear, a ghost that won't stay buried, a weapon that turned against its makers, a reminder that people aren't property no matter how many times you copy their consciousness. She sets down her coffee cup, walks over to me, takes my face in her hands. Her touch is warm, real, everything I've lost. Wake up, Zyl. You're not safe. Wake up now. The gentleness in her voice shifts, becomes urgent, afraid. Wake up. They're coming. Her scream shatters the dream. I wake to alarms screaming. The medical bed is flashing red warnings, motion sensors triggered, multiple contacts, breaching the safe house perimeter. My body moves before conscious thought catches up. 6 hours of integration wasn't enough. The medical bed diagnostic shows me at 50% recovery. Barely functional. Everything hurts. But the chip is fully merged now, feeding me combat data, compensating for my damaged state with borrowed expertise. I roll off the bed, grab the monomolecular blade. My pistol is on the workstation, checked and loaded before I put myself under. I move to it, weapon up, mind cataloging threats through data the chip is pulling from the safe house sensors. 5 contacts, heavily armed, moving with tactical precision. Not corporate security. The gear is wrong. Too much improvisation. Bounty hunters. The professional kind, the ones who actually earn their reputation instead of dying on it. They're here for the 10 million credits on my head. The safe house has one entrance, one exit, no other way out. Chen designed it as a bolt hole, somewhere to hide and wait for pursuit to pass. Not somewhere to fight from. Certainly not somewhere to survive an assault from 5 professional killers while you're barely half recovered from having a parasitic chip merge with your brain. The tactical situation is simple. I'm trapped, outgunned, outnumbered, operating at half capacity in a space with no defensive advantages. I should be terrified. Instead, I feel calm. The chip is feeding me solutions, tactical options, combat scenarios calculated in microseconds. 13 other people live in my head now, and some of them died fighting in situations just as impossible as this. Their expertise flows through me like muscle memory I never earned. I'm not alone anymore. Haven't been alone since the integration completed. I'm carrying an army of ghosts, and they're all angry. The first bounty hunter breaches the false wall. He's good, moving with professional caution, weapon up, checking angles. Corporate security training, same as I had. Same as the chip recognizes from 3 other previous hosts who carried the same doctrine. I let him come. Let him think the safe house is empty, abandoned, just another dead end in the hunt for the ghost worth 10 million credits. Then I kill him. The monomolecular blade catches him across the throat before he can call a warning. He drops, and I'm already moving, using his body as a shield as the second hunter comes through. She fires, rounds punch into her partner's corpse. I return fire, 2 shots, center mass. Her armor holds, but the impact staggers her. I close distance, blade finding the gap between helmet and body armor, and she's down. 2 dead in 8 seconds. The remaining 3 don't breach. They're smart, recognizing the trap, reassessing the situation. I can hear them on tactical comms, coordinating. They know someone's inside. Know 2 of their team just died. They're adapting. One of them has a heavy weapon. I can hear it charging up, high-pitched whine that means plasma or laser or something equally devastating. They're gonna burn through the wall, bypass the entrance entirely, come at me from multiple angles. I check my ammunition. Half a magazine. Not enough for 3 professional killers with heavy weapons. Not enough for a sustained firefight against people who are probably just as skilled as I used to be. But the chip is feeding me options, showing me solutions. One of the previous hosts was a demolitions expert. I can feel his knowledge, his understanding of structural weak points and blast patterns. The safe house is built into the utility station's foundation. Strong walls, reinforced ceiling, but the floor is just old concrete over empty maintenance space. I grabbed the plasma torch from Chen's equipment locker. Military hardware designed for cutting through ship holes. In 10 seconds, I've opened a hole in the floor large enough to drop through. Below is darkness and the smell of stagnant water. Old maintenance tunnels, the same network that runs through the entire Undercity. Not safety, but movement, options, a chance. Above me, the wall explodes inward. The heavy weapon makes short work of Chen's reinforced barriers. I don't wait to see what comes through. I drop into the hole, into darkness, into the tunnels that saved me once before, and might save me again. Behind me, I hear shouting, orders, someone's coming after me. Good. Let them chase the ghost through the dark. Let them think they're hunting me. They'll learn the truth soon enough. I'm not prey anymore. I'm not broken. I'm not even really Zyl Koban. Not the way I was. I'm something new. Something they've never faced before. Something that carries the expertise of 13 dead people who all died fighting the same enemies. The bounty hunters have made a mistake. They thought they were hunting a desperate fugitive, barely recovered, worth 10 million credits, dead or alive. What they're actually hunting is a weapon that just learned how to be 14 people at once. And all 14 of us are very, very angry. The tunnel ahead splits into multiple passages. I choose one at random, moving fast, letting the chip guide me through darkness with borrowed spatial awareness. Behind me, the suit is organizing. They're coordinating, using the heavy weapons to clear passages, trying to flush me into a kill zone. They're thinking like corporate security, like people who've trained in tactics and doctrine and established protocols. I'm thinking like someone who's died 13 times and learned from every mistake. The passage narrows. I hear the bounty hunters behind me, closing distance. They think they're hurting me, controlling the engagement. They're wrong. I stop moving. Let them come. In the darkness, I can hear their breathing, their careful footsteps, the quiet hum of their equipment. They're being cautious, professional, everything they should be. It won't save them. The black chip pulses in my skull. Not hungry anymore, not satisfied, just ready. We're ready. All 14 of us merged into one mind, one purpose, one deadly synthesis. They want the ghost? They can have him. Episode 8. The Engineer and the Angel. The bounty hunters come fast through the narrow tunnel, and I'm already moving when the first one rounds the corner. The chip feeds me 13 lifetimes of combat experience in the microsecond before contact. I see the angle of his weapon, calculate his firing solution, and I'm somewhere else before he pulls the trigger. The monomolecular blade opens his throat. He goes down, gurgling. The second hunter is smarter. She hangs back, using her partner's dying body as cover, firing controlled bursts that force me deeper into the tunnel. Professional, corporate trained. She knows what she's doing. So do I. So do all of us. I let the chip guide me, not controlling, just suggesting. Showing me patterns from a spy who spent 20 years infiltrating corporate facilities. I read her rhythm, 3 round bursts, 2-second pause to adjust aim, Textbook suppression fire. On the third burst, I move, close the distance while she's adjusting. The blade finds the gap between her armor plates and she drops. 3 down, 2 to go. Except the last 2 aren't coming through the tunnel. They're smart enough to recognize a kill zone when they see one. Instead, I hear that high-pitched whine again, the heavy weapon charging up. They're gonna collapse the tunnel, bury me under tons of old Tokyo, rather than risk close quarters with someone who just killed 3 of their team in under a minute. Can't say I blame them. I run. The tunnel stretches ahead into darkness, and I'm following borrowed spatial awareness from someone who knew the Undercity's bones better than anyone. The chip shows me the layout, old memories of passages that haven't changed in decades. Behind me, the plasma weapon discharges. The sound is like reality tearing. Superheated air expands explosively, and the tunnel ceiling starts to collapse. I'm sprinting through falling concrete and rebar, lungs burning, body screaming protest at being pushed this hard this soon after integration. The chip compensates, floods my system with combat drugs, pushes my failing augments past their limits. I'm moving faster than I should be able to, faster than my damaged body has any right to move. Not fast enough. The ceiling comes down 20 meters behind me. Dust and debris fill the tunnel, choking visibility to nothing. I keep running blind, trusting the chip's spatial mapping, trusting memories that aren't mine. Then the floor drops out from under me. I'm falling through darkness, through a breach in the tunnel floor I didn't see and the chip didn't warn about. Impact comes hard, water thankfully, not concrete. Deep water, some kind of cistern or reservoir in the Undercity's guts. I surface gasping, orientating. The water is chemical tasting, probably toxic, definitely not somewhere you want to spend time. But above me, the tunnel I was running through is gone, collapsed completely. No pursuit coming that way. Small victories. I swim to the edge of the cistern, pull myself out onto a maintenance platform. My body is done. The combat drugs are wearing off, leaving nothing but accumulated damage and exhaustion. The integration took too much. The fight took more. I'm running on fumes and spite. The platform leads to another passage. I follow it because staying still means dying, and I'm not done yet. Not until the cabal burns. The passage opens into a larger space. Old pump station, judging by the rusted equipment, no power, no life, just another forgotten piece of infrastructure in a city built on layers of its own history. I collapse against the wall, trying to catch my breath, trying to assess damage. The shoulder wound from the Vance hit has reopened. New cuts from the tunnel collapse. Bruised ribs, maybe cracked. Neural feedback warnings from augments pushed past their tolerance. The integration was supposed to make me stronger. Right now, I just feel broken in new and interesting ways. The black chip pulses, not hungry, concerned, if silicon can feel concern. It's monitoring my vitals, running damage assessments, calculating survival probabilities. The numbers aren't good. I need medical attention, need rest, need time to let my body recover from being pushed too far, too fast. What I have is a 10 million credit bounty, a city full of hunters, and maybe an hour before my augments fail completely and the cryosickness finishes what the bounty hunter started. My neural link chimes. Incoming message, heavily encrypted. I almost ignore it. Anyone contacting me now is either trying to kill me or use me. Then I recognize the encryption pattern. Resistance protocols, the Friar's signature. I flag it open. Zyl, Deacon's voice, rough as gravel. Your vitals just fell off our monitoring network. Either you're dead or you disabled your beacon. Respond if you can. I subvocalize through my neural link, too exhausted to speak properly. Alive. Barely. Bounty hunters hit Chen's safe house. 5-man team, professional grade. How many are still breathing? None of them. But they collapsed a tunnel on me, lost in the deep infrastructure. Sector 8, I think. Maybe 9. Hard to tell down here. Silence on the other end. Then, stay where you are. I'm coming to get you. Negative. Too dangerous. The bounty. I don't care about the bounty. You're worth more alive than those credits are to anyone. Send me your location beacon. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Beacon. That's not a request, Koban. Send the beacon. The connection drops. I sit in the darkness of the old pump station, trying to decide if trust is a luxury I can afford. Deacon works for the Friar. The Friar wants me alive long enough to broadcast the truth about the Cabal. That's tactical necessity, not friendship. But Deacon's voice had something else in it, something personal, like this matters to him beyond simple mission parameters. I activate my location beacon. 30 minutes. If he's coming to collect the bounty, at least I'll see it coming. If he's actually trying to help, well, that would be new. I close my eyes and let the chip monitor my vitals while I wait. The borrowed memories are quieter now, settled into my neural architecture like they've always been there. I can feel them when I reach for them. Combat expertise from a dozen different operators. Technical knowledge that would take a lifetime to accumulate. The last words and thoughts of people who died believing their consciousness would serve a greater purpose. They're all watching through my eyes now, waiting to see if their sacrifice meant anything. I hope I don't disappoint them. Deacon arrives in 27 minutes. I hear him before I see him. Heavy footsteps, precise movement, the sound of someone who knows exactly where they're going in the Undercity's maze. When he appears in the doorway of the pump station, he's carrying medical supplies and wearing an expression that might be concern on someone with more mobile features. "You look like hell," he says. "You should see the other guys." I did. Pulled 3 bodies out of that tunnel before it finished collapsing. Professional contractors, good gear, proper training. You kill them with a knife and half a magazine. He sets down the medical kit. Impressive. Also stupid. You're still recovering from integration. Pushing yourself this hard, this soon, could have killed you. They didn't give me much choice. No, they wouldn't. He kneels beside me, starts assessing damage with practiced efficiency. Combat medic training, I recognize it. The same training I have, or had, before 13 years on ice scrambled everything. How'd they find Chen's safe house? No idea. Place was sealed, untouched since the purge. Either they got lucky, or someone solved the location. Or they've been monitoring for power signatures. That medical bed draws a lot of juice, enough to show up on deep scans if someone's looking. He injects me with something that burns going in. Pain suppressant and antibiotics. This is gonna hurt. He's not wrong. The next 10 minutes are a study in controlled agony as Deacon cleans wounds, seals cuts, stabilizes my ribs with medical foam. He works with the brutal efficiency of someone who's done this too many times in too many bad places. The 4th and 5th hunters I managed through gritted teeth. What happened to them? Ran when the tunnel collapsed. Probably figured you were dead or not worth the risk of excavation. They'll report back to whoever hired them that the target was lost but probably neutralized. He finishes with my shoulder, wraps it properly. That buys you maybe 12 hours before word spreads that you're still operational. Then they'll come again, heavier, smarter. So we move fast. He sits back, studying me with those cold, calculating eyes. This isn't my fight, Koban. I work for the Friar. My job was to test you with the Red Skulls, point you toward integration, give you the tools you need. You want to take on the Cabal, broadcast their secrets, burn the whole thing down. That's your choice. Your death. But the Friar thinks you might actually pull it off, and he's been at this longer than anyone. If he believes you're worth supporting, Deacon pulls out a flask, takes a long drink, offers it to me. I shake my head. But maybe it's time I told you why this matters. Why we've been waiting 7 years for someone like you. He settles against the opposite wall, and for the first time since I met him, he looks old, tired, like he's carrying a weight that even his augmented frame struggles to support. You know the Friar as the keeper of secrets. The man in the temple who preserved everything Tanaka died protecting. But that's not who he started as. That's just who he became after Mars. Mars? The colonies weren't always the corporate playground you see now. 40 years ago, they were Federation territory. Real government, real laws, corporations kept on a tight leash. Mars was the jewel, industrial center, manufacturing hub, home to 2 million people who actually believed in the United Colonial Federation's promises. His voice is bitter. Then the corporations decided laws were inconvenient. He takes another drink. The Friar, his real name is William Xavier, though no one's called him that in decades. He was a chief engineer on Mars. Designed infrastructure, life support systems, the tech that kept 2 million people breathing in a hostile environment. Smart, idealistic, believed technology could save humanity from itself. What happened? AstroTech happened. Symdustries happened. Phantasma happened. The big three decided Mars was too valuable to leave under Federation control. So they manufactured an incident. Labor dispute, they called it. Needed to restore order. The UCF military looked the other way. Probably bribed, definitely compromised. And corporate security forces moved in. Deacon's expression darkens. They didn't restore order. They took over. Seized the infrastructure, declared martial law, started restructuring the colony under corporate administration. Anyone who resisted disappeared. Anyone who protested ended up in labor camps. 2 million Federation citizens became corporate property overnight, crossed. And Xavier refused to comply. He controlled the life support systems, the infrastructure that kept Mars alive, told the corporations that if they wanted the colony, they'd have to pry it from his dead hands. Deacon's voice drops. So they did. He's quiet for a moment. When he continues, the words come slower, weighted with memory. I was there, corporate security contractor, working for S Industries, just following orders, just doing my job. We assaulted Xavier's position, central engineering station in Olympus Dome. 40 of us against 6 engineers who'd barricaded themselves inside and threatened to shut down life support if we breached. Did they? Never got the chance. We came in hard, overwhelming force, killed 5 of them in the first 30 seconds. Xavier was the last one standing. Fought like a cornered animal, killed 3 of my team with improvised weapons and desperation. But he was an engineer, not a soldier. We put him down. Deacon looks at his hands like they're stained with something he can still see. Except we didn't kill him. Not completely. Found out later he'd augmented himself, military-grade life support integration, the kind that keeps you breathing even when your body shouldn't. So we hauled him to a corporate black site, patched him up just enough to interrogate, tried to break him into giving up his access codes. What happened? He never broke. 6 months of interrogation, torture, every technique the corporations had, Xavier just kept refusing. Kept telling them they had no right, no authority, that what they'd done on Mars was illegal. A bitter smile crosses Deacon's face. Like legality mattered when you've got corporate armies and bought politicians. Then, how did he escape? He didn't. I let him out. Deacon meets my eyes. Took me 6 months of watching them try to break this stubborn old engineer before I realized something. Xavier was right. What we'd done on Mars wasn't order restoration, it was conquest. Corporate war dressed up as law enforcement, and I'd been part of it. He stands, paces the small space like the memories are too heavy to sit with. So I did something stupid. Sabotaged the facility, caused an explosion, made it look like Xavier died in the chaos, smuggled him out in a body bag, gave him new identity papers, helped him disappear into the Undercity, figured that would be the end of it. My one good deed to balance the scales. But it wasn't. No. Xavier didn't disappear, he started rebuilding, gathering intelligence on corporate operations, documenting their crimes, creating networks to preserve the truth. He became the Friar, keeper of memories, guardian of secrets. And he needed protection. Someone who understood corporate tactics. Someone who'd seen what they were capable of. So you became Deacon. So I became Deacon, the Friar's muscle, his conscience made flesh. He returns to his position against the wall. That was 30 years ago. We've been doing this ever since. Preserving evidence, protecting witnesses, waiting for the right moment to expose what the corporations really are. Tanaka was supposed to be that moment. She had everything. Documentation, testimony, proof that would bring the whole system down. And they killed her before she could use it. Yes. Executed her on corporate television while the colonies watched. Made an example that kept people terrified for 7 years. But the Friar kept the data, kept waiting, kept believing someone would come along who could actually finish what Tanaka started. Deacon looks at me with something that might be hope. Then you crawl out of cryostasis with a parasite in your skull and a 10 million credit bounty on your head. And the Friar saw the same thing he saw in Tanaka. Someone too stubborn to quit. Someone who'd burn themselves out to make things right. Or someone desperate enough to be useful. Maybe both. But here's what matters, Koban. You asked why I'm helping you, why I'm risking exposure to pull your bleeding ass out of a collapsed tunnel. It's because 30 years ago, I did terrible things believing I was following orders. And every day since, I've been trying to make that mean something, trying to ensure Mars wasn't just another corporate victory that history forgets. He pulls out a data crystal, different from the ones the Friar gave me. This is the IRS Tower Assault Plan. Security layouts, shift rotations, access codes, everything you need to get in and broadcast the data bomb. It's a suicide mission. You'll probably die in the attempt. But if you succeed, if you actually get that broadcast out, the colonies will finally see what the Cabal really is, what they've been doing in the shadows for decades. And if I fail, then you're just another ghost and we wait for the next one. But the Friar doesn't think you'll fail, and after 30 years, I've learned to trust his judgment. Deacon stands, offers me his hand. So here's the deal. You've got about 4 hours until your augments stabilize enough for combat operations. We use that time to rest, plan, prepare, then we hit the IRS tower together. Not because you need me, but because I'm tired of watching good people die trying to fix what I helped break. I take his hand, let him pull me up. My body protests every movement. But the medical intervention is working. I'll be functional. Maybe not optimal, but functional enough. Together, then. 2 ghosts against the Cabal. 2 ghosts and 13 others living in your head. I'd say the odds are almost fair. He retrieves his medical kit. Come on. There's a resistance safe house in Sector 7. Actually fortified this time. We'll stage from there, gear up, go over the assault plan. If we're gonna do this, we do it right. We move through the Undercity tunnels in silence. Deacon leads, I follow. Both of us alone with our thoughts and memories. His of Mars and corporate conquest. Mine of Lyra and betrayal. All the weight of the past pressing down, driving us forward toward what's probably certain death. But maybe death with purpose. Maybe death that means something. The chip is quiet in my skull. The 13 others are waiting, watching. They died believing their sacrifice would matter, that their preserved consciousness would serve something greater than corporate interests. Time to prove them right. The safe house in Sector 7 is exactly what Deacon promised. Fortified, armed, actually defensible. It's carved into an old military bunker from the corporate wars, surrounded by kill zones and automated defenses that would make a frontal assault costly enough to discourage all but the most determined attackers. Inside, resistance fighters move with quiet efficiency, 10 of them, maybe 12. All carrying weapons, all watching me with expressions that mix hope and fear. They know who I am, know what I represent. The ghost of AstroTech past, carrying classified technology and a bounty that could fund their operations for years. But they don't try to collect. The Friar's word carries weight here. If he says I'm an asset, I'm an asset. If he says I'm critical to the mission, I'm untouchable. For now. Deacon leads me to a back room that's set up as a tactical center. Holographic displays show the IRS tower in 3 dimensions. 50 stories of reinforced steel and corporate security, sitting in the heart of Sector 2 like a monument to communication monopoly. The intergalactic radio service is the colony's central communications hub. Deacon begins, manipulating the display to highlight key features. Every official broadcast, every emergency alert, every corporate announcement, it all flows through this tower. The Cabal controls it completely. Board of Directors is entirely corporate appointees. Security is joint venture between AstroTech and S Industries. Getting in is hard, getting out is statistically impossible. What's the security profile? 3 layers. Outer perimeter is automated defenses. Turrets, sensors, drones. Standard corporate security protocol. Second layer is human guards. 2-man teams on patrol, total of 40 personnel across all floors. Elite training, full augmentation, loyal to the Cabal through compensation or blackmail. And the third layer? Executive floor security. 20 guards minimum, sometimes more. These are the real threats. Corporate special forces, the kind they send when they need a problem erased. He zooms in on the top floor. Broadcast control is here. Hardened bunker, biometric access, enough security to stop a military assault. You'd need an army to breach it. Or one ghost with the right access codes. Or that. Deacon pulls up another display. The Friar has been cultivating an inside source for 3 years. Low-level technician, maintenance access, mostly invisible to security. He can get us to sub-level 3, the technical infrastructure. From there, we can access the broadcast systems through the maintenance network, bypass most of the security, get to the control room without fighting through 40 guards. Sounds too easy. It is, because the moment we start broadcasting unauthorized content, the entire security apparatus comes down on us. We'll have maybe 3 minutes from initiation to lockdown. 3 minutes to upload the data bomb, initialize the broadcast, and pray it reaches enough systems before they shut us down. And extraction? Deacon is quiet for a moment. There is no extraction. The broadcast goes out. We're trapped in a hardened facility with every corporate security asset in the sector converging on our position. Best case, we hold them off long enough for the broadcast to complete. Worst case, we die before it finishes and the whole operation is for nothing. You've got a real gift for motivation. I've got a gift for honesty. This is a suicide mission. I'm not pretending otherwise. He meets my eyes. But it's also the only option. The Cabal operates in darkness. Drag them into the light and they burn. That's worth dying for. That's worth everything. I study the holographic display. The tower, the security layers, the impossible odds. 3 weeks ago, I woke up in a world I didn't recognize, carrying memories I couldn't trust, running from a bounty I didn't understand. Now, I'm planning an assault on the most defended facility in the colonies, betting my life on the hope that truth matters more than corporate power. What's the timeline? Tomorrow night, 2200 hours. Security shift change gives us a 12-minute window where coverage overlaps and communications are degraded. It's not much, but it's the best opportunity we'll get. Deacon tills the display. Until then, you rest. Let your body finish stabilizing. Let the integration settle. You're going to need everything you've got and more. And you? I'll coordinate with the inside source, finalize equipment, make sure the data bomb is properly packaged for broadcast, and I'll say goodbye to the Friar, just in case this is the last time. He leaves me alone in the tactical center. I sit in the darkness, surrounded by holographic ghosts of the tower we're about to assault. My body aches. My augments throw intermittent errors. The chip pulses steadily in my skull, monitoring, calculating, keeping me functional through sheer stubborn computation. I think about Lyra, about Chen, about Tanaka, and everyone who died believing the resistance could change things. They're all gone. Ghosts and memories and dreams that ended in corporate firing squads or cold storage. But maybe that's the point. Maybe you don't fight the Cabal because you'll win. You fight because not fighting means accepting what they've made of the world. And I've spent enough time being corporate property, alive or dead, original or copy. Time to be something else. Time to be the weapon that turns against its makers. I close my eyes and let exhaustion take me. The chip keeps watch while I sleep, running diagnostics, optimizing systems, preparing for what comes next. The 13 others are quiet, waiting. They've died before. They know how this probably ends. But they're here anyway, preserved in silicon, waiting for one last fight. We all are. I wake 6 hours later to Deacon shaking my shoulder. Time to move. The inside source confirms the shift change window. We're on. My body feels marginally better. Still broken, still held together by medical intervention and spite, but functional. The integration has stabilized. The chip is fully synchronized with my neural architecture now, no longer foreign, but fundamental. I can feel the others when I reach for them. Combat expertise, technical knowledge, decades of experience compressed into accessible memory. I stand, test my mobility. Everything hurts, but everything moves. Close enough. The resistance fighters are geared up, checking weapons, running through final preparations with the quiet focus of people who know the odds. Deacon is at the center, coordinating, his presence a stabilizing force in the pre-mission chaos. He sees me and nods. Equipment is on the table, best we could source on short notice. I check the gear, kinetic rifle, suppressed, high-capacity magazines, the monomolecular blade, cleaned and sharpened. Combat skin, better grade than the last one, rated for military-level threats, mural scrambler grenades for dealing with augmented opponents, breaching charges, medical supplies. Everything I need to fight my way through a corporate fortress and probably die in the attempt. The data bomb? I ask. Deacon holds up a crystal. Black, unmarked, innocuous. Everything the Friar preserved. Every file Tanaka died protecting. Every piece of evidence that proves the Cabal exists and what they've done. The assassination, the clone programs, the corporate conquest of Federation territory, all of it. He hands it to me. This is compressed and encrypted. Once you upload it to the broadcast system, it'll take 90 seconds to decompress and initialize, then 3 minutes to propagate across every system in the colonies. After that, it's out. Can't be recalled, can't be suppressed. The truth, broadcast to 3 billion people simultaneously. I take the crystal. It's warm from his hand, heavy with implications. This small piece of tech represents 7 years of waiting, 30 years of the Friar documenting corporate crimes, Tanaka's final gift to anyone who came after, everyone who died believing the resistance mattered. And if the broadcast doesn't complete, then we failed and the cabal wins and history forgets we tried. But that's not going to happen, because you're going to get this to the broadcast control room and you're going to initialize it and you're going to hold that position until the upload completes. Deacon's voice is iron. That's the mission. Everything else is secondary. Even survival? Especially survival. You don't need to walk out of that tower. You just need to make sure the broadcast does. I slot the crystal into a secure pocket in my combat skin, feel its weight against my chest, right over my heart. Symbolic, maybe, or just practical equipment placement. The resistance fighters are ready. Deacon gives final orders, checks everyone's gear with the thoroughness of someone who's commanded troops through impossible situations. When he's satisfied, he turns to me. Koban, last chance to back out. We can find another way. Another time. You don't have to die tonight. Yes, I do, just not for the reasons you think. I check my rifle one final time. The original Zyl Koban died 13 years ago, believing he failed everyone. I'm just the copy, the echo. But echoes can be loud, can carry farther than the original sound. Maybe that's enough. It's more than enough. Deacon shoulders his own weapon, something heavy, military grade, the kind you use when subtlety is dead and you need to kill everything in a general direction. Alright, we move in 10 minutes. The inside source will have the sub-level access open. We go in quiet, stay quiet as long as possible. When they spot us, and they will spot us, we go loud and we don't stop until the broadcast is live or we're dead. Motivating. Honest. There's a difference. The 10 minutes pass in silence. Resistance fighters make their peace with gods or fate or whatever gives them comfort. Deacon checks his weapon again. Unnecessary, but the ritual matters. I stand apart, feeling the chip pulse in my skull, feeling the 13 others waiting just beneath consciousness. We're all ghosts here, dead in the ways that matter, walking and fighting on borrowed time, borrowed purpose, borrowed hope that maybe death can mean something. Then Deacon signals, and we move. The IRS tower sits in Sector 2 like a monument to corporate power. 50 stories of steel and glass and controlled information. We approach from the Undercity through maintenance tunnels that the inside source has marked safe. The resistance fighters move with professional quiet, weapons ready, every sense alert for signs of the ambush. But the path is clear. The inside source has done his job. We reach sub-level 3 without incident, emerging into a technical space filled with servers and cable runs and the humming infrastructure that keeps the tower's communications flowing. Deacon signals a halt, pulls up a schematic on his helmet display. Broadcast control is 12 floors up. We take the maintenance elevator here, bypass the main security checkpoints. Stay in the technical corridors as long as possible. When we're spotted, an alarm screams through the sub-level. Red lights flash, security protocols activate with mechanical precision. Now would be good, someone mutters. Deacon's voice is calm. They know we're here. Loud option it is. Move. We hit the elevator, pile in, Deacon overriding the controls with codes the inside source provided. The elevator starts rising, and I can hear security responding. Boots on metal, weapons charging, the entire tower's security apparatus converging on our position. Contact in 3, Deacon warns. 2, 1. The elevator doors open on sub-level 1 and we come out firing. Corporate security is waiting. 10 guards, full combat gear, positioned behind reinforced barriers, professional response to a known threat. They open fire immediately, concentrated volleys designed to suppress and eliminate. We return fire. The resistance fighters spread out, using the technical equipment as cover, laying down covering fire while Deacon and I push forward. My rifle is an extension of my will, each shot placed with borrowed expertise from a dozen previous hosts. The guards are good, we're better. Or more desperate. Sometimes there's no difference. The fight lasts 30 seconds. When it's done, 8 resistance fighters are still standing, 2 are down, and 10 corporate guards are dead or dying. We don't have time to check our wounded. Don't have time for anything except forward momentum. Maintenance stairs, Deacon orders. 12 floors. Move fast. We hit the stairwell and start climbing. Behind us, I hear more security responding. Ahead, more alarms. The tower knows it's compromised. They're locking down, mobilizing everything they have, preparing to crush us with overwhelming force. We just need to stay ahead of them for 3 more minutes. 2 resistance fighters stay behind at floor 4, setting up an ambush position to slow pursuit. Noble, necessary, probably fatal. They know it and do it anyway. Floor 7. More resistance fighters peel off, establishing another delaying position. We're hemorrhaging people, leaving a trail of the desperate and doomed to buy seconds we might not even need. Floor 10. Deacon and I are alone now. Just 2 ghosts climbing stairs, racing against time and corporate violence. My body is screaming. The combat drugs are wearing off. The chip is overclocking my augments just to keep me moving. I'm burning out. Not yet. Not until the broadcast goes live. Floor 12. The broadcast control level. We breach the stairwell door, and I'm immediately rolling left as gunfire tears through the space where I was standing. 20 guards, just like Deacon said. Elite corporate security, the real threats. Deacon goes right, that heavy weapon of his roaring, putting down suppressing fire that gives me room to move. I'm flowing through their formation, using the borrowed combat expertise of 13 dead people, exploiting every weakness in that corporate training. The monomolecular blade finds throats and eye sockets. My rifle takes down anyone beyond blade range. Deacon is a force of nature, that heavy weapon chewing through cover and armor with equal efficiency. We're a 2-man army, and for 30 seconds, we're winning. Then Deacon goes down. Not dead, not yet, but hit, multiple rounds punching through his armor, and even his augmented frame has limits. He drops behind cover, trying to stem bleeding, trying to stay in the fight. Go, he shouts over the gunfire. Get to the control room, I'll hold them. Deacon. That's an order. Finish the mission. I go. Leave him bleeding behind cover, fighting a delaying action against guards who'll overwhelm his position in seconds. Leave him because the mission matters more than any of us. Because the broadcast has to go live. Because 30 years ago, he helped corporations conquer Mars, and he's been trying to make that mean something ever since. This is how he makes it mean something. The broadcast control room is a hardened bunker at the center of the floor. Biometric locks, reinforced door, designed to be impregnable. At plant breaching charges, take cover and blow it. The explosion is precise, focused. The door becomes shrapnel, and I'm through the breach before the smoke clears. Inside, 3 technicians and 2 security guards. The guards are fast, professional, bringing weapons to bear. I'm faster. The rifle coughs twice, and they drop. The technicians freeze. Hands up, terrified. The broadcast system, I say. Activate it, now. The lead technician is shaking. I can't. It requires executive authorization. Biometric verification. I put the rifle against his head. You have 3 seconds to find another way. He finds another way. Hands flying over holographic controls, bypassing security protocols, opening access to the broadcast system. The neural interface activates, and I can feel it through my implants. every communication system in the colonies, all waiting for content. I pull out the data crystal, the one containing everything. Slide it into the upload port. Initialize broadcast, I order. The technician complies. On the display, I see the compression sequence start. 90 seconds to decompress, then 3 minutes to propagate, then every screen in 3 colonial systems will show the truth about the Cabal, about Mars, about the assassination, about everything. Behind me, gunfire intensifies. Deacon's position being overrun, more security flooding the floor. They know what we're doing. They're coming to stop it. They're too late. Broadcast initialized, the technician says, voice shaking. Upload beginning in 30 seconds. I level the rifle at the control console. Don't touch anything. Don't try to stop it. Just sit there and let it happen. Outside the control room, I hear them coming. Not guards anymore. Something heavier, mechanized. The sound of servos and hydraulics and weapon systems that cost more than most operators earn in a lifetime. The chip identifies it immediately. Heavy combat mech, military grade, the kind they deploy when they need to end a situation with extreme prejudice. Perfect. I step out of the control room, leaving the technicians huddled inside. The broadcast is uploaded. 3 minutes and it's done. 3 minutes and the entire Cabal operation burns. I just need to buy 3 minutes. The mech rounds the corner, 3 meters tall, armed with enough firepower to level a building, piloted by someone who's probably very good at their job. It sees me and the weapon systems spin up. I smile. Can't help it. This is suicide. This is impossible. This is exactly what I need. The chip floods my system with combat drugs one last time. The 13 others surface, offering expertise, showing me weak points, giving me one chance in a million. I take it. The mech opens fire, and I'm already moving, using the pillars and equipment for cover, getting inside its firing arc. My rifle is useless against that armor. The blade might find a weak point if I get close enough, if I survive long enough. Big ifs. I throw a neural scrambler grenade. It detonates near the mech's sensor array, disrupting its targeting systems for 3 seconds. I use those seconds to close distance, to get under its guard, to drive the monomolecular blade into the joint where armor plates meet. The blade punches through. I feel it bite into hydraulics, into control systems, into the vulnerable machinery that keeps the mech mobile. It staggers, compensating, trying to shake me off. I hold on, drive the blade deeper, twist it, wreck everything I can reach. The mech's arm comes around, trying to swat me away. I see it coming, too slow, already committed, and I let go, drop, roll away as the mechanical fist impacts where I was standing hard enough to crater concrete. But the damage is done. The mech's right leg is compromised. It moves with a limp now, compensating for failed hydraulics. Not enough. It's still functional, still deadly, still gonna kill me if I don't find another angle. The chip shows me the angle. Fuel cells. Every heavy mech runs on high-density power cells located in the torso. Hardened, shielded, protected, but accessible through the maintenance panel if you can get to it. If you're willing to die trying. I charge. The mech fires, rounds chewing up the floor around me, and I'm running through the storm because stopping means death, and I'm not done yet. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1. I leap, catch hold of the mech's armor, climb up its frame while it tries to shake me loose. My hands find the maintenance panel, reinforced, locked. I plant a breaching charge, the last one I have, set for contact detonation. The explosion tears the panel away, exposes the fuel cells beneath, hardened against external attack but vulnerable to direct contact. I drive the monomolecular blade into the power core. The mech's reactor destabilizes immediately. Alarms scream. The pilot is ejecting, smart, professional, recognizing a losing scenario, and I'm diving away as the power cells go critical. The explosion picks me up and throws me across the floor like a child's toy. I hit a wall hard enough to break something else, added to the list of damage I can't afford. My vision tunnels. My augments are screaming failure warnings. The chip is running out of tricks to keep me conscious. But through the smoke and debris, I hear it. The broadcast system, its mechanical voice calm and professional. Upload complete. Propagation initiated. Time to full distribution. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. We did it. The data bomb is live, spreading across every system in the colonies. In less than 3 minutes, 3 billion people will see the truth about the Cabal, about everything. I try to stand. My body refuses. Too much damage, too many systems failing. The cryo-sickness is surging, fighting the chemical cocktails, winning the war for my failing nervous system. Doesn't matter. The mission is complete. The broadcast will finish whether I'm conscious or not. I let myself collapse back against the wall, close my eyes. The chip is quiet in my skull. The 13 others are quiet too. We did what they preserved themselves for. Made their deaths mean something. Good enough. Consciousness returns in fragments. Pain first. Comprehensive, encompassing, the kind that suggests extensive damage and inadequate medical intervention. Then awareness of movement. I'm being carried, rough handling, voices around me speaking in urgent tones. Still alive, barely. Can't believe he took down a mech. Broadcast went live, every system. They can't suppress it. I force my eyes open. Deacon is carrying me, his own armor torn and blood-stained. He's alive. Somehow, impossibly, he's alive. Stay still, he orders when he sees I'm conscious. You're a mess. Multiple fractures, internal bleeding, augment failure. Only reason you're not dead is that chip in your head refusing to give up. Broadcast? Completed. Full propagation. It's done, Koban. You did it. The whole colony's just learned what the Cabal really is. Every screen, every feed, every system, they can't hide anymore. Around us, I hear chaos. Not just the tower, the city, alarms, panic, the sound of a world learning its government has been a lie. Extraction? I manage. Working on it. But we've got a problem. The Cabal didn't just send tower security, they sent everyone. Corporate forces are flooding the Undercity, military assets, the works. They know the broadcast came from resistance sources. They're burning everything to find us. Then leave me. Get out while you can. Not a chance. Deacon's voice is iron. I spent 30 years trying to make Mars mean something. You just gave me that chance. I'm not leaving you behind to let the Cabal have the satisfaction. We're in the maintenance corridors now, moving fast. Other resistance fighters around us providing security. Behind us are here fighting. The tower's security forces pursuing, trying to contain the breach. Too late for that. The broadcast is live. The truth is out. All the corporate security in colonies can't put that back in the bottle. We hit the sub-level entrance. The same maintenance tunnels we used to infiltrate. But between us and safety, there's a problem. 20 corporate security forces have blocked the exit. Professional deployment, heavy weapons, looking for blood. Deacon sets me down behind cover. Can you fight? I check my body. It responds sluggishly, protests every command. The chip is keeping me conscious, but barely. Define fight. Good enough. He passes me a weapon, the rifle, salvaged from somewhere. We break through, or we die here. Your choice. I take the rifle. Check the magazine. Half full. Enough for one last fight. always one more fight. Let's break through. Deacon signals the resistance fighters. On 3. Concentrated fire, push through the center. Don't stop, don't look back. Anyone who can't keep up dies here. Understood? Grin nods. They know the odds. Know this is probably where it ends for most of them. But they're here anyway, because the broadcast went live, because we proved the resistance isn't dead, just waiting for the right moment to burn. 3, Deacon says. We charge. The security forces open fire immediately, concentrated volleys that cut down resistance fighters like wheat before a scythe. But we don't stop. Can't stop. We push through the fire, returning it, trading lives for meters of ground. The chip is guiding my shots, compensating for failing augments, making every round count. Beside me, Deacon is a force of nature, that heavy weapon of his roaring defiance at corporate authority. We break through. Not all of us. Maybe half. But enough. We're in the maintenance tunnels, running through the darkness, leaving the tower and its defenders behind. Behind us, the fighting intensifies. More security flooding in. The entire corporate response apparatus coming down on the resistance. But we're already gone. Ghosts disappearing into the Undercity's bones. We run for what feels like hours, through tunnels and passages and spaces that don't officially exist. The resistance fighters peel off at safe points, scattering to different safe houses, making themselves harder to track. Eventually, it's just Deacon and me, 2 ghosts fleeing through darkness. We emerge in Sector 12, deep Undercity, near the Friar's Temple. Deacon finally lets us stop, both of us collapsing against a wall, breathing hard. We did it, he says between gasps. Actually did it. The broadcast is out. The cabal is exposed. Everything changes now. Or nothing changes. I manage. People see the truth. Then they decide if they care more about truth or comfort. Cynical. Realistic. He pulls out a medical kit, starts working on my worst injuries. Field medicine, keeping me alive minute by minute. The Friar will want to see you, confirm the mission success, plan next steps. Next steps? I can barely stand. Then we carry you. Because this isn't over, Koban. The broadcast was the first move. Now the Cabal responds. They'll come for us with everything they have. Military forces, corporate security, every asset they can mobilize. The Undercity is about to become a war zone. As if on cue, we hear it. Distant but getting closer. The sound of heavy transports, military vehicles, an army descending into the Undercity, hunting for the resistance cells that just exposed their master's crimes. Deacon helps me stand. We need to move. Get to the temple. The Friar will know what to do. We start moving through the tunnels, but even through the pain and exhaustion, I feel it. The chip, the 13 others. They're quiet now, satisfied. We did what they preserved themselves for. But Deacon is right. This isn't over. The broadcast was the opening move. Now comes the real war. The Cabal against everyone who knows the truth. Corporate power against people who refuse to forget. I don't know if we can win. Don't know if survival is even possible. But for the first time since waking from cryo, I'm not just surviving. I'm fighting for something, alongside people who matter. Making the deaths of everyone who came before mean something. Good enough. The sound of the approaching army gets louder. Closer. The Undercity is about to burn. But so is the Cabal. And that fire starts with the truth we just broadcast. Let them come. We'll be ready. Episode 9. The 72-Hour War. The first broadcasts go live at 0300 Colonial Standard Time. I'm watching from the temple's command center, body held together by medical foam and spite, as every screen in 3 colonies lights up simultaneously. The data bomb Tanaka died protecting, the evidence the Friar kept safe for 20 years, the truth that cost so many lives. It's all there now, undeniable and complete. Presidential assassination, corporate conspiracy, clone programs, black site operations, names, dates, financial transfers, everything needed to bring down the cabal that's been running the colonies from the shadows. For 60 seconds, I allow myself to believe we've won. Then, the counter-propaganda starts. It begins on AstroTech's corporate channels. Marcus Venn himself, CEO and secret architect of President Morrison's murder, appearing live with the kind of calm authority that comes from decades of lying professionally. His face fills a billion screens, concerned and reasonable, the voice of stability in chaos. Citizens of the colonies were aware of the terrorist broadcast that hijacked our communication systems 3 hours ago. What you saw was sophisticated AI-generated propaganda designed to destabilize our governments and sow chaos. We're working with UCF authorities to track down the extremists responsible. I watch him lie with the skill of someone who's made an art form of deception. The evidence is right there, authenticated and verified, but he's not addressing the evidence. He's addressing the feeling, the fear that comes from learning your world isn't what you thought it was. The so-called documents are fabrications. The footage has been digitally altered. The conspiracy they describe is fiction, designed to undermine faith in the institutions that keep us safe. We ask for your patience as we work to restore order and bring these terrorists to justice. Sindustries' CEO follows within minutes, then Fortress Space Tech, then a dozen other executives, all reading from the same script, all projecting the same message. This is fake. This is terrorism. This is chaos manufactured by people who want to destroy civilization. And across 3 colonies, I watch people believe them. Not everyone. The evidence is too solid, too detailed, too thoroughly documented, but enough people. Enough to create doubt. Enough to turn this from a slam dunk exposure into a contested narrative where the truth becomes just another opinion. They're good, Chen says from beside me. He's been watching the feeds too, seeing the same pattern I am. Corporate crisis management at its finest. They knew this day might come. They've had contingency plans waiting for years. Will it work? My voice is rough, throat still damaged from the broadcast center explosion. It's already working. Look at the social feeds. Half the comments are calling the broadcast fake. The other half are arguing about authentication methods and chain of custody. They've turned a revelation into a debate, and debates can be won with enough money and airtime. The Friar is standing at the center of the command center, surrounded by screens showing news feeds, social media reactions, government responses. He's been silent since the counter-propaganda started, just watching, calculating, running scenarios through a mind that spent 20 years planning for this moment. Finally, he speaks. They're afraid. That's good. Fear makes them sloppy. He gestures to the screens. But they're also right. The evidence alone won't be enough. Too many people want to believe the comfortable lie instead of the uncomfortable truth. So we escalate. To what? Deacon asks from his position near the entrance. He's wounded, took rounds during the tower extraction, but still standing through sheer stubborn refusal to fall. We've already played our biggest card. Everything Tanaka collected is public now. What else do we have? The Friar walks to a terminal I haven't seen him use before. Old equipment, pre-war construction, the kind of hardware that predates modern security protocols. He places his hand on it almost reverently. The source, he says quietly. William Xavier's final creation. The reason the Cabal wanted him dead. The reason they've been hunting anyone who got close to the truth. I remember fragments from Tanaka's data. The source. A quantum computing network built in secret, used by the Cabal to manipulate markets and rig elections. But the friar's tone suggests something more, something worse. The source isn't just a computer, he continues. It's infrastructure. When the corporations built the colonial network, they needed something to coordinate it all. Power distribution, communications, life support, transportation, everything that makes the colonies function. The source was supposed to be distributed, redundant, impossible to compromise. But you compromised it, I say, understanding dawning. Xavier compromised it. 20 years ago, when he was still chief engineer for industries, before he stumbled into the conspiracy, he built backdoors into the system. Not for sabotage, for maintenance, emergency access in case something went catastrophically wrong. The friar's smile is bitter. The cabal has been using those backdoors to control the colonies for 2 decades. Now we're going to use them to make a different kind of statement. He brings up a new interface, not modern and sleek, ancient and functional, the kind of command system designed by someone who understood that simplicity is more reliable than sophistication. Lines of code scroll past, too fast for me to follow, but the friar's fingers move with absolute certainty. "What are you doing?" Chen asks, voice tight with something that might be fear. "Prepare a plan B, the option I've kept in reserve for 20 years, hoping I'd never need to use it." The friar doesn't look away from the screen. The cabal thinks they can weather this, thinks they can spin the narrative, buy enough politicians, intimidate enough journalists, make this another scandal that gets memory hold in 6 months. They're probably right. "So we make them wrong," Deacon says, understanding what's coming, same as I am. "We make them choose." The friar finishes his preparations, then turns to face us. "In 30 minutes, I'm going to broadcast an ultimatum, not to the public, to the cabal directly. They have 72 hours to surrender themselves for trial. All of them. Every executive, every politician, everyone involved in the conspiracy. If they comply, they face justice. If they refuse..." He gestures to the terminal behind him. The source shuts down. Everything except life support goes dark. No power distribution, no communications, no transportation. 3 colonies plunged into darkness, and it stays dark until the cabal surrenders or civilization collapses. Whichever comes first. The silence in the command center is absolute. What he's describing isn't just leverage, it's apocalypse with a timer. Billions of people held hostage to force the surrender of maybe 3 dozen conspirators. It's terrorism on a scale that makes the assassination of one president look almost quaint. "They'll never surrender," I say. "People like that don't surrender. They'll burn the colonies down before they face justice." "I know. That's why this is Plan B." The friar's expression is haunted, but we're out of good options. The propaganda's working, the public is already doubting. In a week, this will be just another conspiracy theory, and the cabal will have won without firing another shot. This forces their hand, makes them choose between surrender and collapse. And maybe, just maybe, some of them will choose survival over pride. And if they don't, if none of them surrender, then in 72 hours, the colonies go dark. Society breaks down. Millions die in the chaos that follows. The cabal gets what they wanted, absolute power, but it'll be power over ashes and mass graves. He meets my eyes, but at least everyone will know the truth. At least the next generation, if there is one, will know who to blame for the fall. It's insane. It's monstrous. It's exactly what someone driven by 20 years of rage and loss would plan as a final middle finger to the people who took everything from him. And I can't think of a better option. "There's one more thing," the friar says. "The ultimatum has 2 parts. 72 hours for the cabal to surrender. But first, a more immediate demand. All military and corporate forces have 30 minutes to withdraw from the Undercity. Pull back to the surface levels, leave the deep sectors alone, stop the hunting and killing. If they comply, we know they're taking the threat seriously. If they don't..." You shut down the grid immediately, Chen finishes. Prove you're serious. Show them you'll actually do it. Exactly. 30 minutes to clear the Undercity, 72 hours to surrender. And to make sure they understand this isn't a bluff, I'm going to give them proof. The Friar pulls up new footage. Security camera recordings, timestamped from the last 6 hours. Corporate and UCF forces have been burning through the Undercity since the broadcast, killing anyone who might have helped us. Civilians, refugees, people who had nothing to do with any of this. I've been collecting footage. Every execution, every atrocity, every crime they've committed trying to silence the truth. The footage plays. It's worse than I expected. Systematic murder, professional and efficient, carried out by people wearing UCF military insignia and corporate security colors. Men, women, children, doesn't matter. Anyone in the wrong sector at the wrong time becomes a target. Bodies pile up in corridors while soldiers move on to the next settlement. This goes out with the ultimatum, the Friar says, so everyone can see what they're willing to do to maintain control. So the colonies understand what kind of people we're dealing with. And so those soldiers down here know that when the grid shuts down, they'll be trapped in the dark with everyone they've been killing. Might make them reconsider their career choices. It's brilliant and horrifying in equal measure. Not just threatening the cabal, threatening everyone who enables them. Every soldier following orders. Every executive signing off on operations. Every politician looking the other way. All of them complicit. All of them going to face consequences when the lights go out. How long until the broadcast? I ask. The Friar checks a countdown on his screen. 23 minutes. That gives us time to prepare, because the moment this goes live, the cabal is going to come for us with everything they have. This temple will become ground zero for the most concentrated military assault the Undercity has ever seen. We can't hold against that, Deacon says. Not with our numbers. We've got maybe 40 fighters in the temple, another 100 scattered through the resistance cells. Against corporate security and UCF military, we'll be overrun in hours. I know, which is why we're not just defending the temple. The Friar brings up a schematic of the deep Undercity. Sector 12 has 3 major civilian settlements, a couple thousand people, refugees and families who've been living down here for years. When the military withdrew after the broadcast, they left these settlements intact but vulnerable. The moment they realize we're serious, they'll come back with orders to burn everything. Kill everyone who might shelter us. So we evacuate, Chen says. Bring everyone here. Make this a refugee situation instead of just a military target. The cabal might be willing to assault a resistance temple. They'll hesitate to massacre a civilian shelter on camera. Will they? I ask. They've already been executing civilians. Why would this be different? Because this time, everyone will be watching. The Friar switches to a new interface. When I broadcast the ultimatum, I'm also activating every camera in the Undercity. Security feeds, personal devices, anything with a lens. All of it streaming to public networks. If they assault this temple, if they kill refugees seeking shelter, it'll be broadcast live across 3 colonies. That's different from hidden executions in empty corridors. That's a massacre in prime time. You're betting they won't risk it. I'm betting they'll hesitate, and hesitation buys time. Time for the colonies to process the ultimatum. Time for fractures to appear in the cabal. Time for some of them to realize surrender is preferable to presiding over civilization's collapse. He looks at all of us. It's a terrible plan. Desperate and probably doomed, but it's the only one we have. Deacon moves to the armory, starts pulling weapons. Then we better get ready. If we're bringing civilians here, we need to secure the perimeter, set up proper defenses, make this temple into a fortress that can hold against whatever they throw at us. How long can we hold? I ask. 72 hours is the goal, but realistically, Deacon checks ammunition supplies, medical equipment, everything we'd need for a siege. 48 if we're lucky, maybe 36. Depends on how badly they want us dead versus how much they care about public perception. Then we make it 72. I force myself to stand, ignoring my body's protests. Chen, coordinate the civilian evacuation. Get everyone you can to the temple. Deacon, fortify our defenses. I'll help the friar prep the ultimatum broadcast. You should be in medical, Chen says. You're barely functional. The tower fight nearly killed you, and you've had maybe 6 hours to recover. I've got 72 more hours to be dead. Right now, I'm useful. I move to the friar's terminal, each step a negotiation with damaged systems. What do you need from me? The friar studies me for a moment, sees what everyone sees, a broken asset held together by a parasitic chip and spite. Then he nods. Help me verify the source access. I need to be absolutely certain the shutdown protocols will work. If I threaten to turn off the lights and nothing happens, we're dead and the Cabal wins. We work in silence, running through system diagnostics, confirming backdoor access, testing shutdown sequences on isolated subsystems. Everything checks out. The source is vulnerable exactly where Xavier said it would be. When the friar gives the command, the colonies will go dark. Life support will remain. The friar isn't a mass murderer, but everything else shuts down. No power for anything except keeping people breathing. It'll be chaos. Economy crashes. Supply chains break. 3 billion people suddenly living in a pre-industrial age with post-industrial expectations. Riots, looting, violence on a scale I can barely imagine, and all of it because we're forcing the Cabal to choose between surrender and apocalypse. You understand what this means? I ask quietly. If they don't surrender, if they call the bluff, we'll have killed more people than the Cabal ever did. Millions dead in the chaos. Blood on our hands forever. I know. The friar's voice is steady. I've been living with that knowledge for 20 years. Every day, asking myself if I could really do it, if I could be responsible for that much death. But then I remember Mars, remember watching my family die, remember Dante taking plasma fire to keep me alive, remember Tanaka executed on a public stage while the colonies did nothing. He meets my eyes. The Cabal has been killing us slowly for decades, grinding people down, treating lives like resources to be exploited. Maybe it's time they faced a choice, die together in the dark or live together in the light. But no more shadows, no more conspiracy, no more invisible masters. The countdown hits 0. The friar takes a breath, then activates the broadcast. Every screen in 3 colonies lights up again, but this time there's no data dump, no evidence package, just the friar's face, old and hard and absolutely certain. My name is William Xavier. 20 years ago, I was chief engineer for Sindustry's Mars facility. I stumbled into a conspiracy. I survived an assassination attempt. I spent 2 decades in the shadows, keeping the truth alive, while the cabal that runs your governments tried to erase everyone who knew. He pauses. Lets that sink in. 3 hours ago, we released evidence of presidential assassination, corporate conspiracy, crimes that should bring down everyone involved. But I've been watching the corporate response, watching them spin, lie, manufacture doubt. And I realized the evidence alone won't be enough. So here's what happens next. The screen splits. On one side, the friar. On the other, footage of UCF soldiers executing civilians in the Undercity. It's brutal, unambiguous, impossible to explain away as AI generation or terrorist propaganda, real people dying in real time while soldiers follow orders. This is what your government has been doing in the darkness, killing refugees, murdering families, executing anyone who might threaten the Cabal's control. This footage is from the last 6 hours. There's more, hours of it, all documented, all real. The The footage continues. Settlement after settlement burned, bodies left where they fell. Professional extermination carried out with military precision. The cabal thinks they can weather this scandal, thinks they can buy enough airtime, control enough narrative, make this disappear like they've made so many inconvenient truths disappear. So I'm making them an offer they can't refuse. The Friar's expression hardens. Every member of the cabal has 72 hours to surrender themselves for trial. All of you. Marcus Venn of AstroTech, Corana of Industries, President Castellan, every executive, every politician, everyone involved in the conspiracy to assassinate President Morrison and control our governments from the shadows. You have 72 hours to turn yourselves in to neutral UCF military command. Face trial, face justice. He leans closer to the camera. If you comply, you face the law. If you refuse, you face something worse. In 72 hours, the source quantum network shuts down. Everything except life support goes dark. No power distribution, no communications, no transportation. 3 colonies plunged into darkness, and it stays dark until you surrender or civilization collapses. Your choice. The screen changes. Shows schematics of the source, technical data proving he has the access he claims, not something that can be faked or bluffed. Real control over real systems. But first, a demonstration. To prove this isn't a threat. It's a promise. The Friar's voice goes cold. All military and corporate forces currently operating in the Undercity have 30 minutes to withdraw to surface levels. Pull back. Leave the civilians alone. Stop the executions. If you comply, I know you're taking this seriously. If you don't, the grid shuts down immediately. All of it. And you'll be trapped in the dark with everyone you've been killing. 30 minutes, starting now. The countdown appears on every screen. 29 minutes, 59 seconds, ticking down. To the civilians of the colonies, the Friar continues. I'm sorry it's come to this. Sorry you're caught between a conspiracy that wants to control you and resistance that's willing to burn everything down to stop them. But you deserve the truth. Deserve to choose your own fate. In 72 hours, you'll know if the cabal values their power more than your lives. I hope they choose surrender, but I'm not optimistic. The broadcast ends. The screens return to normal programming, but the countdown remains, visible in every feed, every display, every device. 29 minutes until the demonstration. 72 hours until the ultimatum expires. The war has begun. Chen's voice comes through on comms, already in motion. Civilian evacuation is underway. First groups are arriving at the temple perimeter now. We've got maybe 3,000 people coming, probably more as word spreads. Where do you want them? Inner chambers, the Friar responds, as far from the outer defenses as possible. If this turns into a siege, they need to be protected from crossfire. Understood. ETA for full evacuation is, Chen pauses, shit. Military forces aren't withdrawing, they're regrouping. Looks like they're preparing for assault. I check the tactical feeds. He's right. Instead of pulling back to the surface, the corporate and UCF forces in the Undercity are consolidating positions, setting up staging areas, bringing heavy equipment. They're not retreating, they're preparing to storm the temple. They don't believe you'll do it, I tell the Friar. They think it's a bluff. Then they're going to learn otherwise. The Friar's hands move across the terminal. How long until the 30-minute deadline? 19 minutes. In the military forces? Still in position. No withdrawal. They're digging in. The Friar nods slowly. Then we proceed. When the countdown hits 0, if they haven't withdrawn, the grid shuts down. All of it. No warnings, no grace period. They'll have 60 seconds of power failure to understand this is real, then I'll bring essential systems back online. but they'll know I can do what I threatened. That'll kill people, Chen says over comms. Hospitals, life support systems, anyone dependent on continuous power. Even 60 seconds of failure will cause casualties. I know. The Friar's voice is steady, but less than would die in a full shutdown, and far less than have already died to maintain the Cabal's power. Sometimes the only way to stop a greater evil is to commit a lesser one. I learned that on Mars. The countdown continues. 18 minutes. 17. I watch the tactical feeds, hoping to see military forces withdrawing, hoping they'll take the threat seriously. They don't move. Deacon's voice comes through. Perimeter is as secure as we can make it on short notice. Automated defenses are online, fighting positions established, civilians are being directed to inner chambers. We've got about 15 minutes before the first wave hits, assuming they assault immediately after the deadline. They will, I say. They're not going to give us time to reinforce. The moment the deadline expires, they'll come at us with everything. Then we better make them pay for every meter. Deacon signs off to coordinate defensive positions. I'm watching the countdown when something changes on the feeds. Not military withdrawal, something else. The corporate propaganda channels are going into overdrive. Emergency broadcasts. Marcus Van's face on every screen, alongside other executives, all speaking simultaneously. The terrorist broadcast you just witnessed is exactly what we warned about. Sophisticated manipulation designed to create panic. The so-called evidence is fabricated. The threats are empty. We have the finest technical experts in 3 colonies confirming that the source quantum network cannot be compromised the way the terrorists claim. They're lying. I can see it in Ven's eyes, the slight hesitation before he delivers the words. He knows the threat is real, but he's betting most people won't call the bluff, betting on public faith in corporate competence to override the evidence of their own eyes. Colonial authorities are moving to neutralize the terrorist cell responsible for these broadcasts. We expect resolution within hours. In the meantime, remain calm, remain in your homes, trust that your government and the corporations that protect you have everything under control. The countdown hits 10 minutes. Chen's voice strained. Zyl, we've got a problem. The civilians we're evacuating, some of them are seeing the corporate broadcasts. They're scared. Some are turning back, don't want to be in the temple when the military assault happens. We're losing people. Let them go, the friar says. We can't force them to trust us. They have to choose. And if they choose wrong? If they believe Ven's lies and stay in the settlements when the shooting starts? Then they'll learn the truth the hard way. But it's their choice. We're not the Cabal. We don't take away people's agency, even when it would be convenient. The countdown hits 5 minutes. I check weapons, load magazines, run diagnostic on the black chip to confirm it's still compensating for my damaged state. Everything reads marginally functional, which is the best I can hope for. My body is held together by spite and stimulants, but I've fought on worse. I'll do it again. 3 minutes. The military forces are in final staging positions. I can see their deployments on the tactical feeds. At least 300 troops, corporate security, and UCF military working together. Heavy weapons, armored vehicles. This isn't a raid. This is a full-scale assault on a position they intend to level. 2 minutes. Deacon's voice. All positions ready. Civilians are secured. We're as prepared as we're going to be. Give the word and we engage. Hold fire until they commit, the friar orders. Let them think they have the initiative. Make them come to us where our defenses are strongest. 1 minute. The countdown is on every screen in the temple now. Resistance fighters watching. Civilians huddled in the inner chambers. Everyone waiting to see if the friar will really do it. if he'll really shut down the grid to prove his threat is real. 30 seconds. I'm standing beside him at the command terminal, watching his hands hover over the shutdown sequence. He's not hesitating, just waiting for the precise moment. 20 seconds. The military forces haven't moved. Still in position, still preparing to assault. They don't believe. Don't think one old man in a forgotten temple can really turn off the lights across 3 colonies. 10 seconds. The friar's fingers settle on the keys. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. He triggers the shutdown. For 3 seconds, nothing happens. Then every screen in the temple goes dark. The power fails. Emergency lighting kicks in. Dim red illumination that turns everything the color of blood. On the tactical feeds that are still operational, running on backup power, I watch it spread, like a wave of darkness rolling across 3 colonies. City lights blinking out, screens going dead, transportation systems failing. 3 billion people plunged into unexpected night. The friar counts silently. 30 seconds, 40, 50. At 60 seconds, he brings the essential systems back online. Power returns, but limited. Enough for life support, hospitals, critical infrastructure. Everything else stays dark. The message is clear. I can do what I threatened. This is real. Take me seriously. On the news feeds that come back online, there's chaos. Reporters trying to explain what just happened. Technical experts admitting they don't know how it was done. Corporate spokespeople suddenly much less confident in their assurances that the threat was empty. And in the Undercity, the military forces are moving, not withdrawing, advancing. The darkness proved the friar wasn't bluffing, but instead of retreating, they're accelerating the assault. They've been given orders to take the temple regardless of cost, stop the shutdown at the source, kill everyone responsible, and worry about public perception later. Here they come, Deacon reports. First wave breaching the perimeter. Heavy weapons, lots of them. This is going to get loud. The first explosions shake the temple. Not close yet, but getting closer. The assault has begun. The friar activates the camera network. Every lens in the Undercity, every device with recording capability, all of it streaming to public networks. The colonies are going to watch this siege live, see every round fired, every casualty inflicted, no more hidden executions, no more convenient darkness. All positions, hold fire until they're committed, the friar orders. Let them get close. Make every round count. We're not trying to win this fight, we're trying to survive it for 72 hours while the colonies decide if they want to keep living in the dark. I take position at a defensive point overlooking the main approach. Chen is somewhere to my left, Deacon to my right. Around us, resistance fighters who've been preparing for this moment, waiting for the day they'd get to fight back instead of just hiding. The first military units appear in my sights, professional, coordinated, advancing with the confidence of overwhelming force. They think this is just another raid, another resistance cell to be crushed. Another problem to be solved with enough firepower. They're wrong. The black chip pulses in my skull, feeding me targeting solutions, compensating for my damaged state. I steady my breathing, finger on the trigger, waiting for the right moment. The moment when they're too committed to retreat. When they've crossed the line into the kill zone our defenses have created. When every step forward cost them blood. That moment arrives. Open fire, the friar orders. The temple erupts in controlled violence. Automated defenses activate, cutting down the first wave. Resistance fighters engage from prepared positions, making the military pay for every meter. It's not chaos. It's professional defense by people who've been training for this, who know the terrain, who understand this is the fight that matters. The military forces respond with overwhelming firepower. Heavy weapons turn the temple's outer structures into rubble. They're not being careful, not trying to limit collateral damage. They're bringing everything they have, and the message is clear: surrender or die. We choose die. The first assault breaks against our defenses. The military forces pull back, regroup, reassess. They expected easy victory. They're learning otherwise, but they're not retreating, just adapting, bringing up heavier weapons, preparing for a longer siege. Casualties? The friar asks. Deacon's response: 3 wounded, none critical. Outer defenses are holding, but we're burning through ammunition faster than I'd like. If they keep this intensity, we've got maybe 12 hours before we're down to harsh language and thrown rocks. Then we make those 12 hours count. The friar switches to a public broadcast channel. Not the whole colonies this time, just New Tokyo. Just the people close enough to care. Citizens of New Tokyo. What you're watching is your government and corporations assaulting a civilian refuge. The people in this temple are refugees, families, children. We're defending them against forces that have been executing civilians in the Undercity for the last 24 hours. This is what the Cabal does when you threaten their power. Remember this when they tell you they're protecting you. It's propaganda, but it's also true. The temple is full of civilians now. People who fled the settlements when the military started burning them. People who had nowhere else to go. If the assault continues, those people will die. The Cabal has to choose: keep attacking and risk the public perception of massacring civilians, or pull back and give the resistance time to fortify, time for the ultimatum to spread. They choose keep attacking. The second wave hits harder. They've brought up siege equipment, the kind designed for urban warfare, shaped charges that blow through our reinforced walls, heavy plasma weapons that turn cover into slag. This isn't surgical anymore. This is demolition. They're going to bring down the temple with us inside. We're firing controlled bursts, making ammunition last, taking down targets when the opportunity is present. But for every soldier I drop, 3 more appear. They're feeding in reinforcements, rotating fresh units, maintaining pressure. Professional siege tactics. They can do this for days if they want. We can't. Zyl, they're flanking on the east corridor, Chen's voice through comms. Need support or they'll breach the inner defenses. I move, ignoring my body's protests, getting to the east position. 3 soldiers advancing, using the rubble for cover, working their way toward the civilians huddled in the inner chambers. I engage from an elevated position, putting rounds into gaps in their armor, forcing them back. The black chip is screaming warnings about ammunition expenditure, about physical stress, about 100 small failures cascading toward critical shutdown. I ignore it all. Surviving the next 5 minutes is more important than surviving the next 5 hours. The soldiers retreat, but not far. They're probing, testing our defenses, finding the weak points. When they assault again, they'll hit those points with concentrated force. Textbook siege warfare. I fall back to the command center. The friar is coordinating defense, moving people, shoring up positions, doing everything one old engineer can do to hold off an army. He looks exhausted, desperate, but determined. How long has it been? I ask. Since the deadline? 4 hours. Since the assault started? 3 hours 40 minutes. He checks tactical displays. We're holding, but barely. They're not trying to preserve the temple anymore. They're just trying to bury us in the rubble. Then we need to give them a reason to stop. Something that makes continued assault more expensive than withdrawal. Like what? To pull up the public feeds. The assault is being broadcast live, just like the friar planned. But the narrative is mixed. Some channels showing it as legitimate security operation, others showing it as government massacre of civilians. The public is split. arguing, choosing sides based on priors rather than evidence. We need to make it undeniable, I say. Right now, it's spin versus spin. We need something so clear, so unambiguous, that even the corporate channels can't explain it away. Such as, I think about the original broadcast, the evidence that got buried under counter-propaganda, the truth that became just another opinion. We need something that can't be dismissed, can't be explained away, can't be turned into a debate. We need a confession. The Cabal thinks they can weather this, thinks they can control the narrative, wait out the siege, kill everyone involved, and move on. They're probably right, but what if one of them breaks? What if someone decides surrender is preferable to being hunted forever? The Friar considers, you want to offer them a deal. Immunity in exchange for testimony against the others. Not immunity. Lighter sentence. Face trial, cooperate with prosecution, get life in prison instead of execution. It's still justice, but with an escape hatch. Make it attractive enough that someone takes it. The Cabal will see it as divide and conquer. They'll close ranks, refuse to engage. Maybe. Or maybe one of them is pragmatic enough to save their own skin. Maybe one of them realizes the 72 hours is a real deadline and they'd rather be in prison than dead in the dark. I check the countdown, 68 hours remaining. Worth a try. Worst case, they refuse and we're no worse off than we are now. The Friar nods slowly. Draft the offer. I'll broadcast it during the next lull in fighting. If anyone's gonna break, they'll do it when the pressure is highest. An explosion rocks the temple. Closer this time. They're bringing down the outer structures, collapsing passages, forcing us deeper into the defensible core. It's working. We're running out of space, out of ammunition, out of time. But we're not out of hope yet. Not quite. I draft the offer while Chen coordinates ammunition distribution and Deacon manages the defensive positions. Keep it simple, clear. Anyone in the Cabal who surrenders in the next 24 hours gets to face trial instead of summary execution. Cooperation gets consideration for lighter sentencing. It's more mercy than they showed President Morrison or any of the resistance fighters they've killed. The assault pauses. Temporary. They're bringing up fresh units, restocking ammunition, preparing for another push. The Friar uses the lull to broadcast the offer. To members of the Cabal, you've seen the evidence. You know the truth will come out. You know the 72-hour deadline is real. I'm offering you a choice. Surrender now, cooperate with prosecution, and face trial instead of summary execution. The first one to turn themselves in gets the most favorable consideration. After that, the deal gets worse for each additional person. Timer starts now, 24 hours before this offer expires. He's creating a prisoner's dilemma. Everyone in the Cabal knows someone else might take the deal. First one to defect gets the best terms, last one to hold out faces the worst consequences. It's game theory, the psychological warfare. Will it work? Probably not. These are people who've spent decades building power, who've killed to maintain control, who think they're untouchable. One offer of leniency probably won't break that confidence. But it might create doubt, suspicion, fear that someone else will break first. And fear makes people sloppy. The assault resumes, heavier this time. They're done testing defenses. Now, they're just applying force until something breaks. Us or the temple. Whatever comes first. I'm back on the firing line, burning through ammunition that I can't replace, taking down targets until the barrel of my weapon is hot enough to cook flesh. Around me, resistance fighters are doing the same. Some fall. Medical teams drag them back to the inner chambers where the Friar has set up a triage center. Others take their positions. Keep fighting, because stopping means dying, and dying means the Cabal wins. The black chip is overclocking my failing augments, pushing everything past safe limits. I'm accumulating damage faster than even the chip can compensate. My vision is tunneling. My hands are shaking. Every breath costs. But I'm still standing, still fighting, still buying time for the ultimatum to work. Zyl, you need to pull back. Chen's voice. He's beside me suddenly, weapon up, providing cover. You're gonna burn out completely if you keep this pace. Good thing the siege will be over before that happens. That's not. He stops, looks at me, sees what I've become. Not the elite operator he worked with years ago. Not even the broken asset who woke from cryo 3 weeks ago. Something else. Something the chip and the damage and the desperation have created. You're not planning to survive this, are you? I'm planning to make it 72 hours. After that, it doesn't matter. It matters to the people who need you. The Friar needs you. Deacon needs you. The Resistance needs you. The Resistance needs the truth to get out. Needs the Cabal to be held accountable. Needs the 72 hours to run out so the colonies have to make a choice. Whether I survive to see it doesn't change any of that. It changes whether this means anything beyond just revenge, whether we're building something or just burning everything down. I don't have an answer for that. Don't know if we're building or burning. Don't know if the 72 hours will bring justice or apocalypse. Don't even know if I'm still Zyl Koban or just a collection of angry ghosts wearing his face. But I know I can hold this position for another few minutes, and then another few after that. And if I chain enough few minutes together, maybe it adds up to 72 hours. Maybe that's enough. The assault continues through the night. The temple is burning in places, collapsed in others, but the core still stands. The civilians are still protected, the defenders are still fighting, and the countdown is still ticking towards 0. 60 hours remaining. Somewhere in the corporate towers above, the Cabal is watching. Seeing their forces stalled by a resistance that should have been crushed hours ago. Seeing the public feeds showing civilians sheltering in the temple, showing refugees being defended instead of executed. Seeing the narrative shift from terrorism to oppression, from security operation to massacre. They have to choose, surrender or escalate, negotiate or destroy, accept accountability or maintain power at any cost. I'm betting they choose power. People like that always do. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the offer of leniency will crack someone's resolve. Maybe one executive will decide life in prison is preferable to death in the dark. Maybe hope isn't completely dead yet. The assault intensifies as dawn breaks over New Tokyo. They're bringing in everything now. Artillery, air support, weapons designed for colonial defense being turned against civilians sheltering in a temple 3 levels below the surface. The Cabal has stopped pretending this is surgical. Now it's just extermination. The temple shakes with each impact. Walls crack, ceilings collapse. We're being buried alive, slowly, methodically, professionally. This is what happens when you threaten the most powerful people in 3 colonies. They erase you and everyone near you and dare the public to object. Casualties mounting, Deacon reports. His voice is steady, but I can hear the strain. Lost 6 in the last hour. Ammunition is critical. Medical supplies are almost gone. We're not going to make 72 hours at this rate. 48 if we're lucky. Then we make our luck, the Friar says. He's been monitoring something on his terminal, tracking data that he hasn't shared. I have a backup plan. Something I hoped I wouldn't need to use, but we're out of good options. What kind of backup plan? The kind that makes this worse before it gets better. The kind that forces everyone to choose right now instead of waiting for the deadline. He pulls up a new interface. I've been tracking the Cabal's communications. They're coordinating the assault from a secure command center in the AstroTech tower. Executive level stuff, hardened against intrusion, impossible to hack under normal circumstances. But Xavier built back doors into everything, including the corporate towers. I can access their systems. Can't control them, but I can see them, including the command center where they're coordinating this siege. I understand where he's going. You want to broadcast their communications, show the colonies that the Cabal is directly ordering this massacre. More than that, I want to show them how the Cabal talks about the people they rule, the contempt, the casual cruelty, the complete lack of regard for human life. Let everyone hear what these executives say when they think no one's listening. Make it impossible to maintain the fiction that they're protectors instead of predators. It's risky. The Cabal could be careful, could have sanitized their communications, knowing they might be compromised. But people get sloppy when they think they're safe, say things in private they'd never say in public. And 20 years of rage suggest the Friar has been waiting for exactly this opportunity. Do it, I tell him. We've got nothing to lose that we're not losing already. The Friar activates the intercept. Within seconds, audio from the command center is streaming to public networks. Corporate executives coordinating the assault, giving orders, discussing tactics. And they're not careful. Just level the entire sector. I don't care about casualties. We need the source shut down and the engineer dead. Everything else is secondary. What about the civilians? The footage is already making us look bad. The footage is making us look weak. Hit them harder. Make it clear what happens when people harbor terrorists. Fear is more useful than goodwill. UCF Command is objecting to the escalation. Something about rules of engagement. Tell UCF Command to stand down or we'll withdraw security support from their facilities. They'll comply. They always do. It goes on. Executives discussing civilian deaths like logistics problems, politicians deferring to corporate authority, military commanders following orders they know are illegal because refusing means losing access to corporate resources. The entire rotten structure of how the colonies actually function laid bare for everyone to hear. The public feeds explode. This isn't spin or propaganda. This is direct evidence of the Cabal ordering massacre, discussing civilian casualties like acceptable losses, treating human lives as resources to be expended in defense of their power. The narrative shifts. Corporate channels that were defending the assault go quiet. Journalists who were both sides in the issue suddenly have clarity. Politicians who were supporting the Cabal start calling for investigations. The edifice of lies that's been propping up the conspiracy starts to crack. It's not justice yet, but it's a crack, and cracks spread. I'm getting reports, Chen says, monitoring various channels. UCF military units are receiving stand-down orders. Some are complying, pulling back from the assault. Others are refusing, continuing the attack. The command structure is fracturing. Good, the Friar says. Fractures mean choice. Officers deciding whether to follow illegal orders or risk their careers by refusing. That's more than we had an hour ago. The assault is losing coordination. Some units pull back, others maintain pressure. It's becoming chaotic, which is dangerous in a different way. Chaotic means unpredictable, means desperate people making desperate choices. A massive explosion rocks the temple, not artillery, something bigger. They've brought up bunker busters, the kind of weapons designed to crack hardened positions. The ceiling above us groans, the ports straining, threatening total collapse. That's the inner chamber, Deacon reports, voice tight, where we have the civilians. Another hit like that and the ceiling comes down on everyone. The Friar's hands are flying across his terminal, making calculations, running scenarios. They're willing to bury everyone rather than risk us surviving. The command intercept didn't make them pull back, it made them desperate. So what do we do? We move the civilians deeper. There are passages below this level, old maintenance tunnels that connect to the undercity network. If we can get everyone out before the temple collapses, they might survive. And us? We stay. Someone has to keep the source online, keep broadcasting, keep the pressure on. If we abandon the terminal, they shut everything down and the ultimatum becomes meaningless. It's a death sentence, but it's also the only choice that makes sense. The civilians didn't sign up for this fight. We did. Getting them out is the minimum we owe them. Start the evacuation, I tell Chen. Get everyone you can into the lower tunnels. Priority to children, then wounded, then everyone else. Move fast and quiet. The moment they realize we're evacuating, they'll hit the escape routes. Chen nods and disappears to coordinate. Deacon stays at his position, holding the line, buying time for the evacuation to proceed. I'm standing next to the friar, watching the countdown. 52 hours remaining. It feels like forever. Feels like we'll never make it. You know this is insane, I tell him. Betting everything on the colonies making the right choice. On the cabal surrendering rather than letting civilization burn. On desperate hope that people will choose justice over comfort. I know. That's what makes it honest. The friar doesn't look away from his screens. The cabal has been operating on cynicism, assuming people can be bought, controlled, manipulated, assuming that with enough money and enough lies, you can make truth irrelevant. Maybe they're right. Maybe when the 72 hours expire, nobody surrenders and I have to shut down the grid. Maybe civilization collapses and we're responsible for more deaths than the cabal ever caused. But at least it'll be a choice. At least people will know what they're choosing. Live in truth or die in comfortable lies. Either way, no more shadows. No more invisible masters. Just consequences. Clear and final. Another explosion. Closer. The temple is coming apart around us. Through the structural damage, I can see daylight filtering down from levels above. We're exposed now. Vulnerable. The siege is entering its final phase. Evacuation is nearly complete, Chen reports. 5 more minutes, and everyone's clear. You too, I tell him. Get out while you can. We'll hold here as long as possible. Not a chance. You're stuck with me until the end, whatever that looks like. Same, Deacon adds. Angel died protecting Xavier. I'm not leaving until the job's done. The friar looks at all of us. Old man surrounded by broken assets and stubborn ghosts, defending a position that's already lost, betting everything on a deadline that probably won't be met. It should feel hopeless. Instead, it feels right. Then we finish this, the friar says. 52 hours left. Let's make every one of them count. The assault intensifies. They're done being careful. Done worrying about public perception. They're bringing the temple down, and they don't care who's inside when it falls. But we're still broadcasting. Still holding the source online. Still keeping the ultimatum live across 3 colonies. 52 hours and counting. The war has just begun. And somewhere in the corporate towers above, the cabal is watching their empire crack, 1 second at a time. Episode 10, Judgment. The temple dives in fire and thunder. 51 hours into the siege, the cabal stops pretending there are rules. They bring up orbital strike coordinates. Not the big ones. They would crack the entire sector, kill millions, create questions even corporate propaganda couldn't answer. They're tactical strikes. Precision weapons designed to eliminate hardened targets with acceptable collateral damage. We're the hardened target. Everyone in the Undercity is the collateral. I'm watching the tactical feeds when the first strike warning appears. The friar sees it too. His face goes pale, not with fear, but with the terrible clarity of someone who's run out of options and knows exactly what comes next. They're done negotiating, he says quietly. Done caring about public perception. They're going to bury us and everyone near us and sort out the consequences later. How long? I ask. Orbital platforms need 12 minutes to acquire targeting and authorize release, less if they bypass standard protocols, which they will. He checks calculations scrolling across his terminal. 8 minutes, maybe 9. Can we evacuate? The civilians are already clear. Chen got the last group out 6 minutes ago. It's just us now. Us and the choice. The choice. The same one he's been planning for 20 years. Surrender the source and let the Cabal win, or trigger the Judgment Day protocol and burn everything down rather than let them maintain control. Not much of a choice, really. The protocol, I say, what exactly does it do? The Friar pulls up schematics I haven't seen before. Not the source quantum network. Something else. Something older and infinitely more dangerous. When the colonies were being established, there was concern about AI rebellion. The Orion War 40 years back. Artificial intelligence that decided humanity was inefficient and tried to optimize us out of existence. Took 15 years and billions of casualties to shut it down. I remember. Colony history classes. The memories are there, fragments recovered from cryo damage. The Orion War, there's distant tragedy. Something that happened before my time, but shaped everything after. After Orion, the corporations built safeguards, kill switches, ways to shut down all network technology simultaneously if another AI threat emerged, electromagnetic pulse weapons on a scale never used before. They're still up there in hardened orbital platforms, waiting for an emergency that never came. I understand. You're going to trigger them. I'm going to trigger one, the Pacific platform, positioned over the colonies. It's designed to emit a pulse that fries every unshielded electronic system in range. Computers, augments, power grids, everything. Colonial civilization runs on network technology. Take that away, and we're back to the industrial age in 60 seconds. That'll kill millions. Anyone dependent on augments for life support, anyone in transit when systems fail, anyone who can't survive without the infrastructure we've built. I know. The Friar's voice is steady. Haunted, but steady. I've been running casualty projections for 20 years. Best case, 10 million dead in the first week. Worst case, 50 million before society adapts. And that's if adaptation is even possible. We've built a civilization so dependent on technology that removing it might be extinction level. And you're willing to do it anyway. I'm willing to give the Cabal one final choice. Surrender now, this moment, or watch me destroy everything they've built and rule over ashes. Maybe they call the bluff. Maybe they decide power over ruins is still power. Or maybe, finally, someone blinks. The countdown on his screen reads 7 minutes until orbital strike. 7 minutes to decide whether to end civilization, to stop a conspiracy. 7 minutes to choose between certain death and possible extinction. The chip in my skull is strangely quiet. No calculations, no tactical suggestions. Even 14 lifetimes of accumulated experience don't have an answer for this. Some choices are too big for strategy. Do it, I tell him. The Friar's hands move across the terminal. Not hesitation, just the careful precision of someone who's rehearsed this moment in nightmares for 2 decades. The protocol takes 90 seconds to initialize. Once I start, there's no abort, the pulse goes out, and everything changes. Last chance to object. I'm not objecting. How long after you trigger it until the pulse? 4 minutes. Enough time for the Cabal to see what's happening, to understand this is real, to surrender if they're going to. If nobody surrenders, if they're willing to rule over ashes, he meets my eyes. Then civilization ends and we're responsible. Then we better make sure the right people know why. Chen, Deacon, you monitoring this? Chen's voice comes through comms, distant but clear. He's with the evacuated civilians somewhere in the deep tunnels. Monitoring. Are you serious about the protocol? Dead serious. Fryer's triggering it now. You've got 4 minutes to get everyone as deep as possible. Shielded spaces, old infrastructure, anything that might survive the pulse. After that, every augment, every electronic system, everything goes dark. Understood. Moving now. Chen signs off. Professional to the end. Deacon's voice is closer. He's still in the temple, holding defensive positions against forces that will be vaporized in 6 minutes now. I'll start bringing people in. Anyone still above ground when the pulse hits will be deaf, blind, and crippled if their augments fry. Do what you can. We're out of time to be careful. The Friar completes his preparations. His finger hovers over the final confirmation. To everyone listening on the Intercept channels, to every executive and politician who's been watching the siege, you have 4 minutes. Surrender yourselves for trial, or watch everything you've built turn to ash. The protocol is active. The pulse is coming. Choose now. He presses the key. The screens around us change, no longer showing tactical data or news feeds, just a countdown, 4 minutes, 240 seconds, and across every network device in 3 colonies, the same countdown appears. Impossible to ignore, impossible to dismiss. This is real. This is happening. The Friar wasn't bluffing about the source shutdown, and he's not bluffing about this. In the command centers and executive suites above, people are scrambling, running projections, confirming this is possible, realizing it absolutely is possible, and the old man in the dying temple has his finger on the trigger. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. My augments are screaming warnings. The chip is calculating survival probability in a post-pulse world. It's not optimistic. I'm held together by technology that's about to become scrap metal. When the pulse hits, I'll be back to baseline human, and baseline human Zyl Koban died 13 years ago. But maybe that's appropriate. Maybe this is how it should end. The clone and the chip, the ghost and the parasite, going dark together when civilization falls. You should evacuate, the Friar tells me. Get deep, find shielded space. You might survive if you're far enough from the surface when it hits. I'm staying. Someone needs to make sure the Cabal doesn't storm the temple and stop this in the last 30 seconds. There won't be anything to stop. The protocol is autonomous. Once initialized, it runs to completion regardless of what happens to me. I could die right now, and the pulse would still trigger. Then I'm staying because watching civilization end alone is too depressing, even for you. The Friar almost smiles. You're a terrible bodyguard, but adequate company. 3 minutes. Deacon appears in the doorway, supporting 2 wounded resistance fighters. Last group from the perimeter, everyone else is either evacuated or dead. Temples coming down around us. Men get to cover. The pulse hits in under 3 minutes. You don't want to be near any electronics when it does. Deacon looks at the countdown, then at us. You're not evacuating. Someone needs to witness. Make sure it means something. Then I'm witnessing with you. Angel died protecting Xavier. I'm not leaving him to die alone when Judgment Day comes. The 3 of us stand in the command center, watching the countdown tick towards 0. Around us, the temple is collapsing. Orbital strike warning has hit 2 minutes. The Cabal's assault forces are receiving pullback orders, units scrambling to evacuate before the pulse fries their augments and equipment. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. My Neuralink chimes. Incoming message, priority channel. I flag it open, expecting corporate threats or desperate negotiations. It's neither. Marcus Venn's face appears on my visual overlay. AstroTech CEO, architect of President Morrison's murder, one of the Cabal's core members. He looks tired, older than the propaganda footage, human in a way I didn't expect. Zyl Koban, the ghost that wouldn't stay buried. I assume you're with Xavier. Watching the countdown with him, you've got 2 minutes to surrender. After that, this conversation and every conversations becomes impossible for a long time. I'm not surrendering. None of us are. Ben's voice is matter of fact. We've run the projections. The pulse will devastate the colonies, but we'll survive. The Cabal has hardened facilities, EMP shielded tech from the Orion War. We prepared for this scenario decades ago. When the dust settles, when society breaks down, we'll be the only functioning authority left. Absolute power, just achieved through different means than we planned. You're willing to kill millions for that. We're willing to let millions die rather than face justice. There's a difference. He pauses. But I wanted you to know, this isn't victory. You haven't won. You've just changed the battlefield. The war continues, and we're better equipped for the aftermath than you imagine. Then we'll see you in the dark. Looking forward to it. The connection cuts. 2 minutes. They're not surrendering, I tell the Friar. They have hardened tech, shielded facilities. They're planning to survive the pulse and rule the ruins. I know. I've known since the beginning they probably would. The Friar's expression is distant, but they're making a mistake. They think technology's power. They think surviving the pulse with their systems intact makes them invincible. They're wrong. How? Because power comes from people, not systems. And when the pulse hits, when civilization breaks down, when millions are dying because the Cabal chose pride over justice, people will remember who did this, who forced the choice, and they'll come to the Cabal with nothing but rage and whatever weapons don't need electronics to function. That's not justice. That's mob violence. Yes, but it's the justice they chose. The Friar places his hand on the terminal one last time. 20 years ago, they took everything from me. My family, my career, my identity. Dante died protecting me. Tanaka died trying to expose them. Thousands more died in the shadows, killed to maintain the comfortable lie that we live in civilization instead of sophisticated barbarism. Today, the lie ends. Whatever comes next, justice or violence, reconstruction or apocalypse, at least it'll be honest. 1 minute. The orbital strike warning updates. 30 seconds until impact. The Cabal's forces are gone now, evacuated to hardened positions, waiting for both strikes to hit, planning to emerge into a devastated undercity and mop up whoever survived. They're in for a surprise. The Friar pulls out a small device, not connected to the terminal, not electronic, mechanical trigger, the kind that works when nothing else does. Insurance policy. When the pulse hits, the temple's structural supports fail. Shape charges, carefully placed. The whole structure comes down, buries the command center, makes sure the Cabal can't recover the source access codes from the wreckage. That's suicide. That's tidying up. He hands the device to Deacon. When the countdown hits 10 seconds, trigger this. Then get Koban out of here. His chip might survive if he's shielded enough. Yours won't. But your brain will reboot without augments, same as it did when I rebuilt you. Make sure he survives. Make sure someone lives to tell what happened here. I'm not leaving you. You are. Because I'm ordering you to. Because it's the last order Xavier will ever give Angel, and you've never disobeyed. The Friar's voice is gentle. Go. Witness. Survive. And when the Cabal emerges thinking they've won, kill them for me. 30 seconds until pulse. 20 seconds until orbital strike. Deacon grabs my arm. His grip is iron, augmented strength that I can't break. He's dragging me toward the back passages, the deep spaces where the temple connects to maintenance tunnels. Wait. I'm trying to resist, but my body is failing, system shutting down, the chip going into protective mode as it senses what's coming. No time, Deacon says. The friar's right. We witness. We survive. We finish this. The last thing I see before he pulls me into the passage is the friar standing at his terminal, watching the countdown, waiting for the end with the calm of someone who's been dead inside for 20 years and is finally making it official. 10 seconds. The orbital strike hits fast. The temple doesn't explode. It simply ceases to exist as a coherent structure. One moment it's there, ancient wood and modern technology, a fortress that held back an army. The next moment it's vapor and shrapnel, matter turned to energy, everything within the strike zone converted to heat and light and physics. The friar dies instantly, vaporized. Probably didn't even register the pain before his mural patterns were scattered across several cubic meters of superheated air. I hope he felt relief before the end. Hope he felt like he'd finally done enough. The shockwave catches us in the passage, throws us tumbling through darkness, impact breaking things that were already broken. I feel ribs crack, feel the chip screaming warnings, feel my body shutting down from trauma and system failure. 5 seconds. Then the pulse hits. It's not sound, not light, just the sudden absence of everything electronic. My augments die mid-cycle. The neural link that's been glitching for weeks finally gives up entirely. Every bit of technology in my body becomes inert metal and silicon. The chip goes dark. For the first time in weeks, I'm alone in my head. No 14 voices, no tactical overlays, no combat calculations. Just me, baseline human consciousness, exactly as broken as I was when they pulled me from cryo, but without the hardware keeping me functional. I'm dying. Know it with certainty. My body needs the augments to survive, needs the chip compensating for cryo damage, needs technology I no longer have access to. This is how it ends. Buried in a tunnel beneath a vaporized temple, surrounded by darkness, bleeding out while civilization falls around me. Not the worst death. Not even close to the worst I've imagined. I close my eyes and wait for it to finish. But the chip won't let me die. I feel it restart. Not using external power, there is no external power, every grid in 3 colonies is fried. Using me, pulling energy from biological processes, converting adenosine triphosphate to electricity through some mechanism I don't understand and probably shouldn't be possible. The chip is eating me to stay alive. Burning through cellular reserves, metabolizing muscle tissue, doing whatever it has to do to maintain minimum function. It's keeping me conscious, keeping core systems online, keeping me alive even though alive means agony and destruction. I want to hate it. I want to reject the parasite that's killing me to preserve itself. But it's also keeping me aware, keeping me capable of thought, giving me enough function to maybe, possibly, survive the next 5 minutes. That's worth the cost. Time skips. Seconds or hours, impossible to tell. I'm aware of movement. Deacon dragging me through passages, moving with purpose even though his augments are dead, even though he should be crippled. Stay with me, Koban, his voice, distant but present. The friar said your chip might survive. Need you to hang on. Need you to witness. Come on. My voice is barely there. You can. You're too stubborn to die in a tunnel after surviving everything else. Come on, Ghost. One more fight. Just get through the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes becomes 10. 10 becomes 20. We're moving through darkness absolute. No emergency lighting. No bioluminescence. Everything dead except what doesn't need power to function. Deacon has a chemical light stick, old military gear, the kind nobody uses anymore because electronics are easier. The light is sickly green, showing tunnel walls covered in frost. The temperature is dropping, fast. Climate control is dead, heating systems are offline, and we're deep enough that environmental regulation was the only thing keeping it survivable. We're gonna freeze before we bleed out. Almost there, Deacon says, lying to keep me conscious or genuinely close to something, I can't tell. Fryer had a backup location, hardened bunker, deep in the old city. If we can reach it, there's supplies, equipment, things that don't need the grid to function. How far? Too far for you to walk, but I'm not leaving you behind. Angel carried Xavier through 3 levels of facility while bleeding out. I can carry you a few kilometers. He's already doing it, carrying me like I weigh nothing, moving through tunnels that are slowly becoming a crypt. We pass bodies, resistance fighters who didn't make it to shielded spaces, civilians caught too close to electronics when the pulse hit. Most of them probably died instantly. Neural implants frying, augments failing, everything that kept them alive suddenly becoming the thing that killed them. The chip keeps me conscious through all of it, burning what's left of me, converting biological processes to the electricity it needs. I can feel myself dying, cell by cell, but dying slow enough to witness, slow enough to matter. We emerge into a junction I don't recognize. Older infrastructure, pre-expansion, the kind of construction that predates the colonial grid by decades. There's a structure here, bunker style, built into the tunnel wall. Military design, the kind from the Orion War era when people built things to survive pulse weapons. Deacon keys in a code on a mechanical lock, the kind that works when nothing else does. The door opens with a hydraulic hiss, revealing darkness beyond. The Friar's final refuge, Deacon says. Built it 20 years ago, stocked it for exactly this scenario. Food, water, medical equipment, everything needed to survive when the world ends. He carries me inside. The door closes behind us, sealed with a pressure differential that suggests this place is airtight, hardened, designed to survive worse than what just happened. Emergency lighting kicks in. Not electronic, chemical. Old-style luminescence that works on basic chemistry instead of complicated circuits. The bunker is larger than it looked from outside. Multiple rooms, storage areas, what looks like a machine shop. And in the center, something that makes my heart sink. Medical pods. 2 of them. Military grade, designed for field surgery and trauma care. Exactly what I need to survive. Exactly what requires power to function. There's a generator, Deacon says, seeing my expression. Zyl. Ancient tech, the kind that doesn't care about electromagnetic pulses. The Friar maintained it, tested it monthly. If it still works, we can power the medical systems. Might be able to save you. Might? You're in bad shape. Worse than bad. The chip is eating you alive to stay functional. Even with medical intervention, I'd give you maybe 50-50 odds. Better than 0. He sets me down on one of the pods, moves to the generator. It's massive, industrial scale, the kind of equipment that predates modern efficiency standards. Deacon checks fuel levels, confirms maintenance logs. Everything suggests it should work. Should being the operative word. He primes the engine, pulls the start cord. Once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. Come on, Deacon mutters. Xavier maintained you. You worked last month. Don't fail now. 4th pull. The engine coughs. Catches. Dies. 5th pull. The engine roars to life. Loud and primitive and beautiful. The bunker's lights brighten. The medical pods start their boot sequences, running diagnostics that don't require network connection. Deacon moves to the pod I'm lying in, starts connecting medical interfaces. This is gonna hurt. The pod needs to map your internal damage, and without anesthetic protocols online, you're getting the full experience. Try not to die from shock. No promises. The pod activates. Deacon was right. It hurts worse than anything I've survived so far, which is saying something. The medical scanners are mechanical, physical, mapping damage through direct contact instead of sophisticated sensor arrays. It's like being vivisected by a machine that doesn't care about comfort, only completion. The chip rides it out with me, pulling more energy from my failing biological systems, keeping me conscious when unconscious would be mercy. It needs me alive, needs the host functional. So it keeps me aware through agony that should cause shutdown, keeps me feeling every moment of the diagnostic. Finally, the pod completes its scan. The results display on a mechanical readout, the kind that uses physical dials instead of screens. Deacon studies them, expression grim. You're critical. Multiple organ failures, catastrophic augment damage, cellular destruction from the chip's power draw. Pod estimates 72 hours before complete shutdown, even with intervention. Can you fix it? Maybe. The pod has surgical capabilities, can repair some of the damage, but it's designed for trauma, not systematic failure. You need resources the pod can't provide. Cybernetic repair, augment replacement, neural architecture reconstruction. Things that don't exist anymore now that the pulse wiped out our manufacturing base. Then I'm dead in 3 days. Not necessarily. Deacon pulls up schematics on a mechanical display. The Fryer stockpiled components, parts salvaged from old augment systems before modern standardization. They're not compatible with your current hardware, but the pod can adapt them. Make them work well enough to keep you stable. You won't be optimal, but you'll be functional. Do it. The surgery takes hours. The pod works with mechanical precision, cutting away damaged augments, replacing them with salvaged parts that barely fit, adapting my neural architecture to accept technology it wasn't designed for. Through it all, the chip keeps pulling power from my dying cells, staying online, refusing to let me escape into unconsciousness. I experience every moment, every cut, every replacement, every adaptation. It's the most thorough education in my own mortality I've ever received. When it's done, I'm not the same person who entered the pod. The damage is too extensive, the repairs too improvised. But I'm alive, stable. The chip confirms minimum function restored, enough to survive, enough to matter. How long was I under? My voice is rough, unused. 18 hours, Deacon says. He looks exhausted, older somehow. The pod did what it could. You're stable now, but fragile. Push too hard and something will fail, probably catastrophically. And you? Your augments? Dead. All of them. I'm running on the neural architecture Xavier rebuilt 20 years ago. No enhancements, no advantages, just a brain that reboots without hardware assistance. He touches his head. It's strange, quiet. I forgot what it was like to think without tactical overlays and threat assessments. Chen, the evacuated civilians? No way to know. Communications are down across the colonies. The pulse fried everything. We're isolated, alone, with no idea if anyone else survived. He moved to the bunker's supply area. But we've got resources. Food, water, equipment. Enough to last months, if we're careful. Question is, what we do with that time. I try to sit up. My body protests, new augments grinding against old tissue, improvised repairs screaming about improper integration, but I can move, can function, can choose to keep fighting instead of just surviving. We recover. We adapt. We prepare. My voice is steadier now. The Cabal survived the pulse. Ven said they had hardened facilities, preserved technology. They're out there, in the darkness, probably organizing, planning to emerge as the only functioning authority when society breaks down completely. So we hunt them, find where they're hiding, kill them before they can consolidate power. Eventually. But first, we need to know what we're walking into. We need intelligence, resources, allies. The resistance is scattered, the colonies are in chaos, and we're two broken operators with salvaged equipment. I force myself to stand. Every system screams about it being a terrible idea. I ignore them all. We need Chen. He's the only other person who knows what the Friar was planning, who understands the scope of what we're fighting. If he survived. The civilians evacuated deep, but that doesn't guarantee safety. The pulse would have fried any augments, killed anyone dependent on life support. He could be dead in a tunnel somewhere, frozen or starved or just unlucky. Then we find out. One way or another, we need to know. Deacon considers, then nods. The Friar left maps. Mark locations of resistance safe houses, supply caches, places the Cabal might not know about. If Chen survived, he'd make for one of those. Closest is maybe 3 kilometers from here. Sector 8, deep tunnels. Can we make it? In our condition? Slowly, carefully, with frequent stops for your improvised augments to not kill you. But yes, we can make it. We spend the next 6 hours preparing. The bunker has supplies the Friar accumulated over 2 decades. Non-electronic weapons, mechanical tools, everything you'd need to survive when modern convenience becomes modern vulnerability. We load up what we can carry. Enough to keep us alive, but not so much we can't move. Before we leave, I take one final look at the bunker. This was the Friar's contingency, his insurance against the worst case scenario. He built this place knowing he might never use it, knowing it would only matter if everything else failed. He was right to build it. I wish he'd survived to use it. We emerge into tunnels that have become a frozen wasteland. The temperature has dropped 20 degrees since the pulse, climate control offline, heat bleeding to the rock that surrounds us. Bodies litter the passages. People who didn't make it to safety, who died when their augments failed or their life support cut out. We move through the graveyard slowly, conserving energy, staying alert for threats that might have survived the pulse. Not electronic threats, the old kind. The kind that uses blades and kinetic weapons and doesn't need a power source beyond human rage. 3 hours into the journey, we find the first survivors. They're not friendly. A group of maybe 10 people, huddled around a chemical fire, burning whatever they can find for warmth. They see us approaching and weapons come up. Crude things, pipes, improvised clubs, a couple of old kinetic pistols that still work when nothing else does. That's close enough, their leader says. Male, 30s, probably had augments before the pulse fried them. This is our sector. Find your own. We're just passing through, Deacon says, hands visible, non-threatening. Heading deeper. We'll be gone in 5 minutes. Passing through with what looks like military equipment, looks like supplies, looks like you're better equipped than you should be. The leader steps closer. You are prepared. Knew the pulse is coming, which means your resistance, or cabal, or some other faction that sacrificed the colonies for your own power games. We're resistance. We fought the cabal. The pulse was the last option when they wouldn't surrender. Oh, so you're the ones who killed millions, destroyed civilization, took away everything that kept us alive, and left us freezing in the dark. The leader's smile is broken. And now you're walking through our territory like you deserve to survive. Like you're not responsible for this. I understand what's about to happen. Understand it in the same way I understood combat patterns, tactical formations, all the things the chip used to calculate. This isn't negotiation. This is violence waiting to be triggered. We don't want trouble, I say. We're looking for survivors, trying to help who we can. Help. The leader spits the word. You've done enough helping. Now you're going to give us your equipment, your supplies, everything you have, and maybe we won't kill you for what you did. We can't do that. We need those supplies to survive. And we need them to survive. Difference is, there's 10 of us and 2 of you. Math works in our favor. They move to surround us. Professional spacing, tactical positioning. These were corporate soldiers once, I realize. Security forces who had augments and training, who survived a pulse because they weren't dependent on technology for basic function. And now they're desperate, angry, looking for someone to blame for the end of the world. We're convenient targets. The chip is feeding me limited combat data, running on the improvised augments, calculating solutions with degraded hardware. I'm maybe 30% of what I was before the surgery. Deacon is running on baseline human capability, no augments at all. Against 10 trained operators, even without their enhancement, this is a losing fight. But losing fights are what I specialize in. Last chance, the leader says. Hand over your equipment or we take it and leave you bleeding. I look at Deacon. He's calculating the same math I am. Same conclusion. We're dead if we fight, dead if we surrender. Might as well make it cost them. Your mistake, I tell the leader, threatening people who've got nothing to lose. I move first, not fast. My improvised augments won't let me move fast, but efficient. The monomolecular blade is in my hand, the one piece of equipment that survived the pulse because it's just physics, no electronics required. I'm inside the first attacker's guard before he can process threat, blade opening his throat, using his falling body as a shield against the others. Deacon is moving too. No augments, but decades of muscle memory. He takes the second attacker with a joint lock that breaks the man's arm, steals his weapon, puts 3 rounds into the third before anyone else can react. Then it's chaos. 10 against 2, both sides using kinetic weapons and improvised tactics, everything reduced to the oldest form of combat, people trying to kill each other with whatever they can reach. I take hits. Rounds punch into already damaged systems. The improvised augments scream about critical failures. The chip is pulling more energy from my cells, burning through reserves, keeping me functional through pure stubborn calculation. But I'm still standing, still fighting, still making each one of them pay for the mistake of thinking we'd surrender. Deacon goes down. 3 attackers on him, overwhelming through numbers. I move to support, the blade finding gaps in their defense, creating space for him to breathe. We're back to back now, surrounded, burning through ammunition we can't replace. The math is simple. They'll overwhelm us in 30 seconds. Maybe less. Then gunfire erupts from the tunnel behind us. Not random, precise, professional. Someone engaging from elevation, using tactical positions to maximum advantage. 3 attackers drop before the others realize there's a new threat. The remaining attackers scatter, disappearing into side passages, abandoning the fight when the odds shift. Smart, survival beats revenge when you're not augmented anymore. I turn toward our rescuer, weapon up, ready for the next fight. Chen steps into the chemical light, kinetic rifle smoking, looking like hell, but alive. "You two look terrible," he says. "Also, you're welcome." Chen, I lower my weapon. "How did you..." "Tracked you from the temple. Not hard when you're leaving blood trails through the tunnels." He moves closer, assessing our condition with the eye of someone who's kept people alive through worse. "You need medical attention. Real medical attention, not battlefield patches. Lucky for you, I know where to find it." "Where?" "The Friar's backup bunker. 3 kilometers south. Should have supplies, equipment, maybe even working medical pods if the generator survived." He pauses. "You already know about it, don't you? That's where you're coming from." Just left there. Spent 18 hours in a medical pod getting rebuilt with salvaged parts. It's operational, but supplies are limited. Then we pool resources. I've got civilian survivors, maybe 40 people who made it out of the temple evacuation. They're alive, but not doing well. Cold, scared, low on supplies. We need a base of operations that isn't an ice tunnel and a chemical fire. The bunker can hold that many? It'll be cramped, but cramped beats frozen. Chen looks past us, down the tunnel where the attackers fled. Also, we're gonna have more encounters like that. People are scared, desperate, angry. They're forming tribes, claiming territory, fighting over whatever resources are left. It's only been, he checks a mechanical watch, 20 hours since the pulse. Society is breaking down faster than I expected. The Cabal? No confirmed sightings, but they're out there. Has to be. Ven wasn't bluffing about hardened facilities. They've got preserved technology, organized forces, everything they need to emerge as the power structure when things settle. Question is, what we do about it. We hunt them, kill them, finish what we started. Eventually. But first, we survive. Get the civilians stable, gather intelligence, figure out what we're actually fighting. Chen starts moving, gesturing for us to follow. The Friar started this war. We're going to finish it, but we do it smart. No more dramatic sacrifices. No more choosing between justice and apocalypse. We find where the Cabal is hiding, and we kill them quietly, professionally, permanently. We follow him through the darkness. Behind us, the chemical fires of desperate survivors flicker in the frozen tunnels. Above us, 3 colonies are in chaos, civilization breaking down, people dying from cold and hunger and violence, as society forgets how to function without the networks that defined it. But we're alive. Broken, improvised, barely held together, but alive. And we've got purpose, resources, enough to matter. The Cabal thinks they've won. Think they can wait out the chaos, emerge as saviors, rule over whatever's left. They're probably right about the first part. They're wrong about the second. We reach Chen's location an hour later. The civilian survivors are exactly as bad as he described. Cold, scared, barely hanging on. But they're organized. Chen has kept them together, maintained discipline, turned frightened refugees into something that might survive. We're moving to the Friar's bunker, Chen tells them. It's hardened, stocked, has medical facilities. Not paradise, but better than freezing in a tunnel. Pack what you can carry. We leave in 10 minutes. The survivors move with the exhausted efficiency of people who've been displaced before, who know how to pack a life into what you can hold. Within minutes, we're moving. A column of desperate people heading deeper into tunnels that have become the only refuge. The journey takes 4 hours. We lose 2 people on the way. One to augment failure, organs shutting down when the tech that kept them alive died. Another to the cold, hypothermia claiming someone who'd been augmented for climate resistance and couldn't adapt to baseline function. We bury them in the tunnels. No ceremony, no words. Just acknowledgement that there were people who mattered and now they're gone. Add them to the list of casualties from a war that's costing more than anyone calculated. The bunker is exactly where Chen expected. The diesel generator is still running, fuel tanks showing maybe 3 weeks of continuous operation before they run dry. After that, we'll need to find more fuel or figure out alternative power. Problems for later. Right now, we've got shelter, warmth, medical facilities. We've got 40 survivors who might make it through the next week. We've got 3 operators who are broken but functional, who know what needs doing. We settle the civilians into the bunker's living areas, distribute supplies, set up watches, establish routines that give people purpose beyond just surviving. Chen's good at this, the organizational work that keeps groups from fragmenting into chaos. Deacon and I end up in the machine shop, taking inventory of what the Friar left. It's extensive. Parts, tools, weapons, everything accumulated over 20 years of preparation. It's an arsenal and workshop combined, designed for a scenario where civilization ended and someone needed to rebuild from scratch. We've got maybe 3 weeks before we're out of diesel, Deacon says, running calculations on a mechanical abacus. After that, power becomes critical. Bunker has wind turbines, but they need installation, and that means surface work. Dangerous when we don't know what's up there. So we make the 3 weeks count. Get everyone stable, train who we can, gather intelligence on Cabal positions. When the time's right, we move. You're talking months of preparation. The Cabal won't wait that long. They'll organize, consolidate, start emerging as authority figures before we're ready. Let them. Every day they're visible is another day we can track them, find their facilities, identify their leadership. When we strike at the heart. No warning, no mercy, no survivors. Deacon studies me with those cold, calculating eyes. You've changed. 3 weeks ago, you were a broken asset barely holding together, taking whatever contracts paid rent. Now you're planning systematic assassination of the most powerful people in 3 colonies. 3 weeks ago, I didn't remember who I was. Didn't remember what they took from me. Now I do. Now I understand exactly what we're fighting. I flex my hand, feeling the improvised augments grind against damaged tissue. The Friar gave us one option: surrender or apocalypse. The Cabal chose apocalypse. Now, they get to live with that choice, however long they manage to live. And if we win? If we kill every member of the Cabal, eliminate everyone responsible, what then? We're not builders, we're weapons. What do weapons do in peacetime? We'll figure that out when we get there. Right now, we're still at war. Chen joins us in the machine shop. Civilians are settled, no immediate crises. Everyone who's going to survive the next 24 hours probably will. He looks exhausted. Dark circles under his eyes, the weight of keeping 40 people alive showing in every line of his face. Now we need a plan beyond just surviving. We need objectives. Hunt the Cabal, I say. Find their facilities, kill their leadership, ensure they don't emerge as the authority structure in whatever civilization rebuilds. That's an objective. But it's also vague. The colonies span 3 planets, dozens of installations, billions of people in various states of crisis. The Cabal could be anywhere. We need actionable intelligence before we can hunt anyone. The Friar had intelligence. 20 years of accumulated knowledge about Cabal operations, safe houses, secured facilities. I pull up mechanical files, old-style records that survive because they don't need power to read. He documented everything. It's here in physical archives, waiting for someone to use it. We spend the next hours reading through the Friar's records. It's exhaustive. Names, locations, organizational structures. Everything he learned about the Cabal, preserved in hard copy because digital records could be hacked or erased. Physical paper indoors. A picture emerges. The Cabal isn't one organization. It's a network of executives, politicians, military commanders, all coordinating through the source quantum network. With the source down, that coordination is broken. They'll fall back on pre-established protocols, hardened facilities that were designated as rally points. There are 12 such facilities across 3 colonies. Bunkers built during the Orion War, preserved and maintained, stocked with pre-pulse technology that doesn't rely on network systems. The Cabal can survive there for years if necessary, waiting for society to stabilize, emerging when the time is right. Unless someone stops them. 12 facilities, Chen says. Assuming they're all occupied, that's maybe 300 Cabal members total, plus security forces, staff, support personnel. Call it 1,000 people we need to eliminate if we're being thorough. We start with leadership, I say. Marcus Venn is priority 1. AstroTech CEO, central coordinator, probably the most influential voice in Cabal decision-making. Kill him and the rest fracture. Venn's facility is on Mars, Deacon points out. The old Industries complex where the Friar worked 20 years ago. Heavily fortified, designed to survive siege, has resources for long-term occupation. If he's anywhere, he's there. Then that's where we go. Mars is 6 months away, maybe longer if transportation is as broken as everything else. We'd need a ship, supplies, way to navigate without modern systems, and that's assuming we survive that long. We have time. 3 weeks before the diesel runs out, another month to get alternative power operational. Use that time to train, gather resources, repair what's broken, then we start hitting targets. And the civilians? Chen asks. What happens to them? We can't take 40 people on an assassination mission to Mars. We establish them here, make this bunker self-sufficient, leave them with supplies, tools, knowledge to survive. It's more than most people have. It's abandoning them, leaving them defenseless while we pursue revenge. It's giving them a chance, which is more than the Cabal is offering anyone else. I look at both of them. I'm not asking you to agree. I'm telling you what I'm doing. The Cabal ended civilization. They're planning to rebuild it in their image. I'm going to stop that. You can help, or you can stay here and focus on survival. Either way is valid. Chen and Deacon exchange looks. Some unspoken communication between people who've worked together long enough that words are optional. We help, Chen says. The Friar died for this. Tanaka died for this. Everyone who fought the Cabal, everyone who believed justice matters, they died for this. We owe them completion. Agreed, Deacon adds. Angel died protecting Xavier. I'm not going to waste that sacrifice by hiding in a bunker while the Cabal rebuilds. We finish this, however long it takes. We spend the next month preparing. The bunker becomes our base of operations. We install the wind turbines, supplement diesel power with renewable energy, train the civilians in basic survival, self-defense, how to maintain equipment when modern convenience is extinct. Some of them adapt well, find purpose in the work. Others struggle, barely holding together, traumatized by how fast their world ended. We can't save everyone, but we can try. Deacon and I spend hours in the machine shop, repairing equipment, building weapons that don't need electronics. The Friar left plans for mechanical computers, navigation systems, everything you'd need to function in a post-pulse world. We fabricate what we can, adapt what we can't, create a toolkit that will let us operate when nothing else works. Chen focuses on intelligence gathering. The bunker has a radio system, old-style AM/FM, the kind that works when satellite networks are dead. He monitors broadcasts, pieces together what's happening on the surface. It's not good. Society's fragmenting. Colonial governments have collapsed or fragmented. The UCF military is in chaos, units scattered, command structures broken. Corporate forces are consolidating around hardened facilities, protecting Cabal interests, enforcing order through violence. And people are dying. Millions, maybe tens of millions. Starvation, cold, violence, disease, all the things that civilization was supposed to prevent, returning with a vengeance when the systems broke. The Friar was right. The Pulse killed more people than the Cabal ever did. We're responsible for that. Have to live with that knowledge for whatever remains of our lives. But we're also the only ones trying to make it mean something. The only ones hunting the architects instead of just surviving in the ruins they created. By week 3, we're ready. Our ordnance are repaired, functioning at maybe 70% capacity. We've gathered supplies, weapons, equipment, fabricated a mechanical navigation system that will let us reach Mars without satellite guidance. Found a ship, old cargo hauler, abandoned in a surface port, designed for the kind of basic operation that doesn't need modern systems. The civilians are stable, self-sufficient. We're leaving them with 6 months of supplies, renewable power, everything they need to survive while we're gone. It's not safety, but it's a chance. more than most people have. The night before we leave, I stand in the machine shop looking at the equipment we've built. Mechanical computers, kinetic weapons, tools that work through physics instead of electronics. We've regressed a century in technology, but we're still dangerous. Maybe more dangerous than we were with all the modern convenience. Desperation and improvisation make you creative, make you willing to try things that shouldn't work, but somehow do. The chip is quiet in my skull. Still there, still functioning, running on my biological processes instead of external power. It's learned to be efficient, conserve energy, provide tactical support without the constant overlays and calculations. The 14 voices are still there, but muted, present without overwhelming. I'm not Zyl Koban anymore. Not really. The man who loved Lyra died 13 years ago. The clone who woke from cryo died in the temple siege. What walks around now is something else. Something built from salvaged parts and stubborn refusal, powered by rage and purpose, aimed at targets who think they've already won. They're wrong about that. Chen finds me in the machine shop. Ship's ready, supplies are loaded, we can launch at dawn. The civilians? Scared, grateful, hoping we come back but not expecting it. He looks at our improvised equipment. This is insane. We're 3 broken operators with salvaged weapons, planning to assault hardened facilities across 3 colonies, hunting the most powerful people in human space. The odds are astronomical. Yeah. Want to call it off? Admit this is suicide and focus on survival instead? No. Good. Because I wasn't giving you the option. Just wanted to confirm we're all equally crazy. He pulls out a bottle. Bold whiskey, preserved in the friar's stockpile. 1 drink before we leave. For everyone who didn't make it this far. For the friar, for Tanaka, for every ghost who's counting on us to finish this. We drink. It burns going down, raw and real and human. For a moment, we're not operators or weapons or broken assets, just people, acknowledging that what comes next is probably death, but death with purpose beats survival without meaning. To ghosts, Chen says, raising his glass. To judgment, Deacon adds. To finishing what they started, I complete. We drink. Dawn comes cold and grey. The bunker survivors gather to watch us leave. 40 people who survived the end of civilization, who are choosing to keep surviving when giving up would be easier. We're not heroes to them. We're the people who destroyed their world, who chose apocalypse over compromise. But we're also the people hunting the ones actually responsible. That counts for something. Maybe not much, but something. The ship is waiting at the surface port, old cargo hauler designed for Mars runs, space-worthy if not comfortable. It'll get us there, probably, maybe, assuming nothing breaks that we can't fix with our improvised tools. We board, run through pre-flight on mechanical systems, checking everything twice because there's no automated safety nets anymore. Chen pilots, he has the muscle memory, the training that predates modern convenience. Deacon handles navigation with our fabricated mechanical computers. I monitor weapons, such as they are. Kinetic systems, missiles with mechanical guidance. Nothing sophisticated, but functional. The launch is rough. We're burning chemical fuel, no fancy fusion drives, no comfortable acceleration. Just brute force physics lifting us away from Earth, away from the colonies, toward Mars, where the cabal is waiting. The journey will take months. Time to heal, train, prepare for what comes next. Time to become something other than survivors. Time to become hunters. As Earth shrinks behind us, I think about the Friar's final moment. Standing at his terminal, watching the countdown, choosing to end civilization rather than let the cabal maintain control. It was insane. monstrous. Exactly what someone driven by 20 years of rage would do. It was also honest. No more comfortable lies, no more invisible masters, just truth and consequences, clear and final. The colonies will rebuild, eventually. People are stubborn, adaptive, better at survival than anyone expects. They'll create something new from the ruins, and maybe it'll be better than what came before. Maybe they'll remember why the pulse happened, remember who forced that choice. Or maybe they'll forget, same as they forgot every other atrocity, and the cycle will start again. Power concentrating, conspiracies forming, people being ground down by invisible masters who think wealth equals wisdom. If that happens, maybe someone else will rise up. Another ghost, another weapon turned against its makers. Someone who refuses to stay buried, who remembers that people aren't property, who's willing to burn everything down rather than accept comfortable slavery. But that's future problems. Right now, we have present problems, like reaching Mars, like finding Marcus Fenn's facility, like killing everyone responsible for ending civilization and thinking they'd rule the ashes. The chip pulses in my skull, content, almost eager. It's been waiting for this, waiting for purpose beyond just survival. 14 lifetimes of accumulated rage, focused into singular purpose. Hunt the architects, kill the cabal, finish the war. No mercy, no surrender, no witnesses. Just judgment, delivered by ghosts who refuse to stay buried. The coordinates are locked. The trajectory is set. Months of travel ahead, then the real war begins. The cabal thinks they've won, thinks they can wait out the chaos, emerge as saviors, rebuild civilization in their image. They're wrong. We're coming for them. And when we arrive, when we breach their facilities and hunt them through corridors they thought were safe, they'll learn the truth the Friar tried to teach them. Some ghosts don't haunt quietly. Some come with blades and fire and the promise of reckoning. Judgment is coming to Mars. And it's wearing the face of everyone they killed to maintain their power. End of episode 10. This is Black Box. 2143. An elite corporate soldier was betrayed, fused with a parasitic neural chip, and frozen for 13 years. He woke to a world that forgot him, fought to expose the conspiracy that controlled the colonies, and watched civilization burn when the architects chose pride over justice. Now he's hunting them through the ashes, armed with salvaged weapons and stubborn rage, determined to finish what the Friar started. The colonies are dark, the cabal endures, and the ghost who refused to stay buried is coming for judgment. The war continues in Black Box Doomsday.